I think we're back. We're back.
Yes,
Hello
we are
again, everybody.
back.
Welcome back into SMITE Collegiate Championship. Still Killjoy and Tom, of course, had a little bit of technical difficulties with the server and the Twitch broadcast, but we're back. We're here to rock it out. We're still bringing you the semifinal match up here
Yes.
tonight. In case you missed anything, Stony Brook will be our challengers in this case. UIUC Orange. So the Illini Orange, they'll be kind of the renowned upper dogs. Have been here before, right? And trying
Yeah.
to take it to the Stony Brook roster.
Stony was coming in hot for Illinois Orange neck. Everything's on the line for them. And if they win, their names could pass on SMITE Collegiate history, I would say.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll definitely be going through the history books when you're taking down a roster like this, and then they'll be awaiting the winner of the other semifinal match we'll have tonight, a little bit later on, of University of California Santa Barbara taking on University of Alabama Crimson. Of course, that'll be quite the matchup. Those players
Yes.
always chatting with each other, and it makes it for some very entertaining gameplay. But we'll get to that match a little bit later on tonight. We're gonna go ahead and take into this first one right here of Illini Orange and Stony Brook.
Ooh, yeah.
Still waiting a
Oh,
little bit longer to get on into that game. Sorry about that, folks. Tom, we were going over the rosters a little bit before
yes.
we had gone into a little bit of technical difficulties. So Stony Brook, some of those names we were saying, haven't really always seen them. Not really sure completely where these guys will fit in, but they're in the semifinals. They're going to be really good players. This is going to be exciting to watch for them.
It would be exciting to see and expecting to see surprises. I mean, if you make it this far, it's because you got something, right?
Oh yeah, of course. You got to have something in the tank to get to the semifinals. No way you don't.
This the talent pool in my college is higher than what you would expect. Not not gonna lie, I have played a couple of games myself since I'm part of the Auburn team, and we had a lot of fun playing. At least we made playoffs. We a little tap on the back for that.
Yeah, there you go. Always
And
excited to make playoffs.
you see guys that you wouldn't expect to play at such a high level out of nowhere. For those and this player base might be small. This talent is high in most of the teams, so it's really interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, that's really true. That's also something I really love about getting to watch the AVGL is like you can take 5 guys out of college, right, and throw them into a team and be like, all right, good luck, have fun. And they could range anywhere from literally just picking up the game, level 30 accounts, actual level 30 accounts, and going against full grandmasters level 160 on the same team. And they're going in and being like, all right, let's see if we can win this. So it makes the competition so much more entertaining because it's kind of like college football, and pro football, which is playing right now as well. It's like the pros, it's very
Exactly.
up and down, straightforward, like, oh, they're going to do everything perfectly. College football, big plays are going to happen. It's the same thing with AVGL, right? It's the same thing. It's always going to be potentially big plays. So I'm really excited to get into this one.
Oh man, it's so fantastic. By the way, I think the Bengals won. Uh,
We'll have to see. But let's go ahead and hop right into game number one of some Smite
Ooh.
here tonight. Illini Orange taking on Stony Brook. Illini Orange in that first pick slot here tonight. You can see near the bottom left-hand corner some of the bands starting to come through. We do have Zeus and Odin, it looks like, being banned out.
Interesting, man.
AMC and Ardio from Stony Brook. Those are some bands, man.
Yeah.
I'm just like, sorry, I locked in on the Zeus. That's the first
Yeah,
ban of the game.
that's a very interesting band. I would say maybe for season 9, the Swiss band would be more accurate, but I don't know about the Swiss band right now because I believe we're playing season 8, Smite.
That is correct. We'll be playing on a private
Yes.
server right now on that season 8 map. So it may look a little different once we load inside, of course. So anything you guys just saw during that December Worlds and January Worlds, you'll be seeing that most likely here today.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, the Swiss band really does stand out in here. Really surprising.
What
Wolves?
isn't surprising, though, is the Bastet first locked in overall,
Yes.
and that's going to the side of Illini Orange, but that does leave up a couple other of those high-tier picks. Geb is one that you'll see quite a bit of time. Olderon as well was very high prioritized near the end of the season. Maybe we can see that here today, too.
We hope to see better bands, better picks, everything. Now we see Stony Brook. if I was Stony Brook, what would I look like? The gap is open. He does have a high value, and they're gonna go for a Capri instead of the gap. Not a bad choice. Capri is still really annoying.
Oh yeah, he is. Kepri is very, very annoying. They're gonna lock that alongside a Gilgamesh that does leave up Geb and Oleron. I would not be surprised to see Illini Orange lock that in almost immediately.
There is really good picks to be. The all-around, standout appearances, especially this My World Championship. We saw Sapman using it, and it was quite the show he put on. He's really nice guy. He's a really nice guy, especially in season 8 at the end there. Just playing really well. But
It looked fantastic in Worlds, so I wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised to see here. But talk to me a little bit about this Kepri and Gilgamesh here, Tom. Kepri is one that it's always there, and he's really annoying to play against, right? That Scarab's
yes.
Blasty makes it really hard for people to fight into. But how does that couple alongside the Gilgamesh?
Well, the Gilgamesh, the initiation value you get from a Gilgamesh is really high. And once his ult is down and he gets a lot of people inside, well, it's a party in there. Capri has a lot of lockdown potential just by 2 abilities, just 2. And well, you grab someone, they are dead right away. Gilgamesh can keep pushing since he can get Capri ulted, and the initiation doesn't stop there. Now we're gonna see here the picks for Illinois Southern are gonna be the Oloran and a Chiron.
I really like this. I love seeing an Oleron Chiron picked up together because it still has a little bit of flexibility, right? You could still
Yeah,
run that Oleron in the mid lane realistically. A lot of teams would prefer to put it in that longer lane, in that ADC spot, and locking in a Chiron in the mid lane feels really good, especially with a team like Kepri, Gilgamesh, and then now the Mulan. The lockdown that they
yes,
have,
we
one
forgot
cleanse
about
is
that.
all it needs.
I forgot about Mulan in season 8. I forgot about that little god right there. She was really something at the end of season 8. She was doing a lot of stuff for teams. High value picks right there for Stony Brooks. Gilgamesh and Mulan, 2 really good picks right there. The Chiron and Oloran, I wouldn't be surprised if Chiron goes mid lane. I would say you help Oloran in the dual lane a little bit. He got more survivability. He doesn't die early. You can gank him because I mean he's all the way in the left lane or right lane. So
That's true.
yeah, it's a great pick. Now we get in here to the second rounds of bans. We get a Czech ban coming from Stony Brook on a Heimdall here by
Yeah,
Illinois Orange.
I was looking at that. I was like, okay, Mulan's locked in. That's Gilgamesh. Those are 2 warriors off the table. They've already banned out Achilles and Ardio, and now Chalk and Odin's also
Yeah,
gone.
oh, and
So what's really left up here for Illini Orange to pick up for that solo lane?
that's a very smart ban there by Stony Brook, banning Fafnir, having 2 ADCs here there in Illinois Orange. Fafnir could have just potentially given way more value to those auto attacks.
You know, that
And
does leave up the Geb, though, here at the end after
yeah,
looking at all of this being said and done. Fafnir, Morrigan, both being taken off the table. No Geb bans yet. No, Illy does enjoy that pick. Doesn't look like Illy's going to be in this game from what it looks like. Looks like Razor Mew will be subbing in.
mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why they're not looking towards that roster. It was a little bit different. Maybe not everybody could make it here tonight. You'll notice a couple from the other side as well. So maybe that's just something that's not in the God pool.
Yeah, we also saw that there was a rise in Circuit and Fenrir supports there at the end of season 8. So they might be aiming for something like that. It's a possibility.
Yeah, I
But
mean, it really could. They could even
yeah,
lock in maybe a magical soul laner such as a Cthulhu, too.
they they could be playing. Here we're gonna see a Medusa being locked in. Interesting
Yeah.
pick. Not bad, not bad.
It's one of those guys that's got a lot of that anti-heal honors. She's able to apply it very well now that it's been changed off to that acid spit. But looking back on the other side, Hercules and Yamoja will be the last two in for Illini Orange. How do you feel about this Illini Orange draft here, Tom?
I mean, Hercules and Jamoja, boulders and walls. What could go wrong? Pinball inside there, and the synergy has been all around old. It's looking like a really team fight oriented team right there.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong right now. I mean, just locking in an all-around Yamoja together. And Yamoja, by the way, making it to the 9th pick in this game is just absurd by itself, but that's just so much lockdown together. The only thing that really stands out to me is this Hercules. That's not one that you'd see all the time being picked up, but I mean, with all those solo laner bands, it kind of makes sense.
Maybe a little to control the Mulan a little bit. It might work or not. We have no idea how this could go down. Hercules is still he's always been an option for a lot of people since he just is strong as he is in the lore. He's just like a good god in general, and you can do a lot with him. And well, the amount of healing that Illinois Orange has is really high, so I expect Stony Brook to start applying anti-heal as fast as possible.
Oh
Get
yeah,
them,
they're gonna need it online almost
yeah.
immediately here, Tom. Last pick Discordia is what Stony Brook went with. How do you feel like that slots in with their team?
Discordia, I mean, she has CC, decent escape. It's good clear, a nice ult. It might really be helpful there in the mid lane against possibly a Chiron who, you can lock his dash so he doesn't go really far and you do as much damage before he can do that damage to you. So maybe
That's
that's what
true.
they aim for. And then we see the impact she has on all the team fights. So once every ult is gone, you still have the remains of her ult doing damage somewhere there. But
Yeah,
we'll
it looks
we'll
like
see
a
what
great team
happens.
comp that they've put together so far for Stony Brook. Hard to bet against a Capri, right? Especially when there's no
Yeah,
executes in the game. We saw Achilles being banned out in that first half of the ban phase. Thanatos not being picked out. Alquong's always an option. I don't know if
mm,
many people really elect to go to that pick, but
yeah,
hey, it's in some people's
yeah,
pockets.
it's there. For those who know how to use him properly, is always a presence because he can do a lot of stuff, but being able to do it is the biggest question. You know. So as we wait for them to hop into the game, it's really an equal game until we see what are the actual strats because this draft doesn't really call for a winner right now.
Yeah, you're right. The only thing that I see that stands out right away here, Tom, is the healing that you mentioned for
Yeah,
Illini Orange with the Chiron, who heals a little bit, of course. Olderon's got that healing in his kit. Yamoja,
yeah,
you can
Moja.
never forget about Yamoja healing. Hercules even has that healing. You talked about that anti heal being a necessity. When do you need to see these players going into it? Is it like first item, I'm going Brawlers, first item Divine, or is it like, okay, maybe 2 or 3 items in?
I do hope that at least one of them goes first item anti heal because if not, those early team fights are gonna be really tough. And once they start looking for the Gold Fury as early as possible, that is when that healing factor is going to come into play. Since they're not going to be able to finish a kill, no one's going to be. They are not going to be able to secure any objectives in the early game. I would expect. So if one of them at least get one item of anti heal as fast as possible, I think they got a chance. But if not, that early game might be difficult.
Well, hopefully they have some good anti-heal options. I mean, they have the Medusa too here, Tom. We
Yeah,
talked a little bit about that briefly, being kind of like, okay, Medusa. And then we see the rest of their pick, like, okay, yeah, Medusa makes sense. There's the Emoja, the Hercules, that Acid Spray now being the ability on her kit that has the anti-heal and Lacerate, being able to go through the minion wave and do damage to it, which was a change that's been needed for way too long. Makes this dual lane a little bit more volatile, I think, Tom. Sure, you have older on Umoja, but Khepri and Medusa is nothing to scoff at for some pressure.
I would say that Capri and Medusa, they have a lot of lockdown. If their Capri is 3 once, Medusa 3, and you have nowhere to go, either or that demoted safety with a stun, or if you're all around and you try the 3 and you're not fast enough, or you don't have it, then it might get tricky in those first 2 levels because a lot of dual lanes like to engage as fast as you hit level 2. You hit level 2 and you want to really get into whoever is in front of you. It's like
Oh yeah,
it's like an instinct.
I'm getting in there, man. I'm just let me in there. I'm
Yeah,
going in. Give me that last right early on. As soon as you hit it, if they don't
they,
get there, just get in there.
yeah. They just hit level 2, they go ham, and if they Capri and Medusa really get ahead, they can easily win that duel lane. But I think a lot of it depends on what Yamoja lets them do. because we cannot forget that Yamoja has a lot of control in that lane.
Oh
She's
yeah.
really a god you don't want to mess with.
No,
So
not at all. She's got all that locked down, and of course, the healing on top of it. I'm curious to see what start Umoja will be doing. I know there's a couple players in the community that prefer the Riptide start, right? Where you throw the minion wave back towards
yeah,
the base just a little bit longer, try to delay it, force the other wave to come up so the team has to step out of position. Or is Umoja here today going to be going for that one start, just trying to get all that locked down immediately, maybe leaning into that healing second, depending how this lane's going. But man, I got a favorite Medusa and Oleron matchup as well. That just feels really good, especially once everyone leaves. All that high pressure here, Tom. Is this really what Stony Brook needs to do to beat this Illini Orange team here in game number one? Is just lock down and shut down this Oleron?
if they shut down the dual lane and they shut down their ADC completely, you get rid of one player, and the impact Olorin has on team fights is really big. That all really helps. I mean, people underestimated Olorin when he came out, and a lot of didn't expect him to do as well. But he really is that guy you don't want to mess with, because if he ults you and you don't expect it, you are completely over. It's like, yeah,
Sounds good. We're going to have a little bit of a reset here, Tom. They're having a couple of issues getting into the lobby,
yes.
so we're going to go to a short break and bring you guys the action when we come back. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. This time, we are finally ready. Tom taking us in here. Game number one, semifinal number one, best of
Yes,
5
yes.
matchup. Stony Brook, University of the Illinois Urbana-Champaign, the Illini Orange. They're ready to kick this one off, Tom.
They really are. All the picks are locked in. We had a little technical difficulty there with the server, but I think everything will be fine now. But
I'm gonna
man,
cross my
hopefully it
fingers
is.
on that.
Yeah, hopefully it is. Because I want to see what is going to happen. Because all of them have really good picks. I'm really excited to actually jump into the game.
Me too. Let's wait no longer. Get into game number one of this best of 5. Let's hop in it right away. And you guys may look at us and be like, hey, wait a second. That's not the Season 9 map. Just a reminder, we are playing on the Season 8 map just to lock it in, making sure it's fair for every single player and every single team that did make it into this tournament.
Okay, nothing strange so far. No anti-heal just yet. Hopefully somebody's building it. Anything. Whoever it is, consider it. Please, this Stony Brooks, please consider the anti-heal.
Yeah, they're going to have to prospect into it pretty early. I'm surprised that Lucas isn't going to do it quite yet. You had mentioned that Discordia, one that would be most likely to have that anti-heal. But it looks like might be leaning into potentially a Chronos pendant early on, which is in the start that I'm quite used to seeing in the mid lane.
Yeah, we might. Maybe that Gilgamesh. Maybe that Gilgamesh might get a crusher. Who knows? Not a crusher. I'm sorry, the brawlers.
Beautiful double riptide here at a Razor meter on the left side of the map. Doesn't look like it'll get too much follow up here. Matt just trying to find any extra damage that he possibly can. And we talked about this too early on, Tom. This dual lane is going to be very not one-sided, more volatile. It could go either way very quickly.
Yeah, I expect them to be on top of each other at all times. Since I personally played Umoja really aggressively because she has a lot of damage potential, a lot of lockdown potential, and it gives your ABC chance to just do damage and get done. They're a little confused because there's a lot of water around. And Capri and Medusa, you cannot get a little more aggressive than that in terms of single target, right?
Yeah.
You aim for one, and it's either they die or they get away. But it's a full commitment with those two. In the mid lane, it's fantastic. You hear Joyner Lucas against Villain trying to do their best. Here comes the first gang, Bastet. Always scary.
Yeah, looking for a little bit of early game rotation was Shane, trying to find some way to impact this match to start early on, but we're going to see the first fight most likely here on this blue side. Invade for Stony Brook. They're going to pull Shane in. He's going to get locked up onto the wall. He's going to pounce in to try to get out. He is very low, and he's going to go first down. Caps guy going to pick up the first kill in this best of 5 semifinal match.
That was a really smart play. The blue invade, it kind of was like a little baked there, and just Mulan Street right away. One stun, follow up with the drop kick. Second stun, locked that bastard down. Couldn't do anything. And that's a perfectly executed first blood there for Stony Brooks.
Yeah, really well done by them. They're able to get themselves on the board and get themselves out to that little bit of an early gold lead. Now this dueling looks like they want to try to get aggressive, but a beautiful stun from Razor Mew was able to limit what they could do right there, getting both of them with that stun. So they're going to be able to hang out for a little bit longer, get all the farm on their side of the map. Now we got to see what Illini Orange is going to do to retaliate.
Hopefully, I think they're looking for something in the mid lane. Taking down the Discordia might be easier than going to take down a Mulan or a Capri and a Medusa together. It might be the best plan here, but it all depends on what they are actually talking in game.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out what they completely want to do. And something I did notice here as well early on, Gilgamesh not having beads, so Caps guy really going to look for somebody to get in, but the Rouge beats are down, as is Sanctified Feels. Uktar trying to get out, but he's going to get pulled right back in with a great Riptide, and Macaroni going to get the first blood for Illini Orange on the board for their semifinal matchup here tonight.
there is that old synergy. Big rectangles on top of big rectangle. Is you cannot get any more than that. That was perfectly executed, and that little riptide right there, just to get that Capri back with the dash. Oof, perfect, perfect. That was really a nice play day by Rachel Mew.
Yeah.
Beautifully done. Illinois Orange retaliating in the blue lane.
Strong play out for them. Now Sumik's going to have his blue buff underdressed once more, but Elshane is here. He is level 5 this time. Might do a little bit better. He's going to go for the ult. Not quite going to connect onto Capsky. Razor Mew here as well, so this blue buff should be confirmed for Illini Orange. They'll be able to take this blue buff back, have the control over it, and be able to look for some damage a little bit somewhere else. Stony Brook on their retreat and get up the rest of their farm.
That a good teammate support right there. They are not letting that Hercules without that blue buff use their rotation from the emoji all the way to the right lane. Just making sure that that blue buff doesn't go to Stony Brooks again. This it's great to have a support that actually supports his team, you know?
Oh yeah, too. That's the best part of the supports, man. If they can show up to everything and be like, "Yeah, I'm here. Let's party." Something I want to look at here is always Elshane gets jumped on once more. He's gonna have to try to get himself out of there. The med cloak from Sumik is gonna be good to get Elshane out for the moment. He's gonna pounce right back in to try to get some damage. Forces out the ultimate from Capsky, but Elshane has found a different ultimate, and that was Lucas's. Sumik will fall. Macaroni is going to get soloed out as well, and Capsky will pick up Elshane. It's all going right for Stony Brook here so far.
That straight kills in like 10 seconds left. Wow. That Capri was in the right spot. I thought that Bassett was gonna die just from the ult alone, but apparently not. She got a little more health in the tank than I expected. But standing out, there is no anti-heal just yet from Stony Brook. They might consider the third item. Who knows? Hopefully it is.
Honestly, they might not even need it at this point if they keep this up.
Yeah,
They're going to need to like 4th or 5th item. They're going to be so far ahead. This is escalating pretty quickly. They've got themselves just about 1,000 gold lead early on into this game, Tom. This is going really well for Stony Brook here in game number 1.
It is going really well. And Macaroni getting soloed there by Imaginations. That could go really bad for him, since you always want to keep that Oloron in a place where he's not behind. Because if you let I don't like when the Medusa gets ahead. It starts doing a lot of damage with the 2, and you cannot get closer to wave.
Yeah, that is one of the scariest things. Well, it's a twofold here, right? Oleron behind doesn't feel good. Medusa from ahead feels really good. It doesn't really matter what the matchup is, no matter what. Those are always going to be the same consistent looks. So this is really good for Stony Brook. We talked about them trying to shut down that dual lane. Looks like they're doing a pretty good job earlier on. I was going to talk a little bit about Imagination's build having that Gilded Arrows. See what you were curious out. And Capsky also managed to get that T1 Shuriken from his passive. And as you can see, that's already gone.
Yeah, it's most likely that Imagination's aiming for crit by building that Gilded Arrow. Maybe that's what he wants. Since it's a possibility, we have no idea. Or if you go into the base, he might jump into an Aussie here and just do the rest of it. Season 8 ADC build that was standard at the end of it. So it might go that way, it might not. Who knows how much imagination these players have. We always see a lot of new stuff in the college SMITE.
Definitely do. Capsky trying to get aggressive once more on Elshane's jungle. He's been over here and in this jungle for the majority of this map so far. It's felt like he's put the work on Elshane so far. So there's 3 now grouped up in the mid lane. Elshane off the side.
Capsky have been doing a really good job keeping the pressure up, using that Gilgamesh survivability and damage. It's a amazing combo to have for jungler. Whoa, Brook like getting into the tower, and that doesn't look right.
That was a long stun there for Sumik. Pogslide trying to get himself out of danger. He's going to have a heal to get himself out just a little bit longer. And the solo lane kill is going to go to Sumik. After a very long stun, he got underneath that tower. Really good job for him to get himself a little bit of a lead. Now it looks like Razorme might be the one in trouble. Uthar trying to find something. Capsky, though, is going to pick up Elshane. Guess where he's at? Back inside his jungle. Gonna put in the apples in, and Razorme's taking the damage. He's locked up, but a great stun keep mountain. Look who's rotated. It's Sumik. He's here putting the damage in. Capsky gets the Scarab's Blessing, and that is the call for Stony Brook to try to get out of dodge. Everyone should be able to get out at this point since Villain had used that Centaur's ultimate to try to help pick up Elshane's teammate.
That was meditation worked at its finest. Oh man, Demonja really got saved. The amount of healing she got makes her really hard to kill. As we saw 3 people ganging up on her, didn't even matter. She got out, no problems at all. Basically back to full health.
Yeah, that's
Wow.
what you get with the emoji healing, man. You just sit there and just be like, I'm just gonna pop some twos, hit some autos on my teammates, and we're full health again. Oh shoot, I thought we were almost dead.
It was something else. 3P is that when it took 3 people at once. Not she didn't break a sweat. Amazing, perfectly executed Demonja play. That's how it's supposed to be, you know. That's what she's made for. Now let's see this dual lane duel right here. That Oleron's getting back.
Yeah, Max trying to catch himself back up, probably about half a level down at this point in time. You'll just see Imaginations tick over to that level 12 mark, so we'll be able to get into that next relic of his, which is opening up. He's the highest in this game right away, and that feels really good for Stony Brook, but they know he's back, so they're able to look at this Gold Fury. Illini Orange on top of the objective calls right away. It's dropping pretty quickly, about half health, almost gone right now. Capsky is here to try to stop it as well. They're not going to try to confirm this at all. They don't have that River's Rebuke. They only have Sanctified Fields. They have to be careful that Stony Brook doesn't try to repick this up right away.
Winds of Shamash is up, so I don't think that Stony Brook has any fear on engaging here. And there it goes. Everybody going for that Gilgamesh when Shamash goes out. Oh, Jordan
goes down. Jordan's going to pick up the first one. Jordan's going to pick up a second one with the little mini apples that have popped off the golden apple. They get 2 picks right away, but Capsky is low. Elshane connected with his ult to put a lot of damage into him off that Sanctified Fields. Imaginations of taking a lot of damage. Soliners are still fighting out here in the right side of the map. Could potentially see another solo kill, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Doesn't look like the Gold Fury is going down at this point in time. Just a little bit of a damage check here, Tom. Everyone's back to farming.
The mini apples do more than you expect there. Look, that's a really nice ult actually. They're showing her lens of smash out. 2 people down. Stony Brook keep going up. And they get the pyro for free.
I think they snuck that Power Mancer away. It looked like Illini Orange was all over it. And they're able to pick it up. They're able to get themselves out now. Snuck something away, Stony Brook did, and keeps this level gold lead that they have now at 2K already here in this game. Really looking good for Stony Brook here early on, Tom. They're looking great in this game 1.
Yeah, I feel like Illinois Orange is really active, having a lot of initiative, but nothing is going their way. Everything's going to Stony Brook, even though they're playing a little more reactive right now. But like everything Illinois Orange tries to do is not going their way.
And that's not always the worst thing in the world too, right, Tom? Like, you look at this draft and you see an Oleron that's going to scale really well in the late game, a Chiron that's going to scale very well into the late game, Yamoja, Hercules, Bestet. These are all gods that scale very well in the late game. But I mean, I feel like a Stony Brook side at the same point. It's like they have a Khepri. Like,
yeah,
I don't know how much better you could get without an execute in the game for a late game team comp, because you have pretty much a 6 life.
I mean, we can ignore the Gilgamesh. When you get there's a certain point that you're really scared of Gilgamesh. Just, I'm personally not a big fan of a Gilgamesh jumping in at late game when he has a full build, the upgrade, everything, and he's ready to roll. He won't die. He's just doing a lot of damage. There's nothing else that can happen here.
It's just scary, man. Gilgamesh jumping in full damage, lands on top of your faces, and then just pop, you're just half health after 1 drop kick, and you're sitting there like, man, I thought he's a tank, and well, he's got a tank, but
yeah,
he's still a lot of damage.
Hopefully Stony Brook's looking for that Gold Fury or not. I mean, everybody grouping up on that left side, hoping for there's gonna be a gank in mid lane.
Lucas has got to be careful. They're taking a lot of damage right away from Elshane, who hasn't used that yet, still holding on to it. On the other side of things, Caps Lock's going to put Razor Mew against the wall. They're trying to get this purple buff Invade to go off. Stun won't come through. Moonstrike won't steal it away. And Stony Brook steals out another purple buff. Trying to push out this lead where Illini Orange trying to find out this right side of the jungle. And that's really unfortunate for Elshane, man. That jungle camp just came up.
Oh, miscalculated there. Just a couple of more seconds, and he would have gotten it. But I think Cap's guy goal in this game is to not let Illinois Orange have their buff comfortably, as we have seen them rotate for blue a couple in the early game a couple of times, and now all the way into the purple buff invading. Maybe that's their strategy for jungle right now.
That's never a bad jungle strategy either.
Yep.
Try to take away all the jungle camps because you're like, hey, if I take their camps and they're not taking mine, then surely I just get a lead off that. And then it also turns into leads elsewhere. You'll see Max now down about a level and a half, we'll say. He just ticked over to 14 after Imaginations has been here for a moment. So he's still slightly behind. And you can see the other level differences are all even. The only one is different is in Imaginations after all this Stony Brook jungling has been doing in the other side.
Yep. Nothing much since, man. I think they're going to be a rotation here for gold, since we can't see Stony Brook grouping up on that left jungle.
Yeah, they're all on it here,
Yep.
Tom. They're starting it up.
No,
Stony Brook pulling the gold
fear.
Fury. It's fallen pretty quickly. Not really anyone else. Elshane's fallen pretty low. I don't know if he can fight too much more. Gold Fury will go for Stony Brook. Centaurus not able to find the damage. We'll get some good poke out on the backside of things to make sure Stony Brook doesn't really want to step forward. So another Gold Fury that was leashed this time will fall.
A full 5-man rotation. Macaron is standing still with a Caps guy really close by. This cannot end well.
Just looking for all the damage, trying to return it out. Macaroni not going to be able to connect too much as Caps got a really good jumped over the knock back. So he's going to be local here. Now Imagination's going to dash right in. Finds Elshane. Probably not the one he wanted to land on top of. Dropkick's going to put Razor Mew against the wall and then bring him right back. Scares Blessing is out. Brings him low, and it will come through. Villain right next to him, though. Should be able to pick up a kill, most likely. Beats Aegis, use out of Imaginations. He's going to dash in. Villain will be credited with that kill. Elshane still alive somehow. Dropkick won't pick him up just yet, but the autos will. And Macaroni will return Cap's guy out for taking the life of his jungler. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Illini Orange.
Illini Orange really trying to come back into this game. But Cap's guy won't go down without a fight, picking up Shane there. Oof. What a guy. Sadly sadly he didn't live for it, but like, oof. Cap's guy is a really aggressive jungler, and it's kind of paying off right now, because look at his build, he's almost done.
Yeah, he's been schmoving on this build. It's a little bit of a cheaper build as well. You'll notice a lot of those items pretty much under that 2,400 cost. So that helps a lot when you're looking at that too. But also, you're right. He's been moving on this build. Sure, he's about a level down now against his partner Elshane, who's been effectively jungling very well, nevertheless being 0-4, still being ahead of a 4-1 Gilgamesh. That feels really good. Look at the XP difference, Tom. Illini Orange are ahead.
It's kind of getting equal again, Illini Orange, I mean, because they had 2 little shutdowns, the XP rises up, and they've been farming a little more than what we expect. And the gold difference has been virtually equalized, even though Stony Brook have gotten 2 objectives so far. So we got to consider that. Yeah, management. Yeah, that's a great management there by Illinois Orange, just not letting them get ahead, not losing the game.
Yeah, they've lost a little bit of that early game momentum, but they've done a really good job of keeping themselves in this game far more. Elshane now trying to find a 1v1 on the Caps guy over here, throws the cat out, wants to find a little bit more people to get quiet yet, not realizing there's a sentry ward there was Lucas. He just gave 50 free gold to the other team, and a great Riptide will pull Uthar back in, and the crits from Oleron are reigning true. He's finding a lot of damage right there in those autos. And a great Bastet will bring him right back in. Villain's going to get credited with that kill as the apple goes flying past the rest of the members of the Illini Orange, and they shift their attention over to the Fire Giant.
A Fire Giant has been called? Or are they looking for another pick? They're starting it up. That is Macaroni tanking it, no fear.
Definitely looking for an ambush here right away. Tom Centaurus is out. He's going to find one shot on the Caps guy right away. That's all he'll get. Puts the damage in, though, and he's very, very low. Sudovic didn't try to get that chase out, but they're looking for Imaginations over here in the mid lane. He's taking a lot of damage. He's brought down very, very quickly. Elshane on that Bastet puts Imaginations into the dirt, and now with the second pick, looks like Illini Orange is going to fully commit to this Fire Giant.
Up, that's what they were looking for. They cut Imagination a little out of position there. He kind of missed starting, and it didn't go to where he wanted to go. He ended up dead here. Now, is this getting away from Stony Brook to get a really good start? Maybe, because now the goal difference has been shifted to Illinois Orange as well as the XP.
And this is something we kind of expected of Illinois Orange, right? Like they had a really rough early game. There's nothing about it. Stony Brook played it picture perfect. Gilgamesh invading all the camps. They're doing really well. But you have to look at Illini Orange and be like, these players have been around a long time. They've played this game long enough. You expect them to make their plays to come back into it and play their comp how they want to. This comp team fights well. They were losing the early game on not team fighting. So you got to imagine that's kind of what they expected.
Yeah. Most likely it was. They say, hey, once we group up together, all our healing is going to stack up. Everything we have is going to be perfect. And we can see that the anti-heal is actually going online. Now Mulan has Bath Contagion. And the third item that a joiner got is Divines. So at least it has been considered. We may see what else they get. But as far as I'm concerned, they really want this tower, and we might see some blood.
You're going to expect that maybe hopefully somebody else picks up maybe a Brawlers on this team. There's room to get it. But right now, Elshane trying to find Uthar up between the Phoenix lines. Going to put the cat in and pulls the cat right back out. The bug has been pulled, but it wasn't far enough that the River's Rebuke was going to be completely useful. But the pull will be, and that pulls Uthar back in. He's going to go into the Scarab's Blessing. Sanctified Field is out, and the Rock will bring him real close for Macaroni to find that last auto. The Golden Apple goes flying right past the rest of the team of Illini Orange once more. Illini Orange have gotten a pick, and they don't want much more of it quite yet. They want to use this Fire Giant healing, sustain themselves back up with, of course, all of the healing that we just finished talking about in their look at the Scald Fury.
That is 5 ults for a Capri. Interesting trade there. No, I wouldn't expect them to commit that hard for the Capri, but hey, they know better, I guess, because it's kind of working. They don't have the Capri, they don't have a revive, so that's a win. That's a kind of a win in my book. Now they're looking at this mid tower. Like, we'll want it as well. Let's see how the commitment here comes on. Stony Brook trying to defend it. Not really.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're really going to defend any of these towers at this point after that last one. It burned pretty quickly, that one as well. You'll see Stony Brook trying to come back through it for their speed buff. They saw everybody else. They're like, yeah, no, we're good. We'll see you guys on the next fight that we want to take. And Oni waves have been spawned, of course. That Gold Fury was the only Fury, so they'll be pouring down. Let's see if Illini Orange wants to elect to use these waves for a little bit more pressure and try to force out this right tower.
A lot of things could have gone right for Stony Brook, and a lot of things went wrong somehow. What could have happened here? Maybe they lost that momentum they had in the early game, because now it's looking rough. They're down to a tower and their Phoenixes, and they couldn't even get more than one tower out of Illinois Orange right now. So, oof. Things are not looking good for Stony Brooks. They still have the upper hand on kills. Let's see if they can get back into the game. They have to look more confident and group up better now.
Yeah, you have to imagine that they're going to look for a fight somewhere that they want to take it, right? You're down quite a bit of gold at this point. You're not really looking to take a fight that's favorable for Illini Orange, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to pull some ambush tactics out here, some guerrilla warfare, try to pick somebody out in the jungle, or maybe even split down some towers on this next Fire Giant. It's not 30 minutes yet. You don't have to completely fight and waste everything you had this game on one Fire Giant until it's EFG.
That's Fire Giant. We have about time to go back up. Sonic looking strong on that Hercules. No fear, not at all. Look, his health didn't go down. That's why you need anti-healing in that team.
Yeah, Sumik didn't care, but Razor Mew is pulled in now. Villain trying to find some damage. Sanctified Fields is out as well. Caps guy in the middle of him trying to find something else, but the Apple's in and he's got Macaroni. Aegis and Beats comes out from him, and Pogside will pick up the first kill of this engagement. Looking good for Stony Brook. They've got a second one. Razor Mew has fallen. Sumik in the middle of 3 as Caps guy is still trying to take a 1v1 with Elshane. It's going to potentially look for him. Villain is going to fall now to Pogside. It's a double kill for the solo laner for Stony Brook, and he still wants more. Could potentially find a third kill. He's going to try. The pounce goes up and down. Caps guy might fall. He will fall. Pogside's got the triple kill, and he looks for the fourth one. Sumik, though, on this Hercules might just be too tanky. I don't think they're going to be able to get him. So a 4-for-1 in favor of Stony Brook.
Wow, there was that team fight that they really wanted.
Hell
They
yeah.
got that. Yeah, it worked out. They picked up that Jamoja and let her do what Jamoja does. They didn't stay with the team, peel and heal correctly because she is busy trying to survive. The backline is exposed. You see how Caps guy went in and tried to get Bill and him macaroni, and it worked out pretty well. The triple goes out here for Foxlight, and now it's up to Sonic to defend this Fire Giant. Let's see what this man can do.
Themselves a way in, but he gets spotted out a little bit too early, and the Fire Giant still at half health, could be dropped and look for the kill onto him. They're still leashing it right now, so Sumik's still being able to rock on the backside. He does have the rock up and ready to go. The boulder could look for steal potential. It brings it low, but it won't find it quite yet. Razormute trying to keep Sumik alive. This Fire Giant is still leashed, Tom, and Macaroni's here. He can walk in and potentially just steal this away. He's looking to go get it, and Illini Orange takes away the Fire Giant. Joiner Lucas gets pulled up. Max got 2 of them. He gets the Fire Giant. 2 kills. Give him the 3rd one, and Pogslide now the only one left to be up, besides Caps guy, who's all the way back by the speed buff.
Sonic might have won this game by himself. Ain't no way. They're going down. Macaroni has a quadra kill.
Yeah, baby. Give it to him.
That's probably game right here, because I don't know what Caps guy can do. 5 members, Fire Giant, 4 ults are up. It's all the Caps guy now. I don't know how good of a Titan defense you got, but this is not something you can defend against.
He does have Windsor Smash, could look for Macaroni, but Macaroni does have the Oleron out. The River Scoop goes up as well. All 5 ults are being popped out just to burn down this Titan. Game number 1, gonna go to Illini Orange, and they take it in a very interesting fashion on that Fire Giant steal by Macaroni, followed by a quadra kill.
Illini Orange really doing a lot of job. That was something else. Well, the Hercules, man, the Hercules players, that's what they do. They walk without a care in the world. They pop that tree, and just do that. You know, you walk menacingly towards every single player of Brook.
He just walked in there, man.
He walked in there like he was his house.
Yeah, he said, "This is my house, man." He walked straight in. I thought he went in too early, Tom. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
me too. Was only at half. I was like, "This is questionable."
I thought he was aiming for a steal, but no, he was aiming for time. He was looking for his teammate to spawn and get there, and I think he played it well. There was a lack of commitment there for that Fire Giant because the health wasn't going down as fast as it could possibly have. So I was questioning that a little bit.
Yeah,
but they could have secured that fight? Maybe.
They could have potentially looked to secure it, but again, you would have had Sumik there with the big boulder trying to throw it in. And by the time that Macaroni got there, it had been like 2 health, and they decided not to reset it. So a little bit dropped there by Stony Brook, but a great steal from Illini Orange. And they're going to go ahead and take number 1. We'll have to find out what game number 2 is going to look like here on the other side of this break. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the AVGL SMITE Championship Collegiate League. Here, still Killjoy 1325 alongside Tom Repo. We just watched an
Yes.
exciting game number one between the UIUC Illini Orange and Stony Brook. UIUC did take game number one, Tom, and they did it in a pretty exciting fashion at the end.
Ooh, yeah, you see, you had a lot of trouble in that early game. Brooks came out strong right out the gate, and they didn't retaliate on that mid game, and that's when you see caught up and punished in that late game. It was a very smart story, right? We have seen that, we have lived that. Those who played have seen that and played that countless of times now, and it happens to the best of us. You dominate the early game, then you don't retaliate afterwards, and things start to de-escalate for you and to escalate for the other team. And Billy Orange really kept that momentum up, and they just steamrolled once they got the chance. So
Yeah, they
that's
really locked it up in
that's
the
the
late
story of the
game.
game right there.
Yeah, story of the game capped off with a fire giant steal and a quadra kill from Macaroni. Great plays out of the ADC
Yes.
for Illini Orange. And you got to imagine that. Looking at game number two here, getting ready to get into picks and bans, of course, Tom, what do you expect to be banned out after that first game? Now, reminder, we did see a Zeus ban in the first
Mm-hmm.
picks and bans. Do you
Yeah.
expect that to maybe get through or not?
I would expect the Zeus to either be picked or banned this time around. I would expect the Gilgamesh to be banned because that would have a lot of trouble for Orange in that first couple of minutes of the game. But we're getting a Zeus ban again, I believe, there by Illinois Orange.
Yeah, they ran it back. I guess it is Illinois Orange that had that Zeus ban, so they're not really looking to ban out their Oleron or the emoji that worked very, very well. That just doesn't make sense. But Soul's gone again. AMC or Soul's gone this time. AMC, RDO, and then the Oleron now from Stony
Yep.
Brook. They don't want to play against that again.
They didn't like that. The ult has a lot
I
of
wouldn't either.
value, it's a lot of damage. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not playing against that if I don't have to, man.
Yeah.
Feed an ADC player, I'm like, yeah, give me that god, and then it's like we're second pick. I'm like, get rid of that god because I'm not gonna get it at that point, and I don't want to play against it.
It's not a fun god to play against, you know. Illinois Orange again. I think they have something against Hughes because they don't like him at all.
Yeah, no, they don't
Something
like
might
him,
have
and that's
happened.
odd. Yeah, it's
So
really odd that they're looking to ban that one out. Must be something that Lucas loves. I mean, he's got to have like probably like 20 stars on this Zeus, and I would love to see maybe if it gets in here in game three, potentially game 4 or 5, if Stony Brook really pulls this one back and takes us there. Maybe we'll get to see it at some point. That would be cool.
maybe I want to know what's the problem with the Hughes coming from Illinois Orange because I don't know what it is. It's really there. It's unexpected. Oh, there it is. The Gilgamesh man. They don't
That
want
was
to deal with
something you were
that.
saying.
Yeah.
You were saying that over the break. Like, man, I wouldn't mind to see them band out that Gilgamesh. So you got your wish there. Gilgamesh is gone out of this one, which leaves open the Achilles, and that's what Stony Brook is going to lock in right away for their first pick in game number 2. Illini Orange could come back, and will we see that worked really well last game for them? I think that Umoja. Thought that looked really good.
Yeah, it worked out really well. The healing was amazing though. Yep, there it is. The motor comes back in and Kamasa. That's a
That's scary.
really, yeah, that's a lot of survivability in one pick. Those two together don't die at all.
Whew.
They really
These are
don't.
drafts, Tom. These are drafts. Umoja Camazot's for Illini Orange, but Stony Brook's got Achilles, Kepri, and Bastet this time will be in the hands of
They might
Capsky
die with
instead
that
of
execute.
Elshane. This is
That
scary.
yeah, the lineup Billing with the jack pick, trying again after many years of being in the shadows of obscurity. Jack is raising up to be a decent solo laner. I think the old has a lot of value nowadays.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, those protections on it, man, that feels so good. But I'm not a chalk guy. I'm not a chalk believer. He can stat in my
yeah,
games. I don't want to be ran at by a chalk, man. Like, keep
yeah.
him away. Make him
It,
bad again, please.
it's demoralizing being beaten away by a chalk.
Yeah.
They're just chopping your health out, and you don't even notice. You don't even believe that is happening until you're back and looking at that gray screen, and you're thinking, "Man, I should have run away from that chalk, but I didn't. And now Dylan has it a lot. Look, it's the same story we saw, healing all the way. Jamoja, Camelson, and chalk.
Yeah. Yeah, Lionel
What?
has really locked up this healing comp again, and again, Sumix will be piling a soul laner that's got really good healing in their kit. Last time it was the Hercules. This time it is the Chalk, which means Elshane's going to have
Mm-hmm.
this Camazotz in the jungle instead of the Bastet. So he's going to have a little bit more self healing, which might help him a little bit. He was taking a lot of fights where he got pretty much evaporated early game time.
Yeah.
Like it didn't last very long. As you can see, the bans here coming out, more ADC prioritization. Hoagie and Heimdallr both taking out both these guys. Very,
Mm-hmm.
very good by both of these players that, good high solo kill potential as well as really good safety in that Heimdall.
That handle, escape possibilities. He's really good at 1v1, so you let him. If they have a good handle player living alone in the lane, it's not going to go well for the other ADC. He can team fights. He has a lot of value. He's. I mean, I understand that he's been banned 2 games now, so we got a whole G ban. He got good lockdown, and his ult is, I think, the biggest part of it. That's a big team fight tool in every game he plays, so it's understandable. Now, what might be picked here? Oh, an Izanami ban. Perfect.
Another ADC is being banned out by Stony Brook. So they've effectively eliminated 4 ADC slash mids because you can play some of those picks in the mid lane from the Illini Orange. The Illini Orange have also eliminated 2 themselves between the Heimdall and, of course, the Soul, which also could be flexed that mid
Yeah,
road.
I'm
A lot of
yeah.
ADC pressure here.
ADC. I mean, we saw at the end of Wars that ADC had a lot of value since they were playing comps with 2 ADCs most of the time. So it's understandable that they don't want in either one in either lane. It doesn't matter if they're in mid lane or the dual lane. They don't want all of those ADCs in the game. Now, you got Charybdis being picked here by Illini Orange. Really good pick. Escape possibilities. Pseudo Sela ult.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
she's a
Charybdis is such a
decent
good
god.
pick. I was surprised that Izanami was banned out over that Charybdis. That's another safe god that really just kind of gets to do what she wants. Nothing can really cripple her out. She's able, of course, like you said, that pseudo Scylla ultimate for some movement speed and the reset potential if you get it. Charybdis Assault sometimes a little bit trickier to
Yeah.
hit, but it's pretty good. This is a really strong comp for Illini Orange, but Stony Brook's putting themselves together a really, really good comp. Morgan Le Fay now being locked in, and this time they're going to have the Chiron on their side. No Discordia in the mid lane, it'll be Morgan Le Fay, and this time it will be Imaginations piloting this Chiron. He looked pretty good last game on a Medusa, and I think Chiron just has a little bit more that solo ability. He's able to get in there a little bit easier, solo them out, and have a little bit safer escape time. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if Imaginations tries to get in there.
Exactly. Now, the last pick here by Alien Orange was Tiamat. I got we kind of forgot about last game. Um, she is a really reliable pick. Constant damage, a lot of possibilities, a lot of ways to play her. I think it goes well with the comp. You know, we got 3 healing, we got a Charybdis and Tiamat providing damage. Against Chiron, Capri Morgan of A Bass hitting Achilles with Char. That's a lot of damage coming from Stony Brook. So I think he's
Yeah,
going to. We
yeah,
might see
that's
the
scary
same
comps.
story of the early game as last time. Stony Brook going for invades early on. I mean, they have a step now. That god also has a lot of invade potential. Jump in, jump out kind of deal. We might
Yeah.
see, since that was their jungle strategy last game, I don't think that will change it.
Oh, definitely not. I wouldn't be surprised to see, especially now that they have Cap Sky here on a Bastet, something like you said, very high mobility, jumping in and out very quickly. Coupling that with an Achilles, these blue invades are going to look pretty good. But on the flip side, Sumik's got a chalk. This can fight a little bit better here in that early game. But honestly, Tom, I'm looking at these drafts as you were reading them back, and I'm sitting there thinking, like, yeah, man, these drafts are sick. One team I'm like hearing Achilles, yeah, Kepri, oh, that's really good together.
Yeah.
Bastet, man, this is criminal. How'd they get away from this? And then you look at the other side, and it's just like, yeah, they Tiamat 10th pick, they Yemojid, as well as Chalk, and of course they have a Charybdis. So you're just sitting there like, how'd they get that away? It's like these 2 drafts where pretty much everything both these guys wanted, you have to
Yeah.
imagine.
I mean, it just pick the most powerful gods available, and you kind of be forgetting which gods are those sometimes. And when you're there and you're picking and banning, and then you see what the other team picks, and like, oh right, we forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's like, and it happens quite often because you're saying maybe it's easier to deal with certain gods than to deal with other gods. First, Charybdis, I would say, is one of the hardest to deal with it individually. She can play back all the time. You know, she just goes through waves, three away. That's it. You cannot fight her. Do not see her. And if you commit to fight her, she might also just run away or kill you. Is
Right.
no in between.
Yeah, it's really difficult. But on the bright side, one of those gods that is good at fighting into Cryptus is that Chiron that was picked up. So
Oh
that'll
yeah,
be a
he
good
got a lot of
matchup as
chase.
well. And that's, you know what else I forgot that they have? They have a Camazotz, by the way, because I just,
Oh yeah.
forgot that that god existed too. And I saw it lock in. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy. And then the Bastet locked in. I'm like, yeah, that's crazy too. Like, they just like got the best three gods in each role that they wanted. Kepri Yamoja, I'd say, are probably at the top, if not the top of the support pool,
Yeah.
right? Like surely. And then you have Chiron Cryptus, which I think are two of the best ADCs in the game currently. Morgan Le Fay and Tiamat were very highly contested at one point in time. So it's
Yeah,
just
they
crazy
were.
that the amount of value that these players got in this draft was insane.
They have a lot of value, the high value teams, but it depends on what they do with the high value. Because it doesn't matter if you got a Morgan Le Fay, if you got that Yamato mid. It depends on how you actually execute, because those two gods have a lot of ways to be played around. And it depends on how you actually do it. If you pick Tiamat, for example, you can just be putting your ult down to push towers over and over. That's a way to play her. Or you can be, focusing more on diving inside and using that melee attacks that she has, using those type of abilities more. Or not. You can probably play more like a traditional mid laner. And you got Morgan. She has four abilities in just one.
Yeah,
And yeah, it depends on what you want to do, and there's a lot of possibilities for each team to do what they want.
I am excited to see how the solo lane plays out this time, Tom. We saw a little bit more of aggression
Yeah,
last game where Sumek ended up getting that solo kill on top of the other solo laners. So it was really
yeah.
exciting. But, looking at this time, Achilles and Shock, these two are going to duke it out, and there's going to be a lot of damage done. I
Mhm.
wouldn't be surprised to see a couple solo kills, honestly, going both ways.
Yeah, I mean, they heal a lot, they survive a lot, they move a lot. They are annoying. Both of them I consider to be really annoying solo laners. I mean, it's just gonna be constant fighting, and if the execute happens, it happens. If it gets silenced, you get silenced. That's how it's gonna be. And I don't know how many games you're going to see, since both those guys have a lot of survivability potential. So I
Yeah,
think we are ready to jump in and actually see what is going to happen.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. Game number 2, Stony Brook taking on Illini Orange. Illini Orange up 1-0 so far here in this set. Is everything starting to get underway? Imagination's going with the same look as last game. It was something we kind of glanced over a little bit. He started with that Gilded Arrow start, whereas everybody else seems to really enjoy that Death Toll on their traditional hunters.
Yeah, I think it depends on what you want to play with each hunter, and I think Charybdis is a safe place to go there with that stall and well, Gilded Arrow. I mean, Imagination. That's the second game in a row he's going to use it, so I think he's a more of a personal preference in this case. It's most likely
Yeah,
here is the early aggression, the level 2.
this is one of my favorite gods to get aggressive on early game with, Tom. That Chiron just getting straight on in there. Elshane and Capsky once more taking the Dukes out, and once more Capsky is getting the better of him for the moment. Luke is going to be able to avoid out that damage from Elshane here early on this Camazotz. Villain not able to put any extra in, so they're just going to look at cleaning this wave and trying to get control of these side camps.
I'm not a big fan of boxing a Kamasad in the early game. He just hit you with a 2 and he's back to full health. So there we go. Kamasad blinks in.
Yeah, he's blinked in, trying to find the extra damage. Elshane bring very, very low, but Villain's going to get that first kill. Lucas will fall,
Yep,
and Villain's going to get the
there it
second one. Double kill early on for him. Capsky falls down now. 2, and you're right. Why box the Camazotz in that early game? He's got so much sustain, and he was able to stay alive long enough for Villain to put in the work.
I told you about that camera. You don't want to box him, and he's just gonna box you instead. There that happens. You can see Shane just keeps swallowing damage, and then after the first kill, and he was fighting in a pool. There is nothing you can do about that, and that cost him there that double kill there in the mid lane. Stony Brook's now a little down. Hopefully they keep the mortal up, and that bothered them a lot.
And if you're an Illini Orange fan, this is great because last game you had a really rough early game. You know, it was not very good for them. But this time looking a lot better. SMITE trying to find Pogside, get him a little bit lower. He is 4 versus the 3 for Pogside. So that level 5 difference could be coming in relatively soon and being a big difference as the blue buff invade could be looking to get on for the solo side of the map. Pogside, though, has found out that Shane is here. He's taking a lot of damage. The 2v2 is happening on that right side of the map. And they're going at it really hard. Pogside very, very low. But Shane is as well. He's taking another auto, and he's going to be really, really low. Capsky not able to try to get in there quite yet. That healing should come back any moment for the Camazotz. He comes back through, but so does Pogside. He's got Shane, and he's going to bring the kills back down to 1 ahead. Illini Orange, Stony Brook getting it closer.
Close fight, but Tommy ain't done yet.
Oh, no.
Capsky might be overstaying a little too much. He's the danger, and he's just gonna back. I don't think there's gonna be a big commitment there from Sumic trying to get that bastard kill. But they are getting back into it. I mean, shutting down the Camazotz before he started getting fat is the right choice here.
Yeah, that was really good play there from Stony Brook to be able to turn that kill around. Shane trying to get that healing off. They mentioned he's like, hey, Camazotz, man, I'm going to give me this heal back. And as soon as it came in, Pogside was like, nope, and takes away that kill. So really good start for the solo side of the map on Stony Brook, whereas the mid jungle had taken a little bit of a falter. Now Illini Orange playing really aggressive, trying to look at everything. Pogside now is the one under duress, and he's going to fall. Shane comes back over and immediately takes up a kill. Now trying to maybe hunt out Capsky here. If he sees him on this ward, he's going to wrap around this potentially, and he's going to go straight over to the mid lane. See if there's anything else going on there. Shane, a little bit of a missed opportunity having that out of health. Probably could have found Capsky.
Shane is making sure that his solo laner gets ahead. That's the best thing you can do for a Chak, to be honest. If your Chak is ahead, then he's just a menace to the whole server, basically.
Yeah, that's one of those raid bosses I hope to never see in a game that's like 4 levels ahead of everybody, you know? Like, that's a god that will run a game.
Yeah, because he just dives you, he's healing himself, and he just silences, and they're dead. And it's horrifying to see a Chak that is above level. And you would say, oh, that only happens in low-level games. No, that's not the story now, because Chak is that guy when he let him do that. Is a very scary god to face again when he actually fed. Now, Capsky isn't being as aggressive. I expect him to be with this bastard. I wanted him to invade as much as possibly can, like Shane is doing right now, getting his back camps.
It's almost got to be something that it's the chaos side of the map, right? Because last game we saw Capsky just living in Shane's jungle. And this time it's Shane who's just living in Capsky's jungle. He's looking for a gank on the solo side. Joining Lucas now. The one under rest a little bit in mid lane, but Villain not close enough to put any of that follow-up damage in just quite yet. Same thing for the solo side. Wasn't really able to get that gank off. The Capsky's now here looking at the mid lane. Pounces straight on in. The jump from the team out, them out of the way for just a moment as they're trying to find any extra damage. The ultimate comes out, and the cat's going to miss straight across. Lucas now under duress as Sumic and Shane were trying to double up onto him, but they have left Capsky all alone on an island. He will fall down. Uthar not close enough to get that Scarab's Blessing off. Add another kill into that Illini Orange column.
We saw the same story last game, but with different team. Would we see the same outcome, though? That could happen.
That's a good question. You know, that would make it for an exciting best-of-5 series to have these just go, you know, hey, whoever has the better early game is losing the game, man. Like that's crazy to think about that could be the case here once more in game number 2. We'll have to see how that plays out as this game goes on. But this Gold Fury Scorpion evaporated off the map already. The Fire Giant Scorpion already gone.
No more Scorpion now. We're looking for those objectives to spawn right in. Oh man, oh man. Octar on the mid lane, just chilling, vibing. not much going on. Just
He's
waiting
got to
for
be
a chance
careful
to
though. This
engage.
Gepri doesn't have his Steves all the way stacked up, and
Oh,
neither does the Emoji. But Caps
that's a
guy is the one
lot of
that gets
damage.
blinked on and drilled and straight into the ground. He will go El Shane with a long range Kama snipe. Will pick him up right as the Gold Fury comes up. Red buff now being looked at here for Illini Orange. Uthar trying to be the one that's in the area to try to stop him. Villain is local to try to put the damage down. Red buff will go the way of Illini Orange after that pick.
That I think Kafka didn't expect that Villain will do that much damage there. Because he got melted by that Diamond one right there. It was a lot of damage incoming. He didn't expect that. That's a shock for him. Because, whew. Ally Orange now looking to make a move maybe on that Gold Fury is maybe a good call since they're a little ahead on goal by 3k right now. So they might want to consider that.
Yeah, we got a really good shot to jump out to an even bigger early game lead that they already had. Imagination's taking his back. Same thing with Macaroni. Looks like Imagination stops his kind of little back bait to see what he can find out on the other side of the map. Lucas has got to be careful. Razor Mute is local with the Remoja once more. And we saw some really great plays out of it last game, having some really good pulls back in. So they've got to be careful that they don't get too close to Razor.
They don't want to get too close to you, but that Emoja is really living this mid lane by. She is not living yet. Razor Mute doesn't want his mid laner to, be in danger right now. We see the solo lane, still the same battle, still in equal levels. Caps got a lot of impact last game. We haven't seen him so far, but I hope he shows up later in the mid game.
And once he starts connecting with some of these ultimates too, it might help a little bit. We saw him miss a little bit early on in this game, and that's kind of the Bastet thing, right? Like, you'll watch Screenplay this guy, and you're like, oh, this ult's so easy to hit. It's not that easy, and these players are showing that sometimes it's a little bit more difficult than you would think it would be. As they're starting to group up for this left side of the map here, Tom. They might be looking for this Gold Fury soon.
I feel like that Bastet ult is easier to hit when they don't expect it, but when they do expect it, they just juke it out really easily.
Oh, wow.
There it is. Oh,
there was the best. Okay, Elshane immediately retaliates with a bat out of hell to make sure he doesn't get hit by it. And I don't think that would have hit anyway if it was a really good backstep from him to keep out of it. But now the purple buff is what's being brought really, really low, and that's where everyone is local trying to find out. Lucas took a lot of damage in the mid lane. Focuses on this purple buff. It will be stolen away by Illini Orange. They get themselves another successful invade, and they're going to stick that on Razor Mew. And that's probably a really good idea, Tom. Getting that the emoji to start shooting out some of those healing a little bit quicker on those autos was pretty good.
It is really good here. Oh, that's up. There it is.
And that's it.
Yep, Chiron just runs away.
Yeah, he's good. He's fine. Nothing else to get there. Just didn't have enough.
Nothing happening to dual lane. Just a demote, nothing big.
No, not at all. They're not two giant waterfall walls that just go up. No, none of that. It's fine. He's just sitting in comms going, yeah, guys, don't worry about it. I just got one of the better ults on their team out. It's fine.
Yeah, we're good. Don't worry about it. It's just an ult. What's gonna do?
Cool.
Absolutely nothing here in this situation. Imaginations, no worries, just chilling there in the duel. And we haven't seen any solo kills yet, which is surprising compared to the last game. Whoa.
Chalk all in. Not going to find anything. So Sumic puts that ult down now as well. And you're right. I was kind of excited to see maybe a couple more solo kills in this game. But the way Mac and Razor have been playing, it's kind of hard for Imaginations to do anything. Does get an auto in onto Mac, and that should slow him up for a minute. Potentially could have looked for a little bit more damage. But he's going to back up for this moment in time as Mac is just healing up so much with that Death Toll. And Imaginations doesn't really have that sustain besides what he's got in that kit. He has to be careful about those engagements that he takes.
Yep. He doesn't want to engage into that Charybdis just like that. But, I mean, as I say, Charybdis is one of those gods that really can play it back, and you cannot really kill her since she has the option to just get out when she wants. And you cannot do anything about it because she's immune. And Imagination can chase her, and that's a full commit of her stash. And if he gets ganked, then that's it for him, basically.
Yeah, that's the one rough thing about Chiron is he can't get caught out of position too much. Looks like Razor Me wants to come back for this purple buff invade once more. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to get it, though.
That was a little backstep there by imagination, just resetting the buff and not letting that damage from Demonia come through. I remember we're in season 8. The Dragger is something that exists in here. And the green buff is not being looked a lot upon for supports as is in season 9 for those who have played now.
That's really true. Once again,
Yep.
Shelshin taking a lot of damage from Capsky. That
Yeah,
best set is putting it out. And you talked about it earlier. You wanted to see Capsky get a little bit more active here in this mid game, and he's definitely doing it. He's in there looking pretty good so far.
yeah, he really trying here, but I want him to see him chase that Tiamat somehow. There has to be a pick that they can get. It's either I prefer it would be the back line instead of getting under that front line. But Italy Orange is looking for that and he's going down fast.
So under half health, Imaginations is local enough that he might be able to look for some snipes. It doesn't look like he's even paying attention to it. It's going to fall down, and Elshane's going to be able to get out with the bat out of hell. Luke's had to pop his ult to make sure he stayed safe. That's a really good gold fear for the Illini Orange.
Yeah, I'm looking here at the map just to see how much ambition each team had. I don't see that many wards coming out from Stony Brooks, even though they have it in the inventory. But I don't see them plays down that much, as we can see that Illini Orange really have a good map control. A lot of sentry wards have been put down by them. Wards win games.
Yeah, Words definitely win games. And they did have Oracle Vision on that Gold Fury for a little bit of time. They had to have run out during the middle of that fight, and that's why they didn't really think that they were still on it with how Elshane was playing. He was fully in there, man. Like, he was like, yeah, I've got 5 people behind me coming at you, ooga booga booga, and then all of a sudden he's just like, okay, no, we got the Gold Fury, goodbye, and then just left.
I was hoping for Imagination to do a snipe from behind that wall. Would have been an easier way to try to steal it. Maybe put your ward down, try to steal it. Could have worked out for him. He didn't try that. He didn't want to commit his ult to that, I think. Since, I mean, after all, it works like a Kali ult. If they're gonna kill you and you kill them with that ult, you won't die. But I don't know. It depends on what Tony Brooks want to do. And I don't see either team getting too active right now. It's been 14 minutes in. We have seen one tower being taken down, and it's that on the solo lane.
Yeah, that's just that pressure that you get out of that chalk too. He'll just straight up run down the lane and be like, all right, cool, I'm gonna be in there now. Having that Transcendence finished for Sumic here on the chalk. He's ready to do some damage on this pick, so I'll be looking to see him get involved relatively soon once maybe these Fire Giant objectives spawn up again.
I mean, he just bought Transcendence, so we might see him in his lane still, trying to stack up and get even more dangerous. Just, man, I don't know what's gonna happen with a chat with Transcendence is something to be feared.
Yeah, trans is scary, man. I don't care what god you buy it on, and they have that stuff that I don't want to deal with. Now, taking a look at Imagination's build here, Tom. I'm curious your thoughts on it. We saw it last game on the Medusa, which made sense to me after Petrify Ultimate having that fail not passive. But it looks like he's going for it again here on the Chiron. Is this something that you really like to see on this type of hunter, of getting that fail not and trying to find that mark to maybe crit for one of your teammates?
I consider that fail not might be good depending on your teammate. Since you mark a god and then whoever is hitting him might crit him, okay? Having him as dead that has a lot of chase potential could be really helpful, since she can crit, and she's not building Hydras, so that's not gonna be something that mechanic wise is gonna happen. The good old jump auto, 3 auto, 2 auto type deal with Bastet.
Yeah, no Hydra procs today.
Yeah, so if she marks it and Bastet chases it, she might land some crits on him, and that would be like a lot of damage. She's Bastet after all, million damage, and she got anti-heal now.
That's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Does have that brawler's gonna be able to do it. Imagination's trying to find the damage on Macaroni. The final snipe not going to quite connect quite yet, but it is Capsky who is here. The cap goes in. The cap will put down Macaroni. Falling the solo lane after a good gank, but now Elshane, the one in the middle lane, running at Lucas, gets the Aegis out, and a lot of damage comes right on top. Scarab's Blessing is out and drops him very low, forces out Lucas's ult, as well. Now the tower being looked at. Sumik is under there, not too worried about taking too much more damage, but Elshane's all the way underneath the Phoenix. And sorry, Lucas, I bet you weren't expecting that one, my friend. You will take a spill into the grayscale for just a little bit of time. Whilst this mid lane fight is still going on, they did get that mid tower and they're able to back up now.
I would expect him to back behind the Phoenix, just to be safe. But Shane caught onto that and it kind of just threw him out of the misery there. Oh my goodness. Shane is really putting on a show with this Camazot pick. It has really worked out for Illini Orange. It has been fantastic.
Yeah, Illini Orange has looked so good so far here in this game. And credit to Elshade too, piling this Camazots very, very well. This is why this god is so highly contested, is because Bat Out of Hell is just so good to just get yourself out of all damage for a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's a fantastic. I mean, we saw Jarkor in the game 3 of the war absolutely annihilate Titans with Camazot. So I think that's why we might see him a pick. It's Camazot after all. When you know how to use him, he is a really good god. If you don't,
pretty lackluster almost.
Yeah, you miss a lot of potential on him.
But okay, once again, Illini Orange stepping aggressively inside the jungle of Stony Brook, trying to set up for this Gold Fury once more. It has spawned Primal Fury this time, which will make the Fire Giant a little bit easier to take. And it doesn't look like anyone from Stony Brook really wants to try to contest this at all. They're just going to try to split up this map, farm what they can, and try to get ready for one of these firefights.
Gold Fury goes down easily here. No contesting here by Stony Brook. They could have lost more by contesting it. Would have been way more dangerous. We are about to hit the 20-minute mark. I mean, we are down to tier 2s. I think both teams should start looking into the Fire Giant fight. Because I don't see how Stony Brook can come back unless they cause a big team fight and they win it. And they haven't grouped up to... Either team hasn't grouped up properly yet. So I'm hoping to see that in the next team fight.
We'll just see how they elect to group up as well. Last game we talked about Stony Brook trying to find maybe some of those ambush techniques when they're a little bit farther behind. And they found one that worked out for them.
Yeah.
But it in turn ended up not working out a little bit after, as they had a really bad fire call and ended up losing them the game. But they did find that really good ambush, which they could look for again, or some split push potential. As you see, they're on the left side of the map. They're backing off. They don't realize the rest of Illini Orange is on the Fire Giant, and it is burning. Macaroni putting out a lot of damage here on this Kerberos, having that Wind Demon and Executioner done. And there's no one that's going to be close enough to stop it at this point. Capsky is the only one that could be there, and he's not going to get there at all. Like, it's already gone, but he's being chased out by Elshane, who doesn't want to stop it at all. Look at the rest of Stony Brook, though.
Yeah, there is a split push play here coming from Stony Brook to, alleviate a little bit of that Fire Giant pain. They gotta try another way around. I mean, if they get a successful team fight, they can just run left lane and see if that works out. But now it's all about defending the Titan or the tier 2 towers, because we saw that Illini Orange really likes to take them down before they start fighting for the Phoenix.
And that's just good macro gameplay too, Tom, right? Like, you walk down this right Phoenix, you're like, okay, look, there's nobody here, it's fine. But Elshay now sees imaginations. We'll have to come back to this topic of the moment. Doing so much damage, he goes up into the Bat Out of Hell, realizes the Caps guy is nearby, so he'll have to walk away. Takes a little bit more damage from that masterful shot. It's one of the best abilities of the game, though, just being able to hit it out. Pog Slide's the one now caught out in a bad spot. He's going to have to use that ultimate to get himself out. But a really good Riptide from Razor Mule will bring him back in for the moment. Now this mid tower is what's going to be under duress.
There is no fear going into that tier 2 tower. It's going to get melted down as fast as possible. Now, Imagination, he's a little out of position here. They see him. He might get caught. But hopefully not. Capsky has to jump out. He doesn't want to face 5 people all alone. Tier 2 on that left lane is looking good for Illini Orange. And they are just going to take it down without any issues. What is going to happen? When are they going to engage? Are they actually going to engage into any of those Phoenixes? It doesn't look like it so far.
That's just not how Illini Orange play. We saw it last game when they had their first Fire Giant. They walked in, got all the towers, right? And then they walked up to that Phoenix. lost some ultimates after getting the Kepri kill, and we're like, okay, yeah, we could still do this, but let's just go reset for the next Fire Giant. You'll see a lot of those teams do that type of thing, right? Where they'll get all the towers off the map, so that way when they get this next Fire Giant, they have every win con imaginable. They can look for all of these sieges, and they just have really good timing for it. The one thing I don't really like about this right now, Tom, is Imagination's holding this wave. Sure, you need your farm, right? You don't want them to get as much as theirs, but you don't want this wave on your Phoenix line at all.
Yeah, it's way too low. But I mean, he doesn't want to play up right now. That would be more liability for him. If he gets picked off, then he is a Chiron less team, and that's your ADC is down. So dangerous here. What my Stony Brooks do right now? They gotta hold the line. That's the only play they got. Because Illini Orange is playing it nice and steady, you know, taking every precaution into consideration, trying to do the right play at the right time. We see here that Shane is boxing with the Achilles and is winning because he's a Kamasot. That all goes down. Demonia. All the way. Oh, the Riptide.
Really good Riptide out of, Razor Mew, and that'll be a massive ultimate out of Sumic being able to force out the Scarab's Blessing. Foxside will live for the moment. Imagination's though going to pick up Elshane with the Centaurus. Really good start out here for Stony Brook. They're able to get a first pick, but Kepri very, very low. Uthar barely making it out with just a sliver of health. Macaroni not wanting to give this up quite yet. The rest of the team not as favorable with their health bars. Villain relatively low and has to be careful. You see Pogside coming in from the side, but he's got to be careful he doesn't get picked out either. Let's the line at Orange said, okay, cool, we lost Elshane. We don't want to be here. They're about to have all 5 back. Let's get out of here.
That was a fantastic
Pogside.
Whoa.
Pogside coming back in, trying to find the damage, knowing they have an advantage. He just blinks straight on in, tries to find a stun. As the rest of Stony Brook is slowly walking their way forward. Villain putting out some nice damage here. Later in this game, about 23 minutes in, Fire Giant spawning in just under a minute. If anyone wants to back from a line orange, they got to get out now if they want to make it back for this Fire Giant.
Stony Brooks, I don't know how much vision they got on that map right now, but it's not much. That Fire Giant doesn't have many words on it. They should start considering doing that. I'm a big fan of vision on my map, so I mean, every criticism on that. Caps, yeah, doesn't want to get caught off guard here. Don't want to fight that Demodia all alone. Offstar looking strong on the mid lane. What is the play here? I guess Illini Orange has an answer for that, and it's going for that Fury.
They're going to go to the only favor. Looks like Stony Brook recognizes it, and they're going to go straight over to this Fire Giant. They're not going to be able to burn it, I don't think, by the time it spawns. But maybe they get that ward positioning here. Maybe they're able to lock it down and have a little bit of a fighting chance into this Atlanta Orange team that's up probably about 13, 14K at this point. 13.
That's a lot of gold, but like we are hitting the 25-minute mark. It's an item difference, perhaps. But here is the play. Fire Giant is up. Illini Orange is looking for it. Stony Brooks has to do something about it.
Doesn't look like they want to. They're gonna split out this left side of the map here. Maybe try to knock down these towers again. This isn't an EFG yet, so their play, they're thinking probably in their heads would be my guess is we can defend under Phoenixes, right? They did it just then. Sure, they might have been up a couple ults, maybe some relics, but they didn't lose that Phoenix yet. You know, they tried it. Illini Orange tried it, didn't get it. They backed off. So maybe that's what Stony Brook's trying to do, but they've got to be here for this Phoenix, otherwise it's not going to go well.
That Phoenix has only a few waves coming on. So it might be difficult here. Oh, they come in here.
They're going straight in. Sumic going right up in and comes straight down with the Storm Call. We're going to find Luke's a little bit, but the Centaurus is out. Elshane taking a little bit of damage from Imaginations. The best step. Oh, not going to quite connect as River's Rebuke goes up and forces the rest of Stony Brook back under their Phoenix. Phoenix about a quarter health, a little bit less than that. Pogside blinks in, trying to find the damage, and Sumic pretty much just looks at him and says, you hit me with a wet noodle. That was a 3-man Riptide from Razor Mew to pull 3 members of Stony Brook in. No follow-up damage quite yet. Capsky taking the trade with Elshane, and that forces out the Kepri. Scarab's Blessing is down now for the remainder of this fight. The Phoenix is barely alive, but you know who isn't alive? Joiner Lucas. He will fall. Macaroni's got 1 kill. The Ankh has gone off, and Elshane's got a second one. Imaginations has fallen. Pogside could be next on the chopping block. The ultimate back up for Sumic, and he's going to go straight down, but Capsky has made his way to the back line, trying to find Razor Mew. Aegis goes off, and it won't be enough. Macaroni's picked up another one. 3 down for Stony Brook, and this is looking like the end of game number 2.
It's looking like it's gonna end here. Is Foxlight and Upstart gonna be able to do something? I don't think so. No miracles are gonna happen here. This is game Illini has to game number 2 in the bag.
Going to the line 9 Orange, up 2-0 now overall in this set, and a very commanding game number 2 here, Tom. We saw game 1 pretty much back and forth. Stony Brook looked really good early on. This game, Illini Orange flipped the switch and said, nope, we're going straight into high aggression. They took an early game lead and they kept it going.
They did a really good job managing each state of the game. A low kill game. I thought not many kills. I think Mac was around 13 kills in total kill. So I mean, it was well managed by both. One not feeding, the other one just running the game as they wanted. They were playing their game. Illini Orange was really, we want to do this, or we're gonna do this, and that's how it's gonna happen. And that's how the game went. The whole 25 minutes of it.
Well, 25 minutes, Illini Orange going up 2-0. Will they close it out in 3? We'll have to find out on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everybody. Maybe. Now we're back.
Yeah, you're
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the
back.
AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. Still Killjoy. Still Tom here bringing you guys the
Yeah,
Illini Orange
yeah, here.
and the Stony Brook University match. Getting ready for game number 3 here. 2-0 so far for Illini Orange. Tom, walk me through that last game.
Okay, so the short of the game was this: Line Orange started strong. They went to the mid game and they held it there. And then the late game, they say, "Okay, let's finish this," and they did. So I think what happened was Illini Orange just played the game like they wanted it to play. That's that went.
That was it. Well, let's get
That was
right on
it.
into picks and bans for game number 3, as you guys can see it around us. Of course, Illini Orange being first pick this time. Stony Brook has elected for that second pick slot, which they had for that first game. Zeus, Soul, Gilgamesh could be the first 3 bans out for the Illini Orange, not letting Capsky have that Gilgamesh back here, Tom. And then the Achilles, AMC, and Ardio is what Stony Brook elected to ban out, which gives them the Camazotz back.
Yep. Countershot is back on the game, and again, I don't understand much of the Sirius ban, but he's still being banned. There has to be something behind it.
There's got to
I
be
need,
something that we don't know up
I
here.
need to know why. What causes the Sirius to be banned like this every single time?
He's
What?
scary, man. He does
Yeah,
damage. He does damage.
yeah, he does a lot of damage, but still, I mean, you can kind of control the Sirius properly, with the right tools. It's still a Zeus. He doesn't move much, and I don't. He just does
That's
a lot
fair.
of damage, but still, I don't know what's the banning fascination with him coming here from Illini Orange. The Medusa is coming back, and Mulan as well here by Stony.
This is
But
what they ran that game number 1 where they got some pressure, Tom. This is what looked
mm-hmm.
good for them so far. So I love them leaning back into it here early on. But that leaves up Umoja Olaron for Illini Orange, and the Umoja getting through all 3 games go straight to him.
Ooh, again, that's 3 men from the last game, and we know how that went. We got Kemison, Jamoja, and Chalk just getting locked. Then, I mean, if you turn from meta bands to more target bands, how much would it affect you? Because think about this: if you replace, for example, the RTO ban for let's say that Camasot ban, you give them an RTO or not? That's the real question. Would they pick it, or would you stick to the chalk?
That's a good
That's
point.
what you gotta consider. You know,
I'm sure
they're
they just
like
take that RDO though, right? Like you'd imagine
most
that would
likely.
be their first thing if it's there. Is like you're gonna take that high pressure pick. But they let it go. They didn't go ahead and pick it up. Cerberus being locked in now for Stony Brook. God, we don't see too much in this. I
Mm-hmm.
would imagine this is going to the support.
Maybe, hopefully, you got a Mulan already. So you let that in the dual lane. It might work. It does work. I have done it. A lot of people have done it. Everybody has done it. She's not a bad support per se, but I think if you go Bruiser, she has a more value. So server support, he's still a good support. Not my personal favorite for support because yeah, but still open.
Yeah, Gab hasn't been played at
Uh,
all.
yeah, we gotta consider that. Maybe even Cat or Fenrir are possibilities here. They too could work out. But Cerberus just has a lot of setup. And also, if they wanted that, they could have gone for the Ares since he has a cripple and he changed. And well, he's Ares after all. He's still that guy in the dual lane.
He's a scary guy. Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
scary guy.
he lands some
Looking
chains on you and things
looking at
happen.
the bans here for the second half though, right now, Tom, Olderon, Charybdis, both gone. They don't want Mac to have either of those picks, and honestly, I can't blame them. He's looked good on both of them, really good on both of them, getting to those mid to late game stages. Morgan getting banned out as well from the Illini Orange. I like this ban. It's pretty standard, very scary. And
Yeah,
Hoonbots now being banned out, which leaves the Bastet open once more for either of these two teams.
maybe they want that bastard. I don't. I haven't. That bastard didn't have that much impact. It felt like Caps guy did a way more. in that Gilgamesh thing he did on that Bastet. So we can see a pick similar to Gilga, something a little more heavy. It's, couldn't tell you who, to be honest. It's kind of, there's a lot of people there that could actually cover.
Could be
Maybe
Mulan. They could be running the Mulan
yeah,
jungle.
they could be doing that actually. It's a possibility, and it could actually work out. Who
They
knows? I
definitely
mean,
could.
we know that he's good with the warriors in the jungle. Amaterasu could be worked, but it's season 8 still, so
It's a little bit harder to pick up and play. Discordia, though, being
yeah.
locked in here for Stony Brook. Going to go back to that mid lane for the first game here for
He
Joyner
looked
Lucas. He looked pretty good on that in game
Yeah, he
number
looked really
one.
comfortable with that pick in that first game. Ooh, a Hachimon coming in from Illini.
And the
And the
Tiamat,
Tiamat.
man. Can't argue with the
Yep.
Tiamat being picked back up. Looked really good last game. Hachiman, one of those hunters that, people forget about. He's pretty good. He's really good.
Yeah,
Honestly, he's able to do a lot of damage.
he has a good potential fighting. He's just one of those guys that's solid all around. He has a good clear tool. He can box from far away and close range. And I think what else can you have? Expect from an ABC, and he has escape slash damage dealing thing. Oh, he's a really complete guy. He's really reliable. I think that's why a lot of people like him. Because you can just pick him up and do well with him. Again, the best that is going to be locked in. I hope
Maybe.
not.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen Erlang Shen. Tom, that's
Yeah,
a god
that
that
yeah.
has been very highly valued. It's looked fantastic in the games that have been played on it, but we'll see what this Bastet's going to do.
Hopefully, I mean he hasn't locked in yet. Apparently he has. Um,
Definitely locked in.
yep. I mean there has to be an alternative to Abastet because this is the last chance they are going to get. Is either winning here or going home. You know, but making it all the way here is a real achievement for these guys. So
Yeah,
that,
100%.
that's
Congratulations,
all that
obviously, to
matters.
both teams for making it to the far. Great point out there, Tom. And then you're right about this Bastet too. This is do or die now for Stony Brook. Your backs are against the wall. You got to win 3 games straight here to put yourselves into the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship Finals, going up against either UA Crimson or UCSB, which we'll see a little bit later on tonight. But again, we're still in this game right now. So this is their time to shine, and they're going with what worked in game number one.
Yep.
Except, of course, they're putting that best set for that Gilgamesh. Maybe it will get some more value out in this game, but we saw it take an early first blood spill last game.
It's time. It's time to invoke that SK slash Pittsburgh Knight spirit out of the ground, and comeback after comeback. This is the chance Sony Brooks has to give us an amazing set of games. But as so far, they have done a really good job. They have not given up many kills. They have looked strong in each game. So whatever happens, I think they should be proud of how good they have played so far.
Yeah, I mean, they might be kicking themselves a little bit from game number one. Game number two, not much you could do about it. It was a really clean smite by Illini Orange. But
Uh,
going back the roots here, game number three, I'm excited to see this. They've got that Mulan that worked really well for them in that first game. They've got the Discordia that's going to do really good work in this game. They've got that Medusa that got a solo kill in game number one. They've
mm-hmm.
got the pieces, I think, to put themselves together a win here.
Yeah, they say, okay, well, let's go back to what we did for the first game. Get that aggressive early game going because we got a Cerberus and Medusa. Those two guys are really annoying. I don't like Cerberus at all when he plays in the dual lane. Is one of those gods that in the solo lane I don't have to deal with him, but when he's in
True.
the dual lane, he's always around because he's the support and he's just rotating, he's just fighting, he's everywhere, and he has that ult that if you don't have beats, you might be dead sometimes.
Yes, Digi Tournament,
So
really good tool for that Cerberus to be able to pull in a lot of people at once. We could see him hit 4 5-man staging tournaments, and that could just win the game outright for Stony Brook. They're going to have the damage because you could just pull everybody straight into that big Petrify from Medusa, and all of a sudden, everyone's got to burn their beads and or their Aegises potentially. And at that point, maybe that's when the Bastet gets to get her pick out. Maybe whoever they didn't catch be like, oh, yo, our Medusa or our Hachiman made it on the line. Macaroni's run on the backside, and then whoop, there's a cat that just drags him back over to the Bastet, and he's gonna fall to himself. So they've got a lot of good setup tools. I'm just curious where they're gonna elect to put their pressure here early, and what do you think?
I would say that they might want to aim to change the wings a little bit, start like focusing on that dual lane. It might work for, especially with Brook, in Stony Brook, if they start shifting their focus toward ganking that dual lane and getting Medusa ahead. I think they got a chance. I think that's the way to play it. Because we've seen that both last game have been a lot of jungle and solo lane fights, ganks, and just revolving around that. And we haven't seen them any of both junglers just go to the dual lane and try to gank. Except for that one time that we saw no caps go and get that pick there, Macaroni. That was it. That's the only grand gank that kind of worked or was dangerous that I can recall where a jungler was involved in the dual lane.
Yeah, and especially now in this game with these gods not having as much safety, there's no Charybdis to be able to get out easily, no Heimdall. We saw that banned out last game. This time, it's a Medusa. Very easy to gank. I would not be surprised to see them go over there. Sure, Hachiman relatively safe in himself, so Stony Brook might have a little bit harder time, but they're all in potential in this dual lane, like you said. It could be really good. I would not be surprised to see that's where they like to go, and I would love to see it there. And you talked about the solo lane a little bit too here, Tom. Mulan and Chalk are two gods,
Yeah,
again, that heals, so it's going to be a Duke Fest over there of just kind of hitting each other for a long time.
yeah, they can go at it for a long time. I mean, Jack has mana and health sustainability. Mulan, season 8 Mulan specifically, man, she just dominates whoever she wants because she has all those ability doing damage at all time. Everything just happens. We might see something here. At who knows? Who knows?
We'll have to see. It'll be exciting. I'm excited to get into the game. Not quite there yet. Just got word that we are ready to hop right on into game number 3. This is the do or die for Stony Brook. Let's see if they're able to put it together here and bring us at least to a 2-1 and potentially start that comeback towards a reverse sweep here, Tom. I'm excited for this one. It should, of course, be a good one as always.
Oh yeah, it's looking great so far. Nothing out of the ordinary. Um, Gilded Arrow again coming for Imagination. He really liked Gilded Arrow, I think.
Yeah, like you said earlier too, it's just gotta be a play style thing, player specific play style. He's like, hey, I really like how this feels. I really like how this builds into those crit items, and he seems to really like that fail knot as well. So that could look really good. Is already starting off Illini Orange, putting out the damage on top of Uthar.
Oh, oof, man. The dual lane is getting spicy right now. Oh, look at that solo lane. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Duking it out. Just Mulan and Chuck doing Mulan and Chuck things.
Darkside trying to find that pull in here at level 2. Not quite to find it quite yet, though. Cap Sky wants to step up a little bit in this mid lane and try to take another fight with Elshane and Villain. We saw this last game where
Yep.
these two got the better of the Stony Brook jungler and mid laner this time. Doesn't look like anyone's taking an early spill quite yet.
Yeah, last time it was during this fight that's gonna happen in the mid lane for this neutral camps. That Caps guy literally overstepped a little bit and I shame punish. But that's not gonna be the story. Caps guy learned from his mistake, he's not gonna jump over that. Now back to the blue lane action. It's looking really good there. Ooh, Shane getting held
Shane
low.
taking a lot of damage. Cap Sky learned his lesson on those Harpies first game. Beautiful double strike from joiner Lucas there. If that keeps up, Tom, that's really beautiful foreshadowing for later in this game where he's going to hit a big two-man stripe that could potentially turn this game on its head. I'm excited to see how that goes. But Cap Sky, he learned his lesson on those left camps, right? But he wants to be up on these back camps now while Lucas is finding
He's back. He's back. That's first game Caps guy we saw really getting deep. I don't like that jump at all. Why are you doing that, Caps guy? This is a bad idea.
He's trying to run it out. Cap Sky trying to get away from Elshane, not able to make it. There,
No,
down he goes. Elshane gonna pick up first blood in game number 3. Illini Orange looking to put a seal on their final shot.
he wasn't really doing well about that jump. I would say save it for escaping because in those kind of situations, it's really, really important to be able to get out if something goes wrong. But things happen, and Shane now has the advantage, and they're looking for that red invade.
This is great for Illini Orange too. They
Yeah.
got that first blood. They're able to turn it right over to an immediate red buff invade. Both being able to jump back out. The Cap Sky gonna blink straight on in. The score Strife not gonna connect quite yet, but the beautiful one out of her will help put down
nice.
Shane. Cap Sky gonna pick up that one. They still want more. They're gonna look for their own red buff invade now.
And that's how it's supposed to be played. Caps guy, no fear. Come to that camera side. He say, hey, you got me once, but that's not gonna happen twice now. Now Caps guy playing with a lot of confidence. No fear at all. Sadly, I believe that red button bait didn't go as planned.
Looks like it's on the ground, not able to quite steal it away. Must have been Razor Mew coming in there with a little bit of a moon strike there to steal that one back out. Pog Slide and Sumic are still both half health and just sitting over here saying, we got health. We're good to fight a little bit longer, but they have to be careful which jungler shows up first. That's going to be the issue. Or, if Razor just shows up and goes, oh, hey, Sumic, I see you need a little bit more healing, and just tops him off.
Yeah, he's looking Shane. He's looking for a gank on the solo lane. Waiting patient with that Milan to show up. While Razor Mew is also looking here. Oh my goodness.
He's just gone. That was just cleanly executed from Illini Orange. Little tower dive by Sumic. And all of a sudden, O'Shane comes around the corner and goes, I got the extra little bit of damage. Don't worry about it.
That's what wards are for, They are now looking at that. Securing that blue. Let's not let them get everything they want. Not all the invades, not all the kills. It's looking way more aggressive now, though. We've seen it getting more active in comparison to at least the last games, especially in this phase of the game. At least both teams are like trying to get each other, not just one team getting the other one.
Yeah, everyone's really aggressive so far here in this game. Number 3, Joyner Lucas is next up on that chopping block, and he's going to go fall down. Elshane credited with another kill. Capsky is going to connect with the long-range Bastet ult, and Elshane will fall down. Beautiful stun out from Ukhthar, and Capsky will be credited with his second kill of the game.
Oh, that was really unexpected. I didn't expect that ult coming from Capsky to hit that perfectly. That was really well executed there. Now, Yamashita on the fact that Blink comes in, Caps guy has a chance to make another kill. Oh, the jump just short.
Just keeps up, down, pouncing there. Macaroni has rotated himself over here to make sure they can defend out this red buff. Little Juke Shoes adjusting the buff. Ukhthar not being able to steal it away. Red buff confirmed once more for Illini Orange, trying to do their best to keep their farm under wraps, but all this pressure that Stony Brook's put up, they've gotten themselves a lead here early on, about 500 gold. I mean, sure, it's not nothing to scoff at, but that's still 500 gold.
500 gold is 500 gold, Money is money, and, Stony Brooks aren't playing it. I think that some of these guys might have used to be playing on the season 9 right now, since we have the different camps. We can see that the little moment when they, oh right, I forgot to hit the auto attack on the corpse on the left side, and on the right side. The little details of forgetting season 8 are really fast.
Hey, yeah, once you get out of that new map, it's kind of just like, I don't need to play season 8 anymore. I don't have to think about how that meta was or what was really good. And then the AVGL players like, well, what we do, and we're trying to play through both maps, and you can see every so often a little bit of slip ups. But what they haven't forgotten about are these greater scorpions. Illini or Stony Brook has been on these pretty much every single game, almost right after they spawn. Usually about 6-7 minutes in, these scorpions are gone. These players have been on top of those because they want these objectives up fast.
Yeah, I think that's something that you work on as a team. You know what you want to focus on the game, like what you're expecting. There's a lot of time, and we know that at this time we have to be rotating towards the scorpion so we can take them down as soon as they spawn. We need this advantage here for our buffs. Everything counts towards everything, and if you're top of the timer, you're on top of everything in this game. And now we see again the fights just non-stop in here, the solo lane and the rotations. And Razor Mew, I mean, he's been doing this for the last 3 games. He just everywhere on the map he can be.
And that's great too. Like you want a support that's able to move themselves around the map and be where you need them to be at the right times. And Razor's been on point with all of his rotations. He's had really good Rivers Rebuke for almost every single game. He's had really good Riptides, and he's never really found himself too far out of position. And a great shot from Capsky. The apple won't connect. Shot just a little bit too early. Razor Rebuke finds one of those Rivers Rebuke, gets it off, throws himself back under through that Stygian Torment. Still alive for the moment, throws himself through 2 Riptides and almost gets himself out. Capsky finally will pick up Razor Mew after a really long fight there. Almost got the rest of Illini Orange in there to maybe potentially save him.
Joiner mistimed that apple, but I think that didn't matter much. Bass out of hell is out. And whoa, the long range jump. That's the best that we all know and love, Goes really in deep. Whoop, she's out.
And she's gone. That's pretty much how it works. Start doing damage, be like, yo, look, there's a best dance. She's gone. And she's already out of the fight. And forcing out the bat out of hell, though, from Capsky forcing that from Elshane, really, really beneficial, especially because Capsky didn't have his ult either. So it was really just Elshane being like, you've got a lot of damage. I can't fight this right now.
Yeah, Capsky has really shown me that I shouldn't doubt his Bastet pick right now. As his first 9 minutes, he has shown me that he really has a good Bastet, and it's not going to be the same story as last game. We don't know that because we are hitting that 9-minute mark, and I think the teams are rotating to the left side. What is Illini Orange planning here?
Might be potentially looking to set up for this Gold Fury, having a lot of players on this side of the map. And I'm saying Capsky's got a really good Bastet. He's 3-1 so far here in this game. Imagination's looking for him. His own purple gets pulled back just a little bit farther. Riptide and Elshane is local, trying to find some extra damage onto Uthar. Nothing else will happen. So it looks like they're shifting their attention back towards that mid lane. A little 3-man train heading over there. Red buff is spawning, so this could be what the Illini Orange are looking at.
No fear. Oh,
there was
my
a Bastet
gosh.
there. I promise you there was a Bastet there. She's already gone down. Good immunity from that ultimate of the TMI villain trying to find Junior Lucas. Not able to quite to get him. It looks like Mac and Imaginations are trying to take a fight over there. Mac's trying to get all the autos in, and the emoji healing is enough to keep Macaroni alive. He will pick up that kill. He's going to need to take himself an immediate back towards the base unless they're looking for a Gold Fury here.
I don't know what happened there, but Capsky got absolutely demolished somehow. That happened twice now. Villain just wants him, and that's the whole thing he gets. Gold Fury is gonna come easily here for Illini Orange. I don't think this will be a contest for it. That was the emoji effect that we saw. How you can easily lose a fight by just healing everybody.
The emoji healing, man, it's really strong. You can see all those Medine water procs coming out, especially with, of course, a meditation cloak while they're on that Gold Fury. Mac was like, "Oh, I need to back. I have like 20 health," and Razor's like, "No. Stay. I got you." And now Mac's full health, and he didn't have to back. So now Illini Orange up 1,500 gold here in game number 3, looking pretty good. Getting ready to close this one out.
Hey, they are not sweating it so far. They are just keeping it cool, playing everything, went so slowly, trying to do the right thing. That's how we saw them play. Very meticulous, just calm and collected. You don't have to rush anything in. You don't have to do an unnecessary dive for an enemy. Just what you need to do. If you see a pick that is valuable and you can get it, they will go for it. But we haven't seen them do anything risky at all. So I think very safe playing is what they do best. Now, after they didn't get stunned, I thought he was going to get stunned
out. And look at Capsky does have Discordia pass on, so he's going to do a little bit more extra damage here if he does try to look for Macaroni, who has stepped up just a little bit. Looking like he wants to pounce over the wall. Trying to decide how he wants to play this right now. I think does he want to go through
looking
the
for the old school Arachne gang when you wait in a wall and ult them.
Looks like he's trying to get him a little bit closer if he can. That's close enough at this point. The cat goes in. Stun comes out.
Oh,
Really well done right from Macaroni. The ultimate comes out. Looks like
what?
Max trying to take the 2v1. Pounce comes back out. Macaroni's got Cap Sky. Imagination's the only one left. The Petrify comes out. Brings him very, very low. But the tower is on the side of Macaroni. They're putting down the damage. Illini Orange picks up the Pyromancer as well. And a 2v1 for Macaroni. And he is still alive and kicking.
Macaroni played that really well. I thought that the ult was gonna come out earlier from Caps, but apparently not. I was thinking more of a, I owed you without you knowing that I'm here kind of gang. But that wasn't the story. I don't know if he got ulted out of his horse by Bested though. But I mean, something happened there. Macaroni in the back of the tower. Bested jump. I thought he was trying to get out of it, but apparently he was doing it for more damage. Didn't go his way either. Macaroni out damaged him by using the tower and just his auto attack, and that's it. Didn't go their way. I was expecting more of a sneaky gang from Cap's guy there. Apparently that's not what they had in mind.
I agree. I'm surprised he didn't use it just a little bit early on for that ultimate, but it didn't matter. Macaroni put the shoes on and put the skills on. He made them look a little silly there in that gank, getting both of their ultimates, still surviving, losing both of his relics, of course. But hey, I'm okay losing my relics when you take a 2v1 like that. Really great play out of Macaroni, and that really elevates this Illini Orange lead now because he had two people over there on that dual side while the rest of his team picked up that Pyromancer. That was actually a major play for him.
Yeah, she really said, you guys take care of this. I can't take care on my own, and he really did. He man up, and he said, "I'm not a little boy, and this tower is staying, and I'm not going anywhere." And he really did that. He is that guy apparently.
Okay, you can see a really good look at that ADC player for the Illini Orange squad, making it look good so far here in the game. Illini Orange is taking a lot of damage here, which is Elshane in that jungle role. He's trying to get himself in a dodge. Blink right at the end. Caps guy might have hit that ultimate had that blink not gone through. That was probably about a frame difference of if that would have connected or not. So really good blink out of Elshane right there to keep himself alive. Just look like they're able to find any extra damage. Sumik and Pogslide still just duking it out over in that right lane.
They've been them out, no problem at all. They are just playing here. I mean, what is the next step they're looking for? Are they looking for the upcoming Gold Fury here? Got 30 seconds on that timer. Or what is going to happen? Illini Orange has the upper hand right now. Their call is whatever they want. Anything they want is happening. So
15 minutes in, you got to imagine they're going to be looking at this Gold Fury next, right? It's coming up relatively soon, about 5 more seconds.
Whoa.
Especially if they get this pick over here on Pogslide. The med cloak's going out. Ultimate comes out as well. It looks like Sumik trying to get in there, find all the extra damage, puts the slow on. Last auto will be good, and Sumik picks up the kill in the solo lane, but the rest of Stony Brook now is on the Gold Fury. Macaroni, the only one to spot. He's finding a double stun. The man is in there trying to get everybody out. The horse is up, and down goes one. Beats forced out of Macaroni now. He's trying to get in there. Stugidor picks him up, and that will help put him down. Macaroni with a big play to buy the time for the rest of the boys to show up. Elshane get in there on top of Imaginations. Bad out health, trying to find the last little bit of damage, but the River's Rebuke is up now. Villain picks out Imaginations, puts him down. Really good damage though. Uthgar brought really, really low. And Sumik's now up and over the wall. Bastet pounces straight in, trying to run away. Might be able to jump back any second or just keep running. Looks like at this point in time, Villain, only one on the chase. Razorbeard trying to find a cut-off point. Doesn't look like he's going to find it. Capsky might be out for the moment in time.
That jump did a lot more damage than I expected it to be. And the Macaroni out here doing what Benji did back in like Season 7 World Cup. You are not a warrior, you are an ADC. What are you doing fighting 4 people at once without any fear? Holy crap.
He got in there, man. He was in there.
Yeah, he got really in there. He's no fear. He's like, I'm going to handle each and every one of you. He landed a double stun. Then he ulted, got a pick. What else do you want from the man? He was if he played it, if they line up correctly, he could have gotten a triple kill. Imagine. That would have been nuts.
I would have just
Macaroni.
called the tournament right there, honestly. I'll just be like,
Yeah.
nope, they win. That's an ADC diving into 4 people and coming out with 3 kills. They win. I don't care how the rest of the games go, and if they lose in the best of 5 here tonight, that's just it. Like that's just I'm done. Macaroni, you're
They
the
banned
best.
his 2 picks and he's still on top. Wow, Macaroni, what a guy. Oh my goodness.
Looking super good here now on this hot shot,
Also
finding
up, though.
himself another level lead on top of Imaginations. And he also stopped that Gold Fury from going down. We talked about it earlier. Hey, he stopped it, but just by getting that 2v1, earlier. And this game, he's like, all right, cool. There's 4 people on this. I'll stop him from getting as long as you guys can get there. And he did his job of just buying the time and even getting a pick on top of it. There's not much more you can ask him to do.
Literally, there's nothing else. I mean, if they ask for more, it's because he's giving them to him. It's not what you can ask from Macaroni, but what Macaroni gives to you. It's either take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Because either way, it's gonna be fantastic now. Oh my goodness. The Pyromancer
so
being
good.
picked up
Pyromancer
here.
now being looked at by Illini Orange. The damage coming out confirmed will be good. They'll be able to pick that up. Beats forced out of El Shane now. The best step. Oh, looks like it was trying to come through. Razor Mew will be hit. Villain actually got picked up by that best step. Ultimate Imagination on the backside finds El Shane, forces the bat out of hell. The tick damage won't be good quite yet. Imagination wants to keep that hunt going. Petrify will not connect after the blink gets out. Sumik up and over the wall trying to find ADC players. Now Capsky jumps over the wall, finds Villain and takes him down. Macaroni once more trying to do it all and tries to take on the rest of the team. Sumik is here to put up the help. Heavily Banner comes down trying to find a little bit extra damage. Not quite anything else quite yet. Ukthar though jumps straight on into Cerberus, wants to get in and party. As now the Bastet comes over the wall and Macaroni tells him no. Down goes Capsky. Macaroni making another big play.
Macaroni, no fear. Oh, he heard that bastard behind him. He just turned around and said, nope, you're denied. Get out of here. Wow, that potentially saves Fire Giant from going to Stony Brooks, actually.
Yeah, especially if they kill
That definitely does
they
save
definitely
Fire Giant from going to Stony Brooks. Or even the Gold Fury. Then I think early Orange is looking to rotate the ward now. Yeah,
They're looking to go straight over to this Gold Fury, take down Primal Fury, and make sure it makes it a little bit easier for them to get that Fire Giant. So start burning right now, and all the zone is going to be done by Elshane partying up on that red buff. I think he managed to steal that one away as well. That's just salt in the wound at this point, Tom.
Salt in the wound, indeed. That Fury is going down. Oh man. I mean, Shane and Macaroni have been doing a lot for this team, especially Macaroni. Wow, what a play! Oh my goodness. He's been doing an amazing job just holding it down, not letting them do what they want. Stony Brooks now, 4 of them are rotating towards that Fire Giant. Are they trying to sneak it? I don't think so. They don't have an ADC.
I don't think they're able to sneak it out quite yet. Just getting out that Scorpion on that right side of the map, enhanced their buffs, because that's still a thing here in season number 8, being able to enhance those. You see it in season number 9 as well, just not as prevalent as those Scorpions are only on that right side of the map. So these Scorpions here only enhancing those right side camps. Fire Giant Dance should be what they're looking at next. I was saying really trying to find out Imaginations, because of course if they get this pick, that turns into an easier Fire Giant.
Yep. They surely are. Now it's about the time of the game when everybody's just stalling around, just waiting for see who engages first. Because at this point on, we hit the 20-minute mark. I expect both teams to start gripping up and looking for a pick or two to get to any objective. And what objective that is that the Fire Giant, of course. Who will get this fire? Right now, it's obviously looking towards Illini Orange. But who knows? We know that Stony Brook can fight. We saw them just fight. Right now, literally the last team fight was them. They technically lost, but like, they could have won it. Yeah, they played it better.
Definitely close. And I'm surprised I haven't started up Fire Giant just quite yet, because Max level 20. He's in a spot where he can fight, especially now if they see Imaginations on this left side of the map. They might just drop this Fire Giant and try to take the fight themselves. Let's get back over that Fire Giant to be able to see what they're completely doing. Elshane taking so much damage. He goes up to the bat out of hell. Sumik going up, down, on top of Joiner Lucas. Beautiful Rivers
big
Rebuke will
ult.
bring him to pull him in as Lucas is very, very low. He's going to be out for the moment. A sprint helps get him out. And Caps guys picked up the first kill onto Elshane. This 4v5 is looking good for Stony Brook so far. Fogside trying to find another kill on the top end of this, and he's going to be able to get out for the moment. One more auto from Mac, that will do it. He's able to get that one. Now looking at Uthar, dashes forward just a little bit. Doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Looks like Imagination's thought about going for that Phoenix, but decides against it, and he's starting to back up.
The Imagination, the Fire Giant didn't go through Illy Orange. Imagination somehow knew that they were not going to commit to that fire, and he really pushed that link down to Phoenix. That has a high value here since Illy Orange doesn't have that much push. We haven't seen him push that much in either game. So that's a deja vu too, because that same play happened last game. Except that Illy Orange actually got that Fire Giant.
That is true. They did end up getting it last game, but they have a chance to look at it once more here. Really good look for Stony Brook too. You're right. That split push helps a lot. That opens up a win con for them. They have an open Phoenix that they can look at if they manage to team sweep Illini Orange and need to end at a moment's notice. They can get in and find the damage on top of it. But now looks like Mac and Razor trying to get all the wards cleared out from Stony Brook, make sure they don't have really any chance in at this point.
Yeah, no vision on that fire, no way to steal it. That's how the rules go. Now we're expecting here Stony Brook to not let them get this so easily.
I don't know if you're looking to engage over this Fire Giant if you're Stony Brook. One of the biggest rules is don't die for Fire Giant. It looks like Sumik might be doing that, but he's instead going to go in with the Storm Call and get a big knock-up. Razor maybe gets pulled in by the Fast Step Ultimate, and now catches a Golden Apple on the backside of things as well. Macaroni putting out the damage, though. All those crits are raining true. You can see them coming over and over. Sumik very, very low, and Caps guy will pick up that kill. First one of the engagement goes to him. Macaroni putting out a lot of damage right away. Rivers Rebuke finally goes up. They've got Uthar locked inside of it. The Cerberus taking a lot of damage, but he's still alive. Elshane trying to find the backside of Stony Brook. He won't be able to get there, but Villain's got one and Macaroni's got another. The dash in from Mac, and he's going to try to pick up this Mulan, and he will get it. Give him a double kill, and now Caps guy's pounced in, and there's a double strike to peel off Macaroni for the moment. Caps guy's still in it, trying to get one. Macaroni's got a triple kill, and that's 4 down now from Stony Brook. Only Joiner Lucas left live, and it doesn't look like he's going in.
Oh my goodness, Macaroni back at it again. Triple kill on that fire. I thought it was dead at some point. Apparently not. That's emoji, man. They need more anti-heal somehow. I don't know where they're gonna get it, but wow. She's just surviving everything and healing everybody, and their team is not going down because the healing is too much. And we see there the Ankh was being thrown around. Not much else coming in besides that Crusher and I mean that Brawler Streak and the Divine. That's about it. I mean, obviously the Pestilence is there. That's a whole set of anti-heal that Stony Brook is running.
And it's running pretty quickly. It's about 9k health right now. Looks like Razor is going to try to keep Uthar from getting in any farther, but it looks like the target eyes are on Uthar. He's going to be able to back up. And you're talking about this Ankh, and I need to see this upgraded. It's not upgraded yet, so it's not doing that extra damage off those heals. And I think that would help Stony Brook quite a bit. They're almost winning these fights, and a little bit more might be able to do it. Uthar in the area still could look to try to steal this Stygian Torment to pull him off while putting in the extra damage. Fire Giant about 3k health right now, and they're going to go in. Rivers Rebuke goes up to try to lock it down, and Uthar brought really low. Stygian Torment's going to bring him outside, and he's going to get knocked up by the Fire Giant, but Elshane's in the back causing the damage. Joiner Lucas goes down. Villain picks up Uthar. The Cerberus will fall, and Illini Orange confirmed the Fire Giant. Caps guy tried to pounce in and steal it, but it's not going to get anything else, and Macaroni will get him. The horsey horse is on the way, and he's going to put some damage into Imagination. Who's going down to Macaroni? Gives the man a double kill once more. 4 down for Stony Brook, and Illini Orange might be closing it out right here.
They might close this setup. Macaroni, the man of the hour, just quadra kill and triple kill now. I mean, what else could you expect from that ADC? I think this is the game right here. Illy Orange going to the grand final. Stony Brook really put up a fight. They played their heart out. We saw everything. and Ultar is just gonna get melted right away. He tried, and
He just
that's
gets
it.
evaporated right off the map. Illini Orange closing out their semifinal match in 3, taking it 3 over Stony Brook. Congratulations to UIUC Illini Orange, making it to the grand finals. We'll see who they get to match up in our second set up here later tonight. We'll be coming back with that one here in a little bit, but we're going to talk about this 3-0 from Illini Orange.
Wow.
That game was clinical. It looked good from start to end for them.
Yeah, it did look really good. I mean, it started looking better once Macaroni was getting more involved in the game. He's like that sleeper guy. We didn't see him around much because I mean he was farming and doing his thing. But once he started going out there, man, you don't really want to mess with him. They try ganking him, he 1v2 them. You try going up against him when he's back to the wall. There's 4 people. He can deal with it. He is not afraid of anything, and he played and succeeded. What a guy! What a guy!
He looked so good, man. It was crazy how good that really looked. And I'm excited to maybe hear from one of these players from Illini Orange, working on getting an interview for you guys right now. But Matt Crony, man, that was the man of the hour. He was going off and putting in the work so much. It's just hard not to give out an MVP trophy to him at this point, man, right? Like we talked about earlier, if he gets that 4v1 on that Gold Fury, just end the tournament, give it to him. I'm happy calling him MVP of this game if you are.
Yeah, basically, I mean, that Gold Fury play really just settles it. Come on, you gotta give it to the guy. He went in there, no fear, got a pick, and got them off that Gold Fury. That's insane. That's so much value by just one guy against 4. What else do you want from him?
I mean, he gave it.
Yeah.
You can see that coming on after that first 1v2 he had, right? After Cap's guy went over to that dual lane, and we saw him trying to set up a gank. He tried to form the purple buff, tried to go around the backside a little bit. But then it was just like we're doing this gank. He goes in, and Mac just goes, okay, cool, my turn, and flips the switch, takes them out, lets his team get the Pyromancer, and then he just keeps elevating it throughout the set. I mean, he got other multiple kills in games 1 and 2 with a quadra kill already. So it'll be awesome. But, let's hear from one of these players. On standby right now, we have Sumik joining us here on the desk from breaking down that game. I'm excited to hear from him right now if you are.
All right.
There he is. There's the man of the hour. Sumik, how are we doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Congratulations, you guys. It's 3-0. You guys looked clinical. The first question for you is because we got to know. We couldn't figure it out the entire time. What was up with the Zeus man?
Yeah.
Okay, so our team likes to play hard W key, right? We believe it's the best way to be playing the games in the current Season 8 meta, soon to be Season 9. And we found that with a proper support right now, diving a Zeus is very difficult because if you're on top of a Zeus with your jungler, he's going to guaranteed get off his ultimate, which zones the backline, and he's going to be able to bounce his lightning between 2 characters, which becomes very obnoxious because it makes the dive very hard to do its job, which we view as very important right now.
That makes sense. That's completely why we were looking at this. We're like, why are they banning Zeus? We could not figure it out. You guys looked really good. Hercules in game number 1 looked awesome. Great job on your solo kill, of course. But we got to talk about your man Mac over there in that ADC role. That man put a clinic on today. What were those comms like after getting that quadra kill, some of those triples, the 2v1? Like, it had to have been good.
That 4v1 on that gold.
Yeah, we were going to we were doing Pyromancer, right? And we see Mac getting ganked, so we're thinking, oh, Mac's gonna die, but we get Pyromancer, so it should be worth. And then we see him kill Cap's guy, and we're like, oh wait, Max is going off, and he lives too, and he gets out. And then some of the team fights where he's just allowed to shoot arrows into the whole team of Stony Brook.
Yeah,
we were just cheering him on. He's the GOAT. He kind of really came to play this third game and through the whole set, honestly. He did really well.
Oh yeah, he looked good. He had to get all of his gods removed at one point. You see him on 3 different gods every game that they played. Really awesome for you guys. Going in forward, though, you guys made it to the finals. Congratulations. Looking at
Thank
UA
you.
Crimson and UCSB, is one of those teams the one you prefer to play off, or are you just excited to get one of them?
Honestly, I'd be excited to play either of them. I just hope that they'll both be at their best. I know people on both the teams. I really like the Alabama boys. They're always a fun team to play. Shout out to my boys Fireball and Mashie.
They sure are.
But yeah, I'm excited to play the finals regardless, and I hope I wish both the teams best of luck.
Well, it'll be awesome. Congratulations, you guys, securing yourselves a top 2 spot here in the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. Stony Brook going to fall short here in their 3-0 for Illini Orange, but doesn't mean they're out. They go ahead and scored themselves some gems, of course. We talked about the prize pool later on. So, Sumek, I have one last thing for you. Any shout-outs for anybody you have here before we head out?
Shout-outs to my team. Shout-outs to Illini Esports. And the casters and production. Thank you to Hi-Rez, and my Smash Squad boys watching at home.
Oh, man.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sumik. That's going to do it for us for the first semifinal set of the night. Killjoy and Tom. Tom, do you have anything else you want to say to the lovely people at home before we head out?
Not really. I mean, keep watching, keep having fun playing Smite. Watch the upcoming game. It's gonna be a great one. Watch out for my guy here, Justin JP. He's gonna come here and cast. So it's gonna be fun. War Eagle.
We'll see it up here in just a little bit. We're going to take a little bit of break, come back for that second semifinal set of the night. University of Alabama Crimson taking on University of California, Santa Barbara. We'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for hanging out.
Appreciate your sound. 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 Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Appreciate your sound, needed renovation. Chasing the thrills, I'm having fun. Nobody done it like me. Appreciate your sound. Appreciate your sound. The sound needed renovation.
Welcome back, SMITE fans, to the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. My name is Justin. Along with me is my good friend Killjoy, and we are in the semifinals. Killjoy, getting down to the stretch. Why don't you lead us through the matchup here tonight?
I'm excited for this one. We got a headbanger here. This is going to be a good one. University of Alabama Crimson taking on the University of California Santa Barbara. These are two teams that have gone at it before, and these are two teams that are both undefeated through group stage up until now, not losing a game. So this is going to be the battle of the Titans at this point. Both of them being undefeated. It's going to be a good one.
Really good matchup between two teams. Like you mentioned earlier, a bit of a history between the two players. So I really hope there's a little bit of fun here. There's some high stakes, and hopefully they show that in their gameplay. We were just talking about it before the game. We hope it goes to 5 games because these teams are good. I mean, they are a good team. They are good teams. They beat Auburn, which is from my university, in group stage pretty handedly. So I may have a little bit of caster bias here. Chat will keep me honest, but I'm looking forward to these two matchups here.
Just going straight at them. And of course, we talked about it during the last set. These guys are playing, of course, for some prizes. We'll be able to see what those are looking right here, right now. We saw Stony Brook taking out that 500 prize, so you'll be able to see that. But they're playing to get into this big prize here, Justin. They're going for the big one. $500, excuse me, not gems, dollars. That's a dollar sign, baby.
Real American currency right there, let me tell you. And they're not going for the 500. They don't want the 1,500. Both teams are going for the bragging rights and the 2,500. No hold will be barred during this matchup here today.
Yeah, so we'll get to see which one of these guys have a chance to play for that big money here. Both these teams are at least guaranteed 500. We saw Stony Brook earlier. They got their 500 after falling 3-0 to Illini Orange. So Illini Orange is guaranteed probably at least $1,500. It's pretty awesome for them. But these two teams have the shot to go for that 2,500, of course, and that 1,500. But one of them will be having that 500. So really awesome prize pool for these two teams. I'm excited. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And we look into UCSB's roster here, a really formidable force as of late, like we said earlier, on a huge win streak with some really notable names. Pointing out Dankshaw here, Super Black Cat, and Thunderfant. Would you say anything pop out to you? I mean, these are some elite players here.
This team has pretty much been together for the past 2 years, almost, I'd say, between SEMO, Thunder, and Dankshaw. They've played together in a couple different schools in California. One season having a hard time trying to put a roster together. But I'm glad to see that they're able to get one together, and they've got a really strong side. They have Queenie, I believe, looks like they changed the name to Wonder Kinoa. She's really good in that support role as well. So this team coherently is incredible, and I'm very excited to see what they bring us together in some of these drafts.
Absolutely. Make sure you have that team chemistry. They bounced around a little bit, but obviously it's working out for them. They're just one step away from the finals here. It's been a long time coming for them, and I hope they put it together here. I've got some high expectations for this great California team. But right now we're going to look over to the southern side. We're going to move away from the West Coast here. We've got Alabama's team, the Crimson team here, with some really big names.
Yeah, I mean, Fireball Ninja's the first one that sticks out to me. You watch any big pro streamer, and you'll catch Fireball in some of those ranked games. Very, very strong ranked player. You see him all the time. A couple of these other names, though, Roughneck, Zella, both these names have some weight behind them as well. Mashy, too. I mean, these names you've seen before in your ranked games, and they're very strong. And again, this is another team. You put them together, and they're going to do good things.
Mashy has been terrorizing my ranked games, I will say the least. So I expect him to do what he does to me in the ranked games here. It should be a great matchup between these two teams. They have all been working hard all this semester, all this year. They're looking forward to take one last step to get to the finals. Really good rosters, really great players, and let's hope that translates to some good gameplay here.
I'm excited, man. Best of fives are always really entertaining, especially against two good teams such as UA and UCSB. These two teams have gone at it before, as we mentioned. They're going to put on a great performance for us here today. And I'm lucky that we get to cast these. Just as a reminder, though, we are playing on that Season 8 map. So it's going to be a little bit more of that winter time once we get into the game.
A little bit of a off-putting setting, but we're professionals. We'll get through this. We can do it. I love Season 9. I love what they're doing with it so far, but we can always revert back to it. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, man, it's just cold. It's cold here. I'm in Florida. we're getting the freezer storm. I don't want to stare at any snow. I don't want that to come near me. It can stay away. I'm not looking forward to it. And then having to go to the season 8 map and just be like, okay, now I got to stare at some snow. I gotta be more cold. Like, bring me to season 9, man. Let the sun shine and the warm tides blow.
We're both from the south. We're used to it. Okay, we want the sunshine. Anytime it falls below 70 degrees, we're gonna throw a fit. So just keep that in mind. We might get a blanket here or two, maybe heading into game 2 or 3. Right now, we're just waiting on the matchups to load in, making sure all the players are settled. But do you have any expectations as we go into the picks and bans here?
I'm expecting to see some of the older run AMC gameplay maybe from these two teams. We saw a little bit of that older run in the previous set that we just had, but that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, absolutely. The AMC specifically, I just want to touch on that. Really, really powerful character. No true escape or ability, but the movement speed with the hides, the stinger, that cripple, the long AoE damage. I mean, one of the most lethal hunters, especially in a competitive setting like this, as we do jump into picks and bans here.
The first thing that jumps at me is the Zeus ban. We saw it last set, and we got to hear from Sumek on why it was being banned out, and it makes a lot of sense. Gilgamesh, Kamazot's being taken about by U of A. Odin, Geb, and Yamoja, 3 support picks, or 3 tank picks, taken off the map, which leaves open the Soul top pick. Never can go wrong with the Soul.
Yeah, Soul is a really interesting character, has the really big knock-up on the ultimate and really good escapability, and it's really, really one of those strong first picks. There are some counters to it. Maybe UCSB pulls out some of their comfort picks, maybe get something going there, but really solid first pick overall for University of Alabama.
Yeah, it's such a good pick to take anyway, just because it gives you pressure where you put it. Put it in a dual lane, probably going to have pressure. Put it in the mid lane, probably going to have pressure. So it's a really good start for them, and they can build pretty much any kind of draft around this that they want because of how safe she is with that disapparate, able to get about pretty much out of everything, able to sneak out. But the only thing that can really counteract that is Oleron, and that's what CSB goes with on top of an RDO. This is really strong right away.
Just like we just mentioned, the all-around pick coming in for UCSB, one of the most powerful magical ADCs, going up against one of the other most powerful magical ADCs in Seoul. Maybe they face off in the duo lane. Maybe they face off in the mid lane here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the Oleron in the dual lane. I feel like that's where they're going to elect to put it. It's a little bit safer for Oleron. He's a little bit easier to gank if he doesn't have Sanctified Fields up. So getting him off to the side, making sure he's able to do his own thing, farm by himself, get pretty much where you want him when he rotates in those team fights is probably the best bet. But for Seoul, I honestly would like to see her in the mid lane. Sure, you can make the argument she's got a good matchup into Oleron. I would rather see a Medusa over there, maybe even a Hou-Yi, because putting down that Sunsbreaker ultimate inside the Oleron ult, that's a pain, because you can't really fight in that no-play zone. You're making a no-play zone for your team, a no-play zone for the other team.
Looking like the AoE control is something both teams are very interested in, and still a lot of options left on the table. There are plenty of matchups, plenty of counters to be chosen here. But University of Alabama going to hover the Khepri here. Mashi looking for that revive. I mean, that ultimate is one of the best in the game, especially in those late team fights.
Especially with Geb and Yamoja being out already, right? Like, where do you look in that support tree? My next eyes are on this Khepri. We see it piloted in the last semifinal game. Looked really good. It's still one of those high top picks. It's going to get you some good pressure. And now coupling it with a Bastet, this is a really strong top 3 for UA if they elect to go with it, of course. We saw the Bastet kind of being volatile in the last semifinal match, but it could be really good in these hands. Like, these players could be like Scream and just be like, all right, this is my pick. They gave it to me. Let's rock and roll with it. Really strong pickups.
There's a lot to break down here. I love this Alabama, that 1-2 punch they just locked in. Yeah. Bastet can press every single one of her buttons after jumping in, die, get revived, and do it all over again. The escapability on Bastet already is insane. Plus the Khepri revive is also insane. But then you move to USSB with the AMC pick. Great pick into this comp. I love it. I'm excited. I'm very excited for this already.
This is exciting. We talked a little bit about it before we got the picks and bans. Oleron AMC, really strong combo that they got. You drop Sanctified Fields, you kind of make this AMC a little bit safer. He's got that movement speed, and that Stinger having that prop reduction as well as a percent pen on it, and the slow that they added onto it among the million other things that are already on it, and the billion damage. It just makes it a really good ability, It hurts, right? So this is a really strong comp, especially with an RDO for their front line. It makes it very hard for a frontliner of UA to get to the back line of UCSB.
Speaking of frontliners, we see a few of them banned out here in the form of the Chalk and Nike taken away from the solo lane, and the Ganesh and Cleo as well being banned out from U of A. But Fafnir is the response here. There may be a big disarm onto the Soul.
Big disarm for Soul, and it also leads into this double hunter comp that they have. They have AMC Oleron. We talked about it extensively already, and now you get in that Dragon form. You hit both of them with that. You get a Frenzy on top of that as well, maybe even a Brace of Radiance if you're feeling really spicy. And the Fire Giant is going to be gone in maybe a second and a half at the longest. Like, it's going to shred really quickly.
Especially with the Nemesis Hover from UCSB. They have a plan, and they are absolutely about to execute it here. Double ADC plus Nemesis plus Fafnir usually spells trouble. I hope UAA has an answer. I love that Cerberus pick. It looks like it might be going into the solo lane there. Great solo lane pick.
Yeah, this is going to help them out a lot, this Cerberus. The Stygian Torment is going to be able to group up AMC Oleron who don't have beads outside of their ultimates. Like, they don't have any. So they're going to have to be forced by that. And Fireball Ninja could be able to find a couple of those Huntress ults, snag off those beads right there, and all of a sudden, Next going to get in there, the Cerberus, and be like, okay, cool. I'm in there. They're coming with me, and you can't do anything about it. Sure, you got Sanctified Fields. You're still going to get thrown through the air, and you're not going to be able to do any damage. So this Cerberus pick is really big for them.
Yeah, huge AoE control coming out from University of Alabama. UCSB does eventually lock in that Nemesis. That is the choice going into the jungle. Some switches going on, but I love these drafts. I don't really see one clear advantage of the other, but you are the analyst. You know, you're the go-to guy for this. So what do you got? You favor one team over the other here?
Right away, I love UCSB's draft, right? Like, it's hard already to bet against Oleron AMC, right? Because they just do really big damage numbers, and they have a no-play zone and a really good shred. And adding a Nemesis on top of that, you're like, okay, cool, they have a Khepri. Cool, doesn't matter if Khepri's alive anymore. He should get Nemesis ulted right on top of a Stinger, and I don't think Khepri exists at that point anymore. You're going to have to use that Scares +9 yourself. And you're only burning technically an ultimate because you're most likely going to get that Stinger back, which is up in 15 seconds or so, depending where they're at inside that AMC build. So this shred comp that UCSB has is really good. But on the other side of things with U of A, they have a lot of early pressure. Heimdall and Soul get really good early pressure really early on. Adding a Khepri to the mix is going to help this dual lane out, and it's really going to help lock down this Oleron if that Oleron is in that ADC role. Putting Oleron down is the best way for U of A to go, and I think they have the chemistry to do it.
Absolutely, and I really think that Bastet pick is interesting. You know, hindsight looking back on it, you jump into the Sanctified Fields, it's going to take you a pretty long time to jump back out of it. So hopefully UCSB can take advantage of that. Really interesting team fight mechanics of here that could play into a really interesting late game here.
Another thing, too, with that Bastet, there's an RD on their team. That Cripple Field is going to make it really hard for her to get in and out. Yep. Same with Khepri and Cerberus. They're going to have a hard time getting out if they're brought in. But honestly, Cerberus probably jumping in, and he's going to be like, okay, cool, I don't need to jump out anymore. I'm just going to pick you all up with me and take you out myself. So I'm not sure if they're too worried about that. Another cripple they have is that AMC Stinger. It also cripples on top of the million other things that we talked about that it does. So this USCB draft, super strong of doing it. But on the flip side of things, I think Fireball Ninja on this Bastet can make a lot of work onto the Oleron. This is what I need to see the Bastet do, is just go find this Oleron and pick him on cooldown with that ultimate. Get his beads out. As soon as your ult's back up, go get him again, because he's not going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, you know, I'm no expert. I've never played in the SPL, SEC, anything like that. Just a casual player. Professional opinion here. I think they'll buy beads. I think I will see a lot of beads in this game. The massive CC from both teams. I think it's going to happen. You know, don't call me crazy, but I think there's going to be some beads on either side here.
Maybe. I could see at least 5 beats coming out of one side of these teams, you know? You need beats in this comp. Like, there's no excuse. Honestly, we'll probably see 10 beats in this game at some point, just because you almost have to always beat Sanctified Fields if you get a good one off of an Oleron, right? Cerberus, if he gets a good Stygian Torment, you're probably losing 3 beats at least, and if you don't, you're effectively dead, because there's just going to be so much follow-up on the backside of things with a Heimdall being able to put out their ultimate or just their auto damage. It's just, they have so much lockdown and hard CC in this match that you have to have beads on pretty much everybody, because no one's safe.
Yeah, I think it's really going to be a matter of the team fights in this game. SMITE is a very objective-focused game, as we all know, but especially for these team comps that they both drafted, I mean, it's going to be down to who has the best execution and who is going to be able to time those relics, find the back line, get rid of the front line. It is going to be a very interesting fight for these two teams when it gets down and dirty.
Yeah, the nitty gritty of these team fights is going to be who has the better team fight ultimates. And at this point, it's up in the air. It could be I have a Sanctified Fields, I win. Okay, cool. I have a best that ult that's going to pull you out of your Sanctified Fields. Congratulations, your ult's useless now. So it's really just going to depend what the game state's like. Which team is going to do better at pulling beads and using their map pressure? Are they going to be able to find their blue buff invades? Are they going to be able to find their red and purple buff invades? Because if they can take an early lead, I think whichever team gets that early lead is winning the first game.
I feel like Doctor Strange, when he's looking into all the different possibilities, like the different dimensions, there's only one possible, It's like, this is what's going to happen. Like, only one team is going to be able to perfectly pull off their game plan, who's going to be able to execute that team fight to the best possibility.
Yeah, it's so hard to in Smite to get everything to go the way you want, because you need one misfire beads, one misfire Aegis, one Sanctified Fields to miss and be useless, and your game is completely ruined. It's like you don't confirm an objective right. There's so many small little things, small little mistakes, especially at this high level of play. It can cost you your entire game plan. So you're right. It is like Dr. Strange, just sitting here, just looking at all the possibilities and hoping you get that perfect one and playing it completely right.
If he ever gets into MOBAs, I think he'll be pretty successful. But so far here, we're just waiting for the matchup to load in. University of Alabama versus UCSB, a very interesting semifinal matchup we have here. Illinois Orange had already played and already advancing to the finals, their second straight so far. So we'll see who has to meet them there for a pretty awesome showdown.
It's going to be great. And I'm sure Illini Orange are sitting here watching this map. They just finished theirs, and they're just going to be here staring at this, learning like, okay, what can we learn from this? What can we figure out? They're going to be able to just look at this, pull out all things. Okay, they like Olrod. Got it. Oh, they like AMC. We banned that out last game. This team's also banning Zeus. Maybe we don't have to ban that. It's like they can look for all of these things. But on the flip side, these teams already saw how Illini played. They can go back and watch that at any point in time. They're just focused about their game that they've got going on right now and saying, okay, how are these guys going to play? This game one is going to be a lot of feeling out too. That's why these drafts are so team fight focused. It's more of a, okay, let's see how they play in the early game. Game two will come back and redraft for it. If, say, UCSB doesn't really want to play in the early game and they're much happier just chilling out, getting to those late game, UA comes in with a high pressure comp. And they just slam it down the throat in every single lane. What are you going to do when you're down 10K at 15 minutes? It's like it's hard for them to try to just do that right away in game number one. You have to feel it out to really take out the advantage in games 2 through 4.
Yeah, it's really just a matter of cat and mouse, especially in picks and bans. Everybody has their comfort pick. Everyone has that god that they played ever since season 2 came out. Everyone has the player that they want to play in the game. It just depends on if it's your comfort, if they counter it, if they know that it's your favorite. There's a lot of different mind games. There's a lot of different resources you can use. And there is a ton of film you can watch on either team, especially this late into the games. There is a lot of opportunity available to use.
Oh, yeah. We stream as many games as we possibly can. Obviously, it's not that many that we can get. We don't have that many people to be able to stream 24/7 because there's a lot of teams in the AVGL, and a lot of these teams are friends with each other, too. So sometimes you might get a message. I might message Justin and be like, hey, the team you're going up against this week, they really like this pick.
Yeah.
You guys might not have known that. They code out. Same thing here. Maybe USCB has some friends on a different roster that are just like, hey, UA wants this pick this week. This is what they've been talking about. This is what they scrimmed us this week. You never know what those comfort picks are going to be. Granted, at this level of play, everyone's God pool it should be pretty big, so you shouldn't ever be able to get banned out, and you should have multiple drafts that you want to rock with. But again, if you're not on something that you're super comfortable on, it could spell disaster.
We're just waiting for the matchup to load in here for game number 1 of U of A versus UCSB. Both teams have their gods drafted out here, and we kind of debating back and forth, which one has a stronger team comp? Is there any clear, distinct advantage? But so far, the resounding consensus is that ADCs are strong and that they will be very prevalent, especially in game number 1 so far.
Yeah, ADCs are strong, and it's going to be very scary to see when they hit that late game. Heimdall versus Olderon, that's already just terrifying having both of those. There's a soul within a Heimdall. That's just terrifying. That backline does so much damage, and it's a lot of really good high single target damage, though you have to keep that in mind. If Heim's going to be able to go onto one person, we'll have to see if they're able to stick to that same target together.
Yeah, we'll see how the game plays out here, but we are ready for game number 1, University of Alabama versus UCSB. We are ready and we are willing. Game number 1 starting right now.
So the first thing I noticed that's super exciting is nobody has any items. And I'm just messing with you because that's just a little bit of an observer issue. It should hopefully come back shortly. It's nothing that we can blame on anybody. If you want to hashtag blame Shistons, that works as well. But those items should come through. I promise you, these players aren't just sitting here like, yo, gentleman's agreement. Nobody buys any items and see how we all scale.
I think that
as
should
fun
happen.
as that would be, I don't think they're going to do that.
We decide finals like that. Who says no?
Oh,
as soon as the minions spawn, there we go. A little more items there that pop up.
Everybody's got some items. First thing I noticed, big horrific emblem right away on Super Black Cat on this Fafnir. That just tells me that this lane wants to be really aggressive and really just run at them. Dankshot piloting this AMC, which will be their ADC. They have the Oleron in the mid lane on the hands of Simo. So this is really this is a different draft. You know, I wasn't completely expecting to see this to be their comp with the horrific and all that. They want to be aggressive in game number 1 right away.
Absolutely, and you could see in the dual lane, they got a ton of pressure. I mean, just off the first wave, they hadn't even cleared a single minion before they had finished all of theirs. And they are getting the poke they deserve from it here. But Juve going for a pressure-heavy comp, but UCSB has response here. As Mashi gets low, but Fafnir is low. We're going to have to bounce out here. Kepri does use the med, but turning our eyes to the mid lane. Bastet jumping in Soul with the response damage, and it looks like a bit of a tit for tat here.
Yeah, everyone's just trying to pump out their damage, trying to find those early game numbers. You like you said, they had a lot of pressure in that dual lane, and they're able to push it up right away. And that's just what Heimdall and Kepri can bring. You know, being able to Bifrost straight over to purple buff and knocking it down immediately, that helps get all this pressure. And they're able to get one of those minions off it. But now they're going to look for some more pressure again with a pull.
Absolutely. Both teams trying to establish that early game dominance, especially because he talked about how important that late game is. And you know how you get to the late game is through the early game, through that first blood goal, through that XP you can get on the map, and especially through the pressure here. And it all really just kind of starts in the dual lane. You know, I think that's one of the most important lanes in Smite, especially at this stage of the game.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier. I wanted to see the Bastet ganking this lane to try to kill out this Oleron. But, you know, Oleron's not here. He's on the other side of the map. So if the Bastet wants to put pressure out, you got to get this Oleron down early and really push the pressure out right away. But it looks like Thunder wants to get started on the right side of the map in the Soul lane. Not going to find anything right away. You got to find some pressure somewhere if you're these junglers.
That was all just mind games coming out from Thunder, making sure his presence is known on the Soul lane side of the map. You know, this is my totem. You're not going to step up for this. But they try to go for an invade. You know, Juve tries to take a peek at their blue, but no can do has looked like the Bastet will just go back to their jungle. But going back to the dual lane again, both teams just trying to get one after the other, you know?
Yeah, and this is kind of what these two dual lanes are going to want to do. They're going to want to try to find what poke they can, because you can find a Fafnir stun on top of AMC damage, or you can find a pull from Mashi into some damage from Zella. But it's really hard for these two lanes to just really be like, okay, let's kill somebody now, because on one end, you're going to have Draconic Transformation and a Stinger, which is really hard to fight into. On the other side, there's a Scare's Blessing, which is automatically really hard to fight into. So these dual lanes, I expect it should be stalemated for quite some time.
I really like the Soul Star here. I expect this to go into some sort of Bancross, maybe a Typhon's Fang, but that is a ton, or maybe that is just really a ton of damage that could come out, especially with the Gilded Arrow start. Really love that pickup for Soul.
Yeah, and that just leans into what Soul's kit really wants to do. She's really good healing inside of it. You really feel good with a Typhon's Fang and a Bancross Talons on here, because once you get that passive fully stacked up, your auto attacks are going to be swinging very, very hard and very quickly, because you do get a little bit more once that heat does go up. So I like having that early game steal.
Fireball Ninja lurking in the left jungle. Ultimate is ready, and so is theirs. Oh, and so is AMC's ultimate here. Maybe they have a ward over. Maybe they've called it out. Looks like Thunder is lurking right behind them. So looks like no gank just today in the dual lane. Gank City, as I like to call it. But unfortunately, looks like they're just going to go back and get some more farm.
That's the second time we've seen these junglers want to get aggressive early, but decided not to. Right, like Dankshot didn't have any mana. He effectively was gonna die there if everyone hit everything correctly. You know, if he might get his beads out, and sure, you get to get out, but you have the mana to pounce out if Thunder comes in. But we saw Thunder on the right side of the map too try to potentially look at Roughneck, and he was like, probably not the point of this game yet. It's just the patience of these players wanting to really see how the other team is gonna be and if they're gonna show up if they make a rotation early on.
Absolutely, the name of the game is wards. I mean, it's vision across the map, especially with these stealth junglers like Nemesis and Bastet. being able to go across the map, being able to evade the wards, evade the vision, spamming enemy missing middle, enemy missing left is really just not going to be enough here. You really have to make sure that you know where the jungler is at all times.
Yeah, I would love some wards on this map, because you'll notice that if you watch our map, we're only going to get to see what some of these players will see if they pop up on wards or not if we're nearby. So it's kind of cool for us, too, to really be like, oh, look, the jungler's now ganking this lane. It's really going to be on the dot for us. It's going to be exciting, too, because you'll be able to see how these players are rotating through the game from the eyes, really, of those players.
Live action Smite, only AVGL. That's right. We do it real over here, right? It looks like the Soul is going to pick up that Typhon Swing to start here. Really good pickup, lots of lifesteal, and the early percent pen is really just going to be a strong pick here.
Yeah, it's going to feel really good. I wouldn't be surprised if she leans to go into Magus right after some early flat pen that couples well with the lifesteal option that Typhons does give you, just because they couple really well together. But Sanctified is going to be dropped immediately. They're going to try to burn this Soul as fast as they can. Scare's Blessing did go on top of her. It looks like Fireball Ninja's trying to get back in there.
Nemesis does dash in, but is able to get out, and Soul stays alive with this capability we just talked about. It looks like UCSB will turn the tie here. Fafnir all does come out. So is the root in the pole, and Fafnir dies. Soul with the first blood. A great turnaround from U of A after facing that pressure.
Super Black Cat jumped in there, got the Draconic transformation off, looked really good so far. Soon as they jumped in, it was kind of like I'm not really sure what you're doing at this point. Mashies goes, what are you doing? And then just turns and grabs him with a quick abduct.
Looks like they want more as Fireball Ninja trying to get some poke off on the AMC. It was fortunately just looking for the pressure, and it looks like Juve will pick up the Gold Fury Scorpion here for some more extra gold.
And this is great, getting Gorp down early on, about 6.5 minutes in here. This is going to open up some of these Gold Furies that they potentially be looked for, but it looks like a gank here on the solo side.
Response on the solo side, but Cerberus ultimate does come out, throwing them both under the tower and will escape because of it. A great play by the Cerberus, being patient with that ultimate. The relic does get used, but however, his life is not taken. That's what matters.
And look at what the Soul Raiders are prioritized here, Justin. Cerberus went for Genji's Guard early on, trying to get a little bit more of that cooldown, a little bit more of that protection. Whereas the other side, Ardio, looking at this bulwark, wants to be tanky really quick and have that extra shield. So she's really survivable once these late game or these fights start coming in. She might want to rotate early too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ardio, really strong god, She has the cripple, and then she has the roots, and then she has the stun, and then she gets to change stances. And then a couple seconds later, she gets the root, she gets the stun, she gets the cripple, and it's just on a continuous cycle of hope and despair is really what it is as an ADC player. But, really strong with the Bulwark and the Warrior's Axe. Lots of damage and good prods coming out, especially with that passive on Bulwark.
I'm excited to see when Wonder wants to start rotating into these fights, especially if they look for maybe an early Gold Fury as well. Just because, it could help with this Bulwark getting a big shield. It looks like Wonder's getting ganked by Fireball Ninja, but doesn't really care.
Yeah, they're just kind of saying hello, I guess. Fireball Ninja doesn't really connect the root there, but I don't think it matters. Ardio's just really tanky, especially at this stage of the game. Going to pick up the Oracles here is U of A. Really good vision, but it looks like the junglers are very focused on this right side of the map as the Nemesis is going to make a play. The ultimate does come out from Cerberus, and Bastet is there to back him up. Fireball Ninja with enough damage to peel him off of the Cerberus. A great job by U of A being able to keep the Soul Laner alive there. Wow.
I don't know how Roughneck survived.
Oh,
it doesn't look like he might get out, but Mash is nearby. They might be trying to put up some sort of gank. Doesn't look like he's going to be out for the moment. He's going to get pulled right back in.
He does land the root. Bastet with the ultimate. Khepri does get the tick damage to pick up the ultimate. The med does come out. So does Scarab's Blessing. But so does Fafnir's Horrific. Will he land the hammer? Yes, he will onto the Khepri. But it won't be enough. U of A gets to pick up one. Their Soul Laner escapes. Mission accomplished if you're Alabama there.
I don't know how Roughneck lived there, to be honest with you. He had 2 health, and he probably should have died. Granted, that might be the Thunder's build, going for Jotuns instead of a Crusher. If he had Crusher, it might have gone and killed him there, but, you would maybe not have had cooldowns. You would have gotten a different ability off, so it's really hard to tell if one little adjustment in that build would have made a difference. But really good play from Mashy to come over to help out, get that Scarab's Blessing off onto Fireball Ninja. He did have to end up burning his beats anyway because of that Horrific. But really good play from UA to retaliate, come back to the side of the map, and turn around a pickup kill that really shouldn't have been there.
Super Black Cat just saying hello at the red buff. Just making sure that watching him do it, I guess. I don't really know. I think he was going for the steal there, but unfortunately the Soul and the Khepri both come back for get back up, and he'll have to back up here. But U of A picking up 2 kills here, a slight gold lead, about 1,000, maybe 900 or so. a really solid start for them, especially as they look to go into the late game here.
This is a great start from U of A. You know, we talked about this game one and they're going to be feeling each other out. It looks like UCSB wanted to hold the gas pedal down, but U of A playing a little bit better reactively and understanding how UCSB wants to fight these and beating them to where they want to be and kind of just outplaying them almost in this early game one right now.
Oleron opting for the Ring of Akate here, a really strong boxing item, and especially gives you that really early power and the attack speed, but there may be an attack on the left side of the jungle here as Fafnir and Nemesis are there, but the Heim knows the ultimate seer with the passive and the one is really, really strong, and it looks like U of A might be a little bit in trouble here as there are 3 members of USCB, but the hammer does connect, but it looks like it's just going to be a bit of a poke and hello trying to figure out which teams have the right procs and if there's a fight initiated or not, but so far, just more farming.
Yeah, they didn't really want to find anything. They did get Sanctified Fields out of Simo in the mid lane. Can't tell if that was an accidental ultimate or if somebody was on top of him. Now Thunder being pulled back in.
Bastet landing the ultimate onto Thunder, but he will be able to escape with just a sliver HP. The Bastet jump won't be enough damage. The Fafnir ult does come out, but fortunately will have to jump away as well. When it's all said and done, no deaths so far.
Again, Thunder lived there because of that shield, which was really good time popped. It gives him a little bit extra health, and he's able to get in there. Super Black Hat gonna G-transform into Toxic Transformation, and it's gonna be a lot of damage onto him, but they'll be okay for right now.
A little bit of poke there. It looks like the Bastet might have enough to get this red buff, and it looks like they want to contest it here. Super Black Cat trying his best, but unfortunately just gets locked down by the Bastet. His life is taken, but the Bastet wants more. Able to whip the Oleron, but unfortunately won't be enough damage. Is out of mana, so will have to retreat for now. A successful invade onto the red buff and to pick up on the support there.
Yeah, really good play from U of A to get into that red buff area, steal it away, and find a pick off the Super Black Cat. They stepped a little bit too far forward with no health, so it was pretty easy for Mash to just go, oh hey, they're right here. Let me just big hug from the bug and then kill it.
Big hug from the bug. Expert analysis here from no, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I love it. Khepri is a great character. It's a great pull, great CC placement, especially playing into a comp like this. Really going to be important as the game scales here. And I'd like to see a Gold Fury pull here. Cerberus just backed. He's got a good amount of procs here, especially if he finishes his breastplate. Can move to the Gold Fury 4 rotation here, especially with this lockdown that because Khepri has onto the Fafnir, a level lead already, or 2 level leads already, and it looks like they are going to pull the Gold Fury here. At least they're dancing around a little bit. Let's see how USP responds.
They want to get in there. Super Black Cat is here, but doesn't look like anybody else. Simo's in mid. Dangshaw is coming up now. It's burning too fast. It should pretty much go to them.
Absolutely, and it looks like they will be able to secure it with the Soul Ultimate. And it looks like Fireball Ninja wants more. Fafnir ult does come out. Bastet ult does not connect, but Mashy, big bug hug is good. Sanctified Fields don't come out, but they do come out, but there is no follow-up from UCSB. University of Alabama picks up another kill. The Fafnir now 0-3 and falling behind fast.
Let me tell you, that Sanctified Fields on that rock was massive. It slowed that thing from moving at all right there. Fortunately, Simo couldn't connect with that one. Hope he finds a couple more better ones a little bit later on, but trying to drop an ultimate on top of the Khepri, it doesn't look like Thunder's going to get anything off that one.
Yeah, not that time. Just trying to salvage a little bit from the previous fight, but unfortunately, we'll just have to hang their heads on that one and try and do better at the next fight. Maybe farm up a little bit, get some more items. But it looks like U of A is establishing the pressure on the map so far. I mean, they're the ones who pulled the Gold Fury. They're the ones who got the red buff invade. They are the ones in control right now.
Yeah, they really are. They're up about almost 2K now, probably about 1,600. Don't do math on cast and never promised to do it well. So they're really good at getting this early lead, and they want to push it as much as they can, and getting that Gold Fury as well. That looked really good. Hey, 1,700. I was pretty dang close with that. I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty good. Maybe do math on cast, kids.
Economics major, huh?
Counting, actually. It was close enough. You know?
Oh, okay.
Look at me go with my math. But again, back to the game, of course. U of A, really good start off the bat. Really good lead that they have. They just have to keep pushing it on. Of course, you know, we saw the Oleron not connect there on that fight, but this Oleron, it's a Sanctified Fields. It can do a lot in late game. You need one good one to change the entire game. It's kind of like Scylla, right? You hit one I'm a monster and you get 4 people with it, it changes the game on its head. One good Sanctified Fields can change this game around.
Absolutely. It's really going to depend on the game. I mean, we said it 100 times now. It's really just dependent on the gameplay, how each team responds to the other. But I really think it's going to respond on this Fafnir, making sure he gets his levels back. I mean, he fell behind pretty early has the 0-3 stat line, almost has his Thebes finished up, but really not very tanky right now and could be locked down very quickly, especially with the pen and the damage that Soul has.
Yeah, and that's a really good point too. Super Black Cat has fallen 3 times here on the Fafnir. The only other person that's fallen is Thunder, and UA is up 4 kills. You're like, oh wow, they're kind of shutting them out right now. All three of the 4 kills that they have are on the support player. So sure, you're going to be down without your Fafnir for a little bit. They're going to take a little bit longer time to get online. But if you're a UCSB fan, you're like, okay, well, the rest of our team's still in a fine spot. Solo lane's still even, jungle still even, mid still even, ADC probably about a level behind right now, maybe half a little, depending when the next one ticks over. So the team's really still in a good spot. It's really just that support discrepancy. Granted, it is a Khepri, so you're like, okay, cool, my Khepri's level 11. This is sick. We're about to have a second relic on it. Could be a blink, and that's going to make it so much harder for UCSB to do pretty much anything.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, not all hope is lost for UCSB here. I mean, it's only 15 minutes into the game, but now is the turning point. We're entering the stages of the mid-game, starting to get those objectives pulled. I really would like to see that Fire Scorpion go down eventually, but really, this is the time where UCSB needs to get their heads in the game, figure out what they need to do, fix this, and make an adjustment.
Look at the solo laners builds. They both decided, okay, we've had enough of they hitting each other, not doing anything. They're both going in to a flat pen item. I would expect it to both be Magus, but it looks like a blue buff invade trying to go down. Oh, wow.
The blue buff invade indeed, but Fireball Ninja able to dash out, but will it be enough? Fastball does connect onto Thunder, but the Scarab's Blessing is good, and the damage from the Cerberus eliminates the Nemesis. Ardia wants the Avenge, but no good is the dash. Mashi with the pull onto the Ardia. The Fafnir ult in response. Signified Fields not onto too many. Kunoa barely alive, health ticking down, and that will be a double for Fireball Ninja. Soul lives with 1 HP and 2 more for U of A.
And again, we talked about it last fight. Sanctified Fields got a rock and slowed that down. That was about all it did. So we got to see Simo hit some better ultimates if he wants to get. If he gets that ult probably 10 feet to the left and catches 2 more people in it, that might have saved Wonder's life. That potentially could have saved Wonder's life. But really good play out of Fireball, Roughneck, and Mashi. They really turned that one on its head and said, oh, cool, I'm almost dead, but Una reverse card, you're now dead. And Thunder hit the dirt pretty quickly right there, and that was just a lot of damage on Serb.
Uno reverse card indeed. And this Heimdall, not really involved so far. I mean, he has 1 kill, no deaths, no assists, but he is a level 17 with Wind Demon and Crusher.
That's scary.
That is a formidable force. And I would love to see him get involved, especially as this Oni Fury spawns here. It is definitely going to be something you viewers want to keep your eye on here.
Yeah, this is the perfect time for Zella to get involved over here as well. They're on his side of the map. They're able to step up. This is an Oni Fury that comes down. He's got the damage online to really surprise pretty much everybody on UCSB on what's really going to hit, The only difference is going to be is that so does Dankshot. He's also got that Windy online, so he can also hit.
UCSB opting to go for the aggression here, pulling Gold Fear, but University of Alabama will steal it away. Wow. Scarab's Blessing does come out onto Mashi himself. It is able to walk away with just a sliver of HP. Heimdall does come out as well. Cerberus jumping in with a huge ultimate, picking up 2. 1 falls, 1 has to beat. Super Black Cat is falling back. Zella able to teleport back away from danger, but the Fafnir falls. Oh my goodness, University of Alabama, it'll pick up 2. Make that 3 in just a second. Hopefully they get this kill. And the Oni Fury, Fireball Ninja, establishing his presence on the map. Zord with a double kill. A huge team fight for University of Alabama.
That was massive. That Gold Fury steal was disgusting, by the way. That probably shouldn't have happened. Zord had a really good supernova to get that one away. And Mashi almost didn't die there. Got a really good Scarab's Blessing off. Thunder went in with his ultimate trying to take down the Khepri and immediately got through the realms. Like, he got sent out of here. When he landed, though, he still managed to pick somebody up. And I didn't see how he managed to get out, but he lived through the entire thing. He should have died.
Yeah, Khepri is a great character. This is for exactly that scenario. The Scarab's Blessing is really powerful. Even if you have to save yourself, I mean, that is a huge deal from Mashi. A great play on his part. But again, going back to the Oni Fury, if I'm UCSB there, I would do the same thing. If I had to do it all over again, I would. You're kind of down, you're kind of slowing down there in the mid game, and you're just like, you know what? We need to get our pressure back. That's our team identity. Is that early game, maintaining that pressure. We have the Sanctified Fields from Oleron. We have the Relics up. It was a 50-50 call, and I think I would have done it again, and I think it might have been game-changing if they got it, but unfortunately it just didn't pan out for them.
Yeah, that steal was really awesome for U of A. That kept their goal lead really up. And you're right, if you're UCSB, you got to make that call. It's like you're down 5K, 6K at this point now. It's kind of like out of this game pretty far. If you get this gold Fury, you're in a little bit of a pressure spot back because those were Oni waves. So I like that call. Try to get in there, try to force something out. They almost had it too, just had a coin flip, and they didn't get the coin flip. But going forward, you can't see that on a Fire Giant.
I'm loving this pressure from U of A. I mean, they are literally in their jungle, and UCSB is not able to do anything about it, as Pyromancer and Fire Giant are about to spawn here, trying to get the vision. A lot of pinging and a lot of ward placing is coming from both sides. Again, we talked about how important that vision is. But it doesn't like UCSB is going to stray away from this objective fight here, but Alabama is going to go ahead and start that Pyromancer up. Let's see if there will be another 50-50 call. Yes, there will be. The Pyromancer goes in the favor of Alabama, and Wonder is already half HP and less. He absolutely got destroyed, gets rooted there. Sanctified Fields do come out to try and get some peel, but a huge Cerberus ultimate going slowly through the Sanctified Field. Huge AoE damage coming from Supernova is good, so is the Heimdallr ult. She'll be dead when she comes down. Super Black Cat falls again. Dankshaw might be next as Mashy able to land the root. The lifesteal won't be enough. Cerberus picking up the kill. Fireball Ninja able to jump away after getting a ton of damage in, and it's 2 more for Alabama, and it looks like a Fire Giant call.
Yeah, they're heading back to Fire Giant right now. It looks like Thunder and Simo might be coming back up for it. Same with Wonder, so they can potentially look to steal this one away. It is burning pretty quickly. But that was a really good Sanctified Fields out of Simo. It did a lot of work for them right away, but it looks like he might be caught out of the spot now.
Yeah, trying to go for the Fire Giant steal there, and Alabama is very wise and able to pick up 2, but Thunder does get the consolation prize, able to pick up Mashy, but pays for it with his life. And back to your regular scheduled programming to the Fire Giant.
And Mashy's just laughing, right now, right? Like, he's like, oh man, my team's got 2 deaths. Oh wait, I'm our 2 deaths. You guys can kill me, the rest of my team's living. They all get Fire Giant. He is a happy clan.
Classic support gameplay. If anybody mains support, you're always dying, always sacrificing your life and all that just to get damage and set up. You never get the glory, but Mashy's playing a great game. The Relic Dagger with the Shell and the Med combo is a great pairing, and it's just really all around great team play from U of A here.
Yeah, they're looking good right now, U of A. They're very commanding game 1 for them, and this is a great way for them to start off this best of 5 and take a 1-0 lead potentially if they can close out this game, which at this point it looks like they might be able to. 10K up. It's going to take pretty big mistakes for them to fall out of this one right now. So it's a really good start. Get up 1-0. You have a little bit more comfortability. We see what picks they like to play. What can they have back? What can we take away? They might be ready to head into game number 2 if they can keep clearing out these towers and knock it down correctly.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do here. There are plenty of towers to knock down on the map. Gold Fury spawning soon. Maybe they want to take the team fight. Maybe they want to go more objective focused and elongate the game a little bit. But I think they just pulled down the W key here. I mean, they have almost an 11K thousand lead. They've got Soul absolutely tearing it up on these objectives, but it looks like they're going to head towards the right side here. Maybe a Phoenix call, maybe not. We'll see how aggressive they get. Lots of level leads across the board, huge item advantages. I mean, it is literally their fight to lose here.
Yeah, pretty much everybody in U of A that's relevant to being 20 is at level 20 right now. 4 of the 5 members of Mash is the only one that's not there. But again, that's your bug support. You're like, okay, cool. He's there. He's at level 16, almost to his level 17, where you can upgrade his starter item. The entirety of UCSB had not hit 20 yet before we switched over to these graphs. I don't believe anyone has hit it since then. So they're really far behind right now. Like you said, this is their fight to lose for U of A. They have very commanding lead, very strong gold lead, 12K at this point, 14K in experience. Granted, that one will slowly start going down as the gaps start to close by UCSB. But I don't think there's enough time left in this game for UCSB to close these gaps if it keeps going like it is.
Yeah, they're going to need a really good Phoenix defense. They're really going to need to take advantage of University of Alabama's mistakes, if any they have, towards the fight here. And they're not going to go towards the gold Fury. They're just going to instead walk that minion wave right up to the left side. Fireball Ninja pushing up that mid wave. It's an interesting call here. I would have liked to see Gold Fury, but it looks like they're going to be aggressive here. Maybe catch him off guard here as Wonder is got the back. I would love to see the Bastet stop the back there to get some extra poke onto the Phoenix. But looks like they're going to go for the left Phoenix call here. We'll see how it unfolds.
It's a 4-1 split. Fireball Ninja's under the mid Phoenix. It's pretty much gone at this point already. They've already done what they needed to. U of A did, which is get a bird and get out.
Yep, there goes the mid Phoenix with no contestant from UCSB, kind of content with leaving it, I guess, but it looks like the left side Phoenix will be what they defend here. Super Black Cat does get rooted, but kind of looks like just a game of staring so far, just a bit of poke back and forth, waiting for that minion wave to push up. And here it comes. We'll see what kind of initiate the University of Alabama does have. Cerberus missing the stun, not able to connect, but a huge stun from Wonder there. Heim having to TP Alex, but his health is depleted. The Artie has to run away. Soul able to melt that. I didn't even see the Phoenix at full HP after that fight. That thing just got melted. 2 Phoenixes for University of Alabama so far. A great mission accomplished for U of A there.
Yeah, that Phoenix lasted about not even 2 seconds. I think it was 1.75 if I was counting correctly on my internal clock. They kind of walked in and Zella and Zord said, okay, bop, 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 and it was gone. Like it just evaporated off the map because they had that minion wave in there, so the protections were off. And it made it very quickly. You know, they all held their ults, UCSB did, so it makes their Fire Giant fight a little bit better here in a minute. But you have to give 2 Phoenixes for that, so you're really in a bad spot now.
Yeah, if I'm UCSB, I'm not happy with that. First, I'm not happy with giving up the mid Phoenix for free. I mean, I think a Nemesis Bastet matchup, you know, the one-on-one would be pretty interesting. I still think you would need some help from your teammates, but giving up that left side Phoenix without getting literally anything in return, I mean, both teams have their ultimates. It was literally just them staring at each other and then hitting the Phoenix. I mean, there was no follow-up. There was no response. There was no counter. There was no nothing. And now they're down 2 Phoenixes with a 27-minute Fire Giant coming through. They're in a dangerous spot here. I don't know what their game is or what they're trying to stop that for.
Yeah, I'm not 100% positive what's going on. They're waiting for this Fire Giant to come up and they're really be able to close it out. But UCSB just almost looks like they're playing. They're still asleep. You know, they've been late to a lot of things. They've been out rotated on plays that they look like they were ahead on and still weren't able to close it out. They got caught sleeping on that left and mid Phoenix. It's very unlike this team who's, you know, been undefeated for all of group stages to come out and kind of look lackluster in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are on a massive winning streak. I mean, 10 games plus kind of winning streak. So they're both putting it on the line here. But so far, Alabama making a name for themselves. I mean, they've had a decent presence in the esports league, especially in SMITE, but really trying to get their name solidified. And the Fire Giant burn begins. Will UCSB be able to stop here? And I think they're too late. They are too late. Alabama does pick up the Fire Giant. Sanctified Fields does come out, but so does the Server Assault. Able to place them back into it, but he will sacrifice his life for it. Maybe USCB has some life here as they do get some return poke onto it, but unfortunately Mashy is way too tanky and lands the root, able to pick up Super Black Cat, who all the Artio can do is just look around and walk away, but it's a response blink from Bastet and one from the Artio as well, able to get some more poke, and they get the chase down on the Dank Shaw here. Huge Aegis, but it won't be enough. Soul able to pick up 1, and it looks like the Phoenix will follow. Minions pouring into the Titan room, coming down from the left side, coming down from the minion side. University of Alabama has not stopped pulling the W key game for all throughout the match, and it looks like they want the Titan next. Soul burning down the Titan, doesn't even care about the giant bear in front of her. Game number 1 going to University of Alabama, a fantastic performance.
Yeah, U of A looked really good in that game number 1. And when I say really good, I mean they looked really good. That was clean smite from U of A, only dying just a few times. I think it might have only been 3 because they got a 3rd pick there at the end, UCSB did. And Mashy died twice. I think their solo laner was the other one, the Cerberus. And looking back at that last fight here, Justin, that Sanctified Fields, again, was pretty good, except that U of A didn't care, and they literally just walked straight through it. They're like, oh, yeah, this is cool. We're just going to walk through it because we can, I guess. And they just walked straight forward. Sure, Roughneck died, but so did the rest of UCSB, and they were able to clean the game off. But that was crazy to just watch a team just see a Sanctified Fields and just be like, oh, yeah, cool, whatever. Like, it's just weird.
We touched on it during the game. Their level lead and their gold lead and their item lead was just too much for them to make up. They had a turning point in that fight where it was like, wait a second, UCSB just got a great stinger. They picked up 1. Could they turn around? But really, it was just an item and a level diff at that point. They were just 1 second behind Alabama, and it cost them game number 1 there.
Yeah, it was just a long time coming there for U of A. They got a really good lead, and they just kept it up for that game 1.
Yeah, a really good showing from U of A there, and that's game number 1 so far. Hopefully we get into game number 2 here. Maybe we see some tides turn from UCSB.
Yeah, we'll go to a quick break before we get into game number 2. We'll be right back.
go anywhere with you, 'cause you feel my mind, or you feel my mind. We could build a dream, start up something new. Let the old be dead, let the shadows leave my head. And the world is on your shoulders and you feel like falling over. Just come a little closer. I'll be there for you, I'll be there for you. 'Cause when we are together, I know you feel the tension. Just let me in your head so I can be there for you, there for you. The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me till we fall asleep? The night is young, won't you sing for me? Won't you sing for me? We do it on repeat. I could stay awake till the night is through, with you by my side, with you by my side. Though we've only met, let me dive into your ocean, with my heart open, when the world is on your shoulder.
Welcome back, SMITE fans, to the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. My name is Justin. Alongside with me is Killjoy for game number 2 between University of Alabama and UCSB. Killjoy, game number 1. Let's talk about it.
I got like 3 words. That was clinical.
Yeah,
U of
that's
A
3.
just put it straight down and said, UCSB, game 1, this is ours. Sorry, guys. You're going to go home right now with an 0-1. Like, you got to figure something out, because U of A looked so good in that game, Justin. From start to end, it was all U of A. There was a couple of plays UCSB looked really good, but outside of that, it was all U of A, just playing clean, clinical SMITE. I think only dying 3 times overall. They looked really good.
Yeah, they got an early lead with the first blood, and they really just moved past it, and they took it to their advantage here. Going to picks and bans in game number 2, Killjoy, do you see anything they should ban, anything they should take away?
If I'm UCSB, I'm probably banning that entire comp, but I don't know how I'm doing that. Probably taking away the Kepri is going to be a really good start. That was really hard for him to deal with. It feels bad banning Kepri, but you can't let Mashi have that again after that first game 1 performance. If I'm U of A, honestly, I'm okay with them having most of that back. You can already see that Kepri's gone.
Yeah, the Kepri is gone. I kind of agree with you if I'm U of A. The RDO was a really strong pick, especially in Season 8, but it didn't feel like there was much of a difference there. I mean, I felt like it got absolutely shredded in that double ADC comp. So if U of A wants to repeat that, I think UCSB needs to rethink their strategy in response to it.
Yeah, USCB needs to come up with a completely new draft, in my opinion. I don't think they should really pick any of the same gods that they have besides the RDO. I think the RDO did what it was supposed to. There just wasn't much for the RDO to really do into that comp that U of A had. So I'm okay with them running that pick back if they want to. But if they're picking Oleron, they need to put that in Dangshaw's hands. Sibo did not look comfortable on that at all. The Sanctified Fields were not connecting at all. So they can't pick that god up and put it back in his hands unless they really trust him to come back this game and hit every single one of them. But it needs to go to Dangshaw's hands if it's going into this game.
Yeah, some pretty typical bans from U of A, but the target ban onto the Soul. Didn't U of A have that on their side, actually? Mm-hmm. So it looks like they're going to opt for a different kind of draft here. That'll be really interesting, but UCSB does lock in Kamzots for the first round, for the first pick, rather. I like it. Pretty strong pick here.
This is the sick pick because this can go jungle or solo. I think it's really strong in the solo lane, and that's where I prefer to see it in this team comp. But again, they can play it in the jungle, so it's got that nice flex potential. But U of A banning out that soul, I also really like this because we talked about it. That was the first pick last game for U of A. And I was like, look, this is good. It can go mid, it can go ADC. It's got a lot of high pressure, and it's got good damage. And it showed that it had really good damage. It stole a Gold Fury at one point in the game as well. And it just looked really good in the hands of Zord. But what they left open was Odin, and they coupled it with Terra.
That is interesting. You don't really often see two frontliners taken off the board for the first two picks of a team, but University of Alabama really has that confidence. I mean, after game one, I would be walking with a little bit of swagger too. And they do, in the form of Odin and a Terra, really lethal frontline combo. I expect that Terra to go towards Mashy and Odin in the Soul. And how are we feeling about those two picks there?
I love these two picks, and I love taking two tanks first. Like, sure, you're like, okay, well, that means the backline can all see what they get, and they can get out of it. But cool. If you want to draft around an Odin and a Terra, good luck, have fun. Yeah. Two big circles like that coupled with together is disgusting, and it also hides the rest of your draft. It's like, oh, okay, cool, there's our front line. Okay, cool. You can't see the back line, though. You have no idea what they're going to couple with this. They could put, realistically, any other god in this comp, and it's going to work because Terra just needs to get a little bit of damage off from anybody. It's going to hit. Merlin, really good with her. Ra, also really good with her. So it's really hard to tell what they're going to lock in. But this Bastet Heimdallr return pick, this is good for UCSB. I know this Heimdallr is a pick that they like to play, and I'd love to see this Bastet get a little bit more value in this game as well. U of A looked good on it, so I'm expecting it to be the same.
Yeah, I really like the response there. You know, when you pick the two frontliners early, you do have a lot of great options you can take off the board. UCSB does get the Bastet, really strong assassins, especially with the rework. Heimdall with a great team fight ADC, but Alabama with the response in the Discordia. Really interesting mid lane pick there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this. I'm worried that this apple is going to bounce around a little too much uncontrollably for the mid laner for U of A. I would have liked to maybe see that Merlin that we talked about. It gets a little bit more mobility away from Bastet, Heim, and Camazotz. Discordia, you kind of put yourself in your invisibility, but you're in a small circle, and Bastet's going to hit a 2 in that and just start bleeding you and be able to see you. So it's kind of a hit or miss pick here for me. Hopefully they're ready to pilot this well.
Yeah, University of Alabama opting to pick her really a flex pick in the Discordia. Let's see if they're able to play around it. Let's say that. And Ganesh Morgan able to round out their bans here, and UCSB is able to pick up the Awilix and the Tsukiyomi, something we haven't seen a lot of competitive play, but a really strong single target assassin.
Yeah, I'm surprised Tsukiyomi is getting banned out here, and also the Awilix. I guess the Awilix makes sense with the Camazotz and the Bastet, but Tsukiyomi doesn't fully register in my mind why they banned that. I would have much rather seen them ban the Charybdis that U of A went ahead and locked in. This Hunter's really safe and really, really good, especially on that past season, which was what we're playing on now. So this is just a strong draft from U of A, and UCSB, again, dropping the ball a little bit. But Tiamat, this could help out a little bit when they get to those later game fights.
Yeah, I like Alabama's team comp. I don't think you can specifically let's ban Charybdis here, let's ban Discordia here. You know, those aren't really gods that you just choose to ban out. There are a lot of other strong picks, but UCSB with the Tiamat, I really don't want them to lock that in here. I think it takes a really long time for Tiamat to get online, and into a comp like Odin and Terra, it's going to take a lot more than just a few abilities to take them down. And the Bacchus pick is also an interesting one, actually.
I like Bacchus. I think Bacchus is really, really good. I think he's also got really good anti-heal in his burp. So he'll be able to kind of do a little bit onto this Terra as well. And I do like the Tiamat being able to get out of the Odin cage to help out a little bit. And leaning back into what you said about the Charybdis, can't really ban it. I'm always banning Charybdis. If it gets to the second phase, now, get that god out. I don't want to play against it. She's very annoying to play against, and it's hard to gank that dual lane, which is kind of what I was hoping to see UCSB to do. Is they have a Bastet and makes dual lane ganks really easy if they can find somebody that they can kill. It's a little bit harder to get this Discordia, but they can still do it. I really kind of want them to lock this Bacchus in because it's going to do a lot of work onto Charybdis and a Discordia getting into the backline. But UCSB is going to have to dive hard and dive together.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. The strategy from UCSB will have to change here, and we didn't really see a lot of ganks on either side. You know, we saw here a few here or there, but really it was won and lost in the team fight stage. So maybe UCSB tries to establish that pressure early on, evade some of the vision in the jungle, and tries to get ganks, especially on the dual lane side. I mean, Heimdall hit level 17 at 15 or 16 minutes into the game, and so really want to see them stop that snowball on that side of the map.
I agree. I want to see them get ahead instead for UCSB because they have a draft that gets pressure, and it gets pressure everywhere. What they're going to try to do with this draft is incubate this Tiamat and get her to level 20 as fast as they can. And if they can, this is going to be feeling pretty good for them. They have a chance in this game because their dive is also phenomenal. Camazotz, Bastet, two of the best gods to dive with because you can get in and out very, very effectively and very quickly. Heimdallr dives very well. Tiamat, pretty much his whole thing is diving. You burn your first round of abilities, and then you're jumping in. You're getting in there. And just putting Bacchus on top of that, he's just going to jump in there, knock everybody up, make them all drunk with the smash and the ultimate, and it's going to be hard for UVA to react. On the flip side, U of A has got a lot of big circle abilities and a lot of lockdown. And this Nemesis hovering the entire time might be a little bit BM trying to take a shot over there. UCSB, if they don't lock it in, be like, hey, look, this is your Nemesis. But they're going to lock it in, so they're going to try to play it better now.
Yeah, the Nemesis is locked in for University of Alabama. Really good single target character, able to have the slow, good getaway, really great ult, especially onto tanks. I like it. I like the pick from University of Alabama there. It's a really good response. You don't often see Assassins picked last, a really strong role, especially Season 8 as of late. But UCSB opting for a little bit of a strategy change here, especially in their picks and bans.
I love this. I think this is much better from them. Put something else on some high aggression pick so everyone has a little bit more of an easier time making it to those later stages because you can fight earlier on a little bit easier. It makes more sense. A couple of their picks, you kind of had to scale up a little bit before they get going. Right now, you can fight level 1, level 2 with pretty much every single one of those picks outside of the Tiamat. But if she's fighting with a Bastet, probably going to be okay. We saw it in the previous semifinal. It looked really good when they ran it, so I'm not going to be worried about an early fight with them. On the other side, though, for U of A, they have a lot of team fight, and they need some time to get these picks on.
Yeah, I was just about to touch on that. Charybdis is a very strong, very safe character. Discordia does have great damage all around, even through the early to late game. If you really want to get scaling, if you really want to flex the power of Terra, Odin, and Nemesis, you're going to need to reach that late stage of the game. And last game it did. We ended it at about 30, 29 minutes or so. So maybe that's University of Alabama strategy. Again, keep the pressure throughout the game, hold down that W key, reach the late game, and quite simply press W key, and kill the Titan and win.
Yeah, they just have to get to that late game spot. And we kind of saw it last game. U of A really had a good early game, and they just kept going. And we talked about it, too, in the picks bands. I said whoever gets the early game is winning that game.
Yep.
This one, USCB has to win the early game. There's no other choice. If you don't win this early game, you're losing this game. I don't think there's any other way about it. You can be like, sure, we have Tiamat minions. We can split push. If you're behind on this comp into Terra, Odin, probably just those two, you're going to lose this game automatically. Especially coupling it with Charybdis and Nemesis, your tanks, which is really Bacchus, I guess, is going to get shredded really quickly.
Yeah, if your strategy is to rely on Tiamat to split push with their minions, you're going to have to rethink your strategy. So hopefully UCSB has a wild card in the back pocket. They got a glimpse of what University of Alabama looked like in Game 1. Maybe they're able to respond here in Game 2. I would really, really like to see this team take it to Game number 5. We got two really great teams competing in the semifinals here in the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. We'll get into Game number 2 in just a little bit, but Killjoy, so far, what does UCSB have to do to recover in Game 2 and able to capitalize on the mistakes of University of Alabama?
They have to play this early game really aggressive. And not aggressive of, let's get this blue and then we'll come back maybe on the next one and maybe play for the side. No, you have to be on every blue buff, or you have to be on the other side getting every purple and red buff and have to be fighting them on it. You need to keep holding that pressure down. Get control of both neutral camps, try to push them out of their red buff, get them off their timers to make sure their rotations are off, and you have to out-rotate them. Last game, U of A out-rotated UCSB very hard. It looked like UCSB was making a good rotation, and then all of a sudden, Mashi was there alongside of Zord, and it was a 4v2 sometimes in UCSB, and you're like, what happened? They looked so good on this rotation, and U of A was just like, nope, we're just going to get around it and make a better rotation. So you need to see UCSB make a good rotation here to be able to take down U of A. But again, they have to play this game super aggressive, and sometimes that's really hard to do. And if they fall behind, this is going to be a tough game for them.
Yeah, Mashi has a really good pick on the Kepri on game number 1. He looked comfortable. He looked clean on it, made really great plays. Scarab's Blessing was literally a lifesaver. Did not mean to make the pun, but there it is, chat. Leave it alone. But Mashi going to have to transition to the Terra here. Going to be really interesting. Sometimes it's hard to manage that AoE. You have the root, you have the stun. Really good pickup on the team fight side. But how do you think that's going to transition? You have the Kepri, a little bit different play style than it is from the Terra.
You can play Kepri and Terra relatively the same way of I'm getting in there really quickly and then trying to get yourself out. Kepri's, it's more about I'm getting in there and dying, but I'm going to res myself and walk out. Terra's going to be I'm getting in there and I'm going to stay in there with my ultimate. So I'm expecting Mashi to almost play it the same way and be really aggressive with it. Blink Terra ult's going to go really hard for that team, especially if the Soul Laner can jump in with a big Odin cage and lock everybody inside after they get Terra ulted on top of that. And again, just putting up that extra damage, but they got to be careful. Sword's got to be very careful with this Discordia ultimate. If they put a cage down, that apple's bouncing around.
Yeah, absolutely. Discordia is really going to be important here. We talked about how hard it is to get away from a Bastet and Camazot's combo, but unfortunately has the stealth inner 3, a really good root, a really good drunken stun. If the pieces come together, it's there. Alabama has to be able to put it together. USC has to have a response. They have to get the counteract going. We are ready for game number 2 between these two teams in the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. Game number 2, we got the semifinals coming up right now. Dankshaw and CMO3 taking down the red buff.
Always a great start. Punching in that red buff, punching in the purple buff. Let's get this game going, of course. A little bit of a different start for UCSB. Last game, we saw Super Black Cat pick up a horrific emblem on the Fafnir. This game going with a shell. I'm not sure if I completely like this. I think Medcloak's kind of just too valuable in this dueling to really not pick it up, because you can really just live for so much longer than you should. Where a gank comes in, if you have your Medcloak up, you're just living. Granted, you kind of get the same value out of a shell, but I just think Medcloak's so good to not be picking up.
Yeah, especially with the rework that they had with the pulsing, it is just really, really good. I mean, I play a lot of support, and that's usually my first go-to relic, and it's just so much healing, especially in the early game and this phase of the game as well.
It's so good, and you see Thunder trying to get early on aggressive right now, and this is a good start, I guess, for UCSB too. We talked about them. They have pressure everywhere. Poking out the mid lane to get control of everything is a good way to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a really, really good passed out damage there. I forgot how powerful that character was in the jump. It kind of deleted a little bit of the health bar from the mid laner there. But University of Alabama, I mean, last game they had pressure in the duo lane with the Kepri combo. And it looks like they're going to keep that pressure here with the duo lane they have picked out here. Really good. It looks like they are doing solo laner things here. They are killing the minions, and that's about it. We're going to wait a little bit for them to rile up here. But it looks like they're going to get a little bit aggressive here, just trying to get some poke, manage those health bots a little bit. I like making fun of solo laners, but so far so good for USVB. So far so good for Alabama.
You gotta be careful if you're making fun of a Camazotz, man. That guy does so much damage, and it will catch you off guard sometimes. It can really turn around some of those aggressions. Really good clap from Mashy.
Yes, really good. Super Black Cat does take a lot of damage here. The flop does come out, but the response route from Mashy won't be enough damage, unfortunately. The minions are holding back Stella just a little bit, but that pressure shoving some minions under tower, losing out some of that gold is going to be really important. But in the solo side, Bastet picking up the first kill. Odin picking up his fellow solo laner. And it looks like the Thunderfan will have to jump away here. Odin does not connect on the stun. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade, but UCSB does get the first blood.
Yeah, that first blood is really big because that gives you that little bit of gold advantage. It also went on to Thunder, and they did kill out Fireball Ninja. Really, really massive for them. Thunder's still taking a lot of damage over here on this side. I don't think he's in any danger of falling down, but that's really huge for him to being able to get that first blood bounty.
Yeah, absolutely. Last game we saw U of A get the first blood experience and gold on the board, but UCSB able to get it this time. But Alabama, not all hope is lost. They get the response. They get some poke out. And leaving these mid laners alone here, a team that does hit level 5 before the Discordia, but looks like it won't be able to utilize it much. Instead, going to opt for the side camps.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Simo's got Zord under the tower right now. Sure, it's Tiamat, and it's kind of scary sometimes, but Disco does a lot of damage in the early game, especially when she has all those abilities online, being able to really knock it down. She has level 5, so she'll have that golden apple at her expense as well. She just has so much damage. Looks like both are going into that Chronos Pendant again, first item. We've seen it most of the day, and I'm surprised no one's leaning for that flat pen build.
Yeah, absolutely. Flat pen is really strong. I mean, if we're talking in Season 9 terms, it is really strong, but in Season 8 especially, it is also really strong. And Zealot were able to get some good poke. Really, they are literally just... We see this every day. We see this every game so far from Alabama. They do not want you to have a single inch of space on the battlefield. Whether that means giving up a minion, for crying out loud, Alabama will make sure that you fight their hardest to get it. They are not giving them anything for free.
And that's really good for this duo lane too, because we talked about how Bacchus and Heimdall can have really aggressive starts and really control lane pressure, but Mashy and Zella making sure that those two characters aren't really getting as much value in the early game as they want to. Granted, they both will scale decently well towards this mid to late game, but Mashy and Zella are going to scale harder.
Yeah, almost identical starts from the entire team here. The only ones with differing builds are the solo laners, but literally identical builds from either side so far. So obviously they have their preferences, very strong pick so far. Moving into the phase where both teams have their ultimates, maybe some fireworks will fly here. We talked about how he wanted the junglers to get involved with the ganking early on, and it did happen in the soul lane, but it's been quiet so far.
Now that both junglers have their ults and are both level 6, they'll probably look to gank out these side lanes just a little bit more, especially the soul lane. Both of them having Medcloak makes it a little bit easier for Thunder to get his ultimate off and really pull Roughneck in. As for Fireball Ninja, I would expect to see him gank maybe the duo side just because it's a little bit easier.
Good secure coming from Fireball Ninja, but we'll have to duel it out with Thunder. The Soul Layers realize that the blue is being threatened here. Odin Cage does come out, so does Fireball Ninja's ultimate. Bastet will fall. Nemesis able to dash away. Camazot's ult going under the tower, though, taking a lot of poke, and that was a mistake. Odin picking up a double kill 5 minutes into the game. A huge 3-0 start from the Soul Laner.
Yeah, that's not ideal if you're Thunder and Wonder. That doesn't feel very good, especially that those are really weird bad out of hell for me. You know, just because it got caught on the Odin Cage, and then after it went up, just immediately using all 3 charges. You can't go in there, right? You just can't, because you're gonna die most likely, especially because Roughneck still had his Medcloak online, which is why I think Medcloak is such a good item, because you just live for so long with it. So really good 2v2 for U of A there, and that's not what you wanted to see for UCSB on this high pressure comp.
Yeah, if it was like 25 minutes in, maybe you have enough damage built where you're able to pick up that kill, but I mean, it's just 5 minutes in. You don't even have an item all the way done yet. You really need to know your damage and know your character in that situation, and that is not a good, I say, it's not a good sign to let the Odin go 3-0 5 minutes into the game. So Alabama able to get that lead early on. Hopefully UCSB doesn't make the same mistake they did last time and able to come back a little bit and keep that mental intact.
They should be okay. They're not too far out of it. They're still ahead. They still have a 200 gold lead. Granted, it's 200 gold, but they still have that lead. They can still use it and go somewhere else with it. Super Black Cat actually has about a half level lead on Mashy right now, which granted it's in the support, it's not going to do much, but you can see that this dual side of the map is going to have more of that farm and experience right now. It looks like Super Black Cat might be getting caught out.
Yeah, Super Black Cat not aware that there are a couple people in the left side jungle. Disco ultimate, West Charybdis ultimate spells trouble here. University of Alabama dominating the jungle so far. They don't want to give up anything. And Super Black Cat's just kind of been caught out a lot here. In game number 1, he got caught in the jungle a couple times early on. And it happens again here. And that's a lot of XP and a lot of gold you're missing out on if you're a support. There's literally nothing better than a fed support in the early and the mid game. And that's unfortunately not going to happen for Super Black Cat here. I would love to see a bit of a game change pace for him. But looks like the Odin has and is maintaining the lead onto the Camazotz. What a huge snipe from the Bastet ult. Able to slow him down. He has nowhere to go. Bastet picking up the Odin. A much needed kill from UCSB there.
That was clutch snipe there from Thunderpan. Yeah. He also gets the shutdown on Roughneck, who was 3-0 as you had mentioned. So that's going to help out quite a bit. Now gives him a level lead. And you're right, Super Black Cat being ahead could have felt really good for this game, especially because they're piloting a Bacchus, which does just an absurd amount of damage anyway. So that would have been really nice, but you gotta play a little bit safer. I like the aggressive playstyle and wanting to get in there with the Bacchus, but you gotta play it safer just because your team needs you to play safer so that way you can group up for these mid fights.
Absolutely, and grouping up a little bit, they have Alabama early. They pulled the Gold Fury pretty quickly once the Soul Laner's got 1 or 2 items online. And with Roughneck's lead, I do expect them to do it here. Not much of a goal difference here, but still, it's just kind of the mental. I feel like I've been watching this game, and I feel like Alabama has had the lead, but excuse me, Wonder picking up a kill on Fireball Ninja will escape with his life thanks to the Camazotz sustain a clutch kill coming from UCSB there. Maybe Odin is thinking about it. Oh, he gets the kill! Wow. No! It took a skill shot and a skill shot he had. Little Roughneck with the snipe onto the Camazotz picking up another kill.
So remember when Odin got changed and they were like, it's a good idea to put on this character? A homing throw. Because that second charge does home in if you're on the second. So that was a homing shot, which automatically connect if you're in the range, as well as Warrior's Blessing proc. And Wonder just couldn't do anything about it at that point. Don't know really why they stepped up. Really unfortunate. Thunder missing out the ultimate there, trying to get something else.
Yeah, they unfortunate turn of events there. Odin Cage does come out locking in the Bastet. They're going to walk away with his life. But a great play from Roughneck there and a really good turnaround from UCSB.
It was really good. It started off so good, and that could have been so much more valuable for them. They could have had a huge pick, gotten a little bit more of a gold lead, and then just falling on the backside of that, really, really unfortunate for them. But that just shows that, hey, this Odin doesn't have beads. We can go back over and get it again, but you gotta watch out for this Gold Fury.
Yeah, the Gold Fury is being taken down here. UCSB is alert. The T-Mat is there to get some more damage onto them. Looks like they're going to retreat for now. Maybe not quite time yet, but T-Mat maybe in a little bit of danger here, is able to jump out. Let's see if the solo laners decide to join the party here. So far, it's a 4-on-4. Oracles in the Vision go in favor of U of A. Looks like Black Hat wants to get aggressive. He doesn't have much of his team to follow up, though. Maybe it's just going to be a clean disengage from both sides.
I like that. It looked like Black Cat wanted to jump in, and I was holding my breath because I was worried they were going to do it. That would have been such a bad jump in there. Thunder doesn't have his ult back yet. Simo's still recovering off of his jump transformation. You really want him in that flying stance if you're going to start a fight, and he had been forced out of it. So you just got to bide your time just a little bit more, which I'm glad Super Black Cat did. Now everyone has their ultimates back up, so if you go back over to this Gold Fury, it favors UCSB a little bit more now.
Absolutely does. I'm just taking a look at the items here. Both of the ADCs are about even. Cryptus with a slight level lead. Bacchus and Terra a little bit farther apart, though. There's a couple of Gauntlet Deeps back there. Bacchus has the tier 2 crit win. Terra opting for the helmet build. Really interesting there.
Most likely going for Lotus Crown. Item's still pretty good on those healing characters. Saw it on Umoja a little bit earlier as well. It's just a really good item. Gives you a little bit extra protection against those physical characters. And for the people that are getting double bond, hey, most of the time those are physical gods jumping on you, so that feels pretty awesome for them just to have a little bit extra protections on those tanks. Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, both teams just kind of playing to their strengths here. They were playing it smart around that Gold Fury fight. They didn't want to force anything. They've been playing the way they wanted to throughout the game, and so far it's just kind of been an Odin show. There's been a lot of action in the solo lane here, as that's where the junglers and the solo laners have turned their attention to. But what does this game need to do in order to transition to the... Oh, hold on. There's Nemesis is in right lane. Decides to go for the 2v1 onto the Camazots here. Camazot's able to swoosh away with 1 inch of his life, but it won't be enough. Fireball Ninja does pick up the Camazots, and the solo laner is down.
That's a really big pick for U of A. That's a good start, too, because this Camazots, if this guy is ahead, it is so hard to stop. But if it's behind, it's a little bit more doable. Odin kind of the same way, and Odin's ahead right now, 4-1-1, looking really good so far. It's a really good gank from Fireball Ninja to come out over there. And something I was going to talk about earlier, too, is on these objectives, Zord is on a Discordia who doesn't have the greatest confirm in the world, where Simo piloting his team out might be able to do just a little bit more damage. So these objectives are going to be a lot more 50-50 than I think U of A wants.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see that the Camazots is going tier 2 of the trans there. And when he's this far behind, trying to stack Transcendence 12, 13 minutes into the game, that's going to take a really long time. No matter how long you stay laning in the solo lane, it's going to take a while. And I really think that either he needs to hyper farm very, very quickly and move to an objective, or he needs to forget about it and move on to a new item.
I don't hate the Transcendence here just because it's going to get you a little bit more cooldown. You're going to stack it eventually at some point, and just that base damage is kind of what you're buying this for on a solo laner. But, they're starting up the Gold Fury, so UCB's got to respond.
Oh, it doesn't look like UCSB is aware of it, opting for their red buff instead. Cryptus all for the confirm, doesn't matter. Juve picks up the Gold Fury with no contestation from UCSB, an unfortunate lapse in perception there from the California team.
And they're playing behind again. We talked a little about it last game. They were getting out-rotated, and right here, U of A just doesn't out-rotate. They gank solo lane, they back, and they go straight over to the Gold Fury, and they clean it up really quickly, and now they're rotating back over to that Pyromancer side, and are going to be looking for that.
Alabama has a great play around objectives. They draft the comp for the pressure, but maybe not the Pyromancer on the menu, maybe a little bit later for them. But Alabama picking up the first objective, just like they did in game number 1, a solid 1,300 gold lead for the Alabama team.
Yeah, this is great for U of A. Remember, we talked about it earlier on. I said UCSB has to win the early game, or they're losing this game. I don't think they really won it, nor they lost it. They kind of came out even, so it's really hard for them to, play in this game, in a sense. They're going to have some really good team fights. Granted, they have this team out coming online, so that's going to help exponentially, but they got to get this Camazots into this game. Otherwise, this is going to be a really hard win for them to come out with.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier, how the Heim was really far ahead, about 17 minutes of the game. He won't hit level 17 this far, but His stat line is 0, 0, and 0. He's been farming his brains out so far, but it looks like there will be contention around this Fire Giant. The Pyromancer is a quarter HP, but Zord's HP is gone. Terra Ultimate does connect, so does the dash, but the Heim is there for the rotation. Super Black Cat able to pick up the kill on the ultimate. Wonder's health is low, but the sustain is there. But the Canvas option through the realms goes Dayshaw's ultimate, be able to kick up the Odin. Just a little bit of HP. The cage does come out,
huge knockout.
but it won't save his life. Team able to dash in. Fireball Ninja with the response onto the Camazots. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of UCSB. A good fight.
That's what they needed. They needed that to get themselves back into this game. Still about 1,000 down now here. But that was a really good play by them. Big rotation from Dangshaw to come back over to the solo side of the map. Looks like they wanted to get that Pyromancer going. Able to get it, but Fireball, they just go to the backside. Knock up from Dangshaw. And Fireball's going to have to get themselves out of danger. Dangshaw's still alive for the moment. Tower will end up falling finally. But yeah, again, great fight for them. Huge rotation. Black Cat had a 3-man knock up inside that Odin cage. That really helped confirm another one of those kills. And UCSB is right back in this game.
Dangshaw had a really good knockup there. The Nemesis shielded, blinked in, and was able to land a few basic attacks. But Dangshaw, fortunately, was able to whip around with the 2, knock Nemesis back, and force her to retreat. A perfect self-defense mechanism from Heimdall there. Really clean mechanics coming from the ADC.
Yeah, sure, Dangshaw's 2 levels down right now, but that rotation was so much more valuable for his team than him staying in lane and farming and letting Zella go back over there. They won that team fight because he rotated on that. Sure, he lost a little bit of farm, but hey, he can go back over to that long lane and just farm it up a little bit longer, and then the rest of the team will be like, hey, we'll see you at the 20-minute mark or so. You got us back into this game. It's literally even right now. There's not a gold lead anymore, so it's just really good for UCSB.
Yeah, minions don't stop spawning, so there's plenty of farm on the map. There will always be an opportunity to get some more golden XP. Heimdall making a really good team play. But so far, we've seen 2 objectives knocked down so far. What does UCSB do to need to ride this wave and even up the game?
Well, since they've already evened it up right now, they got to get ahead in some way, shape, or form, so they really need to fight on this next Gold Fury. But for U of A at this point, you're almost looking at this Gold Fury as a bait. You could just look at it and be like, okay, cool, yeah, let's go to Gold Fury, We're going to go take the Fire Giant instead and take the bigger objective and then run down all those towers. And something that's nice for UCSB is they got that right lane tower. That helps a little bit. That got them a little bit more of that gold, caught them up a little bit. But that right lane tower for UCSB could fall soon too, and that gives U of A just a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Absolutely, and the Camazots is able to stack the trans pretty well. Call the caster wrong. He is able to pick up the shifter shield as well. Be able to swing the power shift. He was down, I think it was, 1, 4, and 2 was the stat line earlier. Now able to even it up with the Odin, just about get his sustain on, get the Gold Fury going. And it looks like Thunder is looking for a gank on the left side, but Zella might be a little wiser here. And it looks like Thunder will eventually retreat. Just going to go ahead and farm up a little bit more.
I think Thunder was standing on just the edge of that ward that you can see Zella has. I think he was just barely on that. Really unfortunate for him on that gank. But if they're going to catch him out right here, they'll be able to get the knock up. And
the back might not be enough. The beats do come out, and so does the Maw. Not able to be able to defend right there. And Zella will have to back up the beat to come out for the ADC. UCSB in a really good pressure position for the Gold Fury here. This is their identity as a team, is the pressure. It looks like they're going to chase them in their own jungle here, but Odin is able to have the stun. Lots of damage on both sides. An early Camazot's ult there. Not would have wanted to see that one. We'll hold that for the Gold Fury fight. But UCSB does have the pressure, turning the eyes towards the Gold Fury here. And Bama's licking the wounds a little bit, but maybe they can contest this.
They definitely want to come back in here. Thunder doesn't have his ult either at this point. I think he went to try to get Zella on the backside of things. That Whirlpool form really good at getting him out of any sort of danger. They're going to reset the Gold Fury, though, and really just try to find some sort of fight. But it looks like Fireball Ninja wants to find a flank here.
Yeah, if I'm UCSB right now, I know that the Cryptus has no actives. Even with the 3, it is a very vulnerable character. I think you need to focus your damage onto her. She's level 18. You need to be able to lock her down in this situation. Actives or not, that is a very, very powerful character. And it looks like Alabama wants to be able to step up here, just looking for the right opening. It's a 5-on-5, all looking for an entry point here for this huge objective. Why is UCSB away from it? Alabama starts to pull it. Will they able to get it back in time? They will. I thought they had the same burn they did with the game number 1 with the Soul and AMC combo, but a little bit less this game. They're not able to pull it just yet. It was kind of a cute little dance they got going around Gold Fury.
Yeah, they just wanted to get a little bit extra farm. UCSB did. Now that Fireball Ninja's still in this left side corner, they definitely want to fight, and they have the sustain to do it as well. They have that Terra 3, which will allow them to heal up if they get poked out at all.
Yeah, this is really good patience from both teams, not just getting bored and blinking in or jumping in for no reason, just looking for the right entry point or the right stun. Are both teams getting good poke onto the Camazons, but the 2 does come from Terra, does not connect. But the 3 from Charybdis does. Well, we'll see what happens with the Bastet ult. Able to pick up the Scordia. Bacchus confirming that kill. KS, it doesn't matter for just a 3-man ultimate. Huge stun coming out for University of Alabama, but it won't be enough. Dankshaw picking up the Charybdis. That's one. The Odin Cage does come out. So does the Terra ultimate. Alabama able to turn around just a little bit, but Mashi will fall. So does Simo. And it looks like it's going to be a 3-for-1 and maybe a little bit more as the Odin is having to run away here. A huge fight for USC and a good route all into the Odin.
A really good play here. Thunder can pick this up. I don't think he'll be able to, but the rest of UCSB is doing what I was hoping they were going to. Go back over to the Skull Fury. Fireball Ninja is local, but I don't think there's any shot for him to be able to steal this unless he gets in real cheeky-like and gets the slice and dice off on it potentially. But no, Thunder spots him out. He's not getting in there. Oni Fury going to go to the way of the UCSB squad, and that fight was massive for them. First of all, Zilla hit a 3-man Charybdis ult, which should have just ended the fight right away. But the dive that UCSB has with this comp, all 5 members can just go. Like, it's like, okay, let me have Roughneck and Fireball dive their backline. There's no backline to dive. The backline's diving you, you know? So it's, they just got in there, and they were able to get up 2-3 kills. Dangshaw picked up 2 for himself. That really escalates his gameplay. He's caught up now to Zella. They're all in a much better spot after that fight, and they've got themselves a little bit of a lead now themselves. Granted, it's 200, and this game is effectively even, but this is the first time I think they've had a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, UCSB has never played like that throughout Game 1 and throughout Game 2 so far. That is an identity we have not seen from UCSB. That is what's gotten them this insane win streak in the past that is now broken, but still, that has advanced them to this far in the tournament. That's their name of the game, is able to get that pressure and able to be in their face. They didn't do it in game number 1, but looks like they're going to do it in game number 2. I mean, they haven't started an objective yet for these 2 games. It looks like they're going to pick up the Pyromancer here.
They are finally going to confirm an objective for themselves. Wonder really needs to get some farm, though, to get really into this game. Sure, you're a Camazotz and you get up into Bad Out Hell and you're still safe, but you got to have the damage online, so you need those items. So you got to get that farm going. Almost finally finished stacking that trans. Finally goes through right there, as you mentioned earlier. It takes a long time if you get it at 12 minutes. 10 minutes later, it will finally be finished. Thunder also needs a little bit more farm to get to that level 20 because if you get that Protector of the Jungle, he's going to be feeling really, really good. The rest of the team, though, is really happy with where they're at.
Yeah, really interesting level differences here. I mean, UCSB Soul Laner is down 2 levels, and so is their jungler. But they still very candidly won that team fight. Usually when your Soul Laner and your jungler is down like that, it spells for trouble. But they were able to turn it around there. Some really good team fight mechanics coming from UCSB. Bacchus with the flop, but not a lot of team follow-up. Just kind of saying hello, looking around a little bit, maybe getting some vision onto the enemy team. Wow. But Thunder is in trouble, but Camazotz will dive the backline. There's the follow the Bacchus was looking for. Disco does fall from the Bat Out of the Hell, but the Fireball Ninja does respond. He's able to pick up the kill. Team out with a good stun, but the Cryptus ult does come out, makes it CC immune. Will he find someone? I don't think the movement speed is just enough, but Fireball Ninja's blink is. Ooh. The ultimate from Cryptus does miss. Do the actives come out? Yes, they do. Odin Cage is good. So is the Terror Root. Absolutely massive, but Dankshot doesn't care. Picking up the Cryptus. So does Fireball with the follow-up onto the Bastet. Thunder does fall. All teams are so low. Team at is free casting in the back line. Who can stop him? It doesn't matter. Black Cat does follow Viral Ninja with a double Roughneck, able to pick up Dankshaw. Team Matt is just full HP, able to do whatever she wants, but unfortunately the rest of her team is dead.
Yeah, that fight did not look very good for UCSB once Black Cat was really in there. And I was going to mention, be like, he doesn't really care because they're level 15 and Disco 17. You're only down 2 levels in. They were up pretty hefty over Mashi on this Terra. So they were getting in there, and that first pick was really good. But again, if Wonder had maybe been a little bit healthier, a little bit higher level, they might have been in this 5 a little bit longer. Maybe they could have picked up Fireball Ninja as well. Thunder was on the other side of the map with Roughneck really kind of duking it out, which was kind of odd. If they were in that fight for both of them, that fight might have gone differently for both teams, of course. But I don't really know how Simo was able to free cast that entire fight, and everyone still kind of was living near the end. I expect if you get your team at free casting, they're able to just to pump out all the damage, right? Like, you're hitting everybody, and they're all dying. He had a really good stun, though, that saved the life of Dangshaw for another couple seconds. but you got to get some more damage in there, jump back in there, you're full health. You got that team out ultimate once you're in that ground stance for CC immunity, and you're just really swinging with it. So I kind of need to see SMITE get in there a little bit more with this dive that the rest of the team is doing.
Yeah, that fight was just confusing. Like it happened 2 minutes ago, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. He has both actives and is full HP, but I mean, I literally, my own eyeballs saw him casting abilities and getting damage off, but he was full HP, had both actives. It's like U of A just didn't care. I mean, we talked about it in picks and bans. It takes a while for the teammate to get online and get that damage off. It does have the Soul Reaver, but not much else. But that was just weird. I hope UCSB realizes that was just kind of a little bit of a fluke fight. But University of Alabama will gladly take the XP and the gold that comes along with the fight, especially as it looks towards the Fire Giant call here. Heimdall are lacking a little bit behind. I don't think it'll make much of a difference, though, as the posing game begins around the big objective.
Looking a little bit more at SMITE's build here, there's no percent pen in this build right now. He's going for E-Staff, it looks like, as the rest of U of A is trying to get in there.
Yeah, U of A is definitely responding to this as the stun does come out onto Wonder. Bat Out of Hell is being used to escape here. Odin Cage not going to come out just yet. Thought it was, but it looks like U of A will just establish their pressure. Make sure you know that your jungle is actually theirs. Doesn't matter how the game works. U of A has the pressure. And it looks like Super Black Cat might be a little bit of trouble here. He thinks he can just flop away, but I think the lockdown might be too good. Good enough health is Super Black Cat able to bad jump. Oh, Odin Cage is good on to 2 members. So is the Terror Ult. The Wonder is in the backline. Won't have the ultimate to escape, and he falls. SMITE jumping has a good Soul Gem proc, but unfortunately the Cryptus Ult does come out with the beads in response. Super Black Cat with the flop won't pick up much, though. It's a double for Fireball Ninja. U of A falling down, but doesn't matter. Zella picks up Dankshaw. There's 2 left for UCSB and 4. Oh, huge Bastet damage from Thunder. Able to pick up 1 to Aegis. Won't be enough. Fireball with the triple. Will he make it a quadra? SMITE with a lot of damage. And yes, quadra kill for Fireball Ninja and a deicide. University of Alabama picking it up there.
That was really off for UCSB when they were getting picked. They got Wonder's ult up. Out of Hell was useless at that point. Super Black Cat stepped up, then jumped themselves out. And then after that, it was just like single individual players playing the game for both sides. You know, you saw at the end there, Thunder trying to get a couple more people that had really low health bars. He was kind of playing by himself. SMITE kind of left him a little bit. Sure, he was probably dead, but you got to help your teammates a little bit. It just looked like everyone from both teams was playing their own game. You know, Fireball Ninja, sure, he got the quadra kill there. He was playing around his team probably the best, but the rest of his team was like hitting 3 different targets, and you really have to solidify your target selection in competitive play, especially at a high level like this, because if you're not target selecting correctly, you're going to lose that fight. And you'll notice, too, if you look back those past fights where SMITE was full health, nobody was target selecting on him, right? Sure, they killed the rest of his team, so they target selected that fight very well, but if you look at the U of A health bars, they were all very low. No health bars should be low if you're all focusing the correct person at the same time. They should all die at that point.
Yeah, UCSB just kind of jumped in one by one. You know, you saw Black Cat jump in and able to get locked down immediately. You saw Wonder jump in twice, able to escape once with his ultimate, but it just kind of felt like it was successive, you know? It felt like they have all should have been grouping there and focused on the target, just like you were saying. Kind of a misplay from UCSB, especially because they had that really good fight at the Gold Fury. They threw it away at the Fire Giant once, and then they did it again. And now they're going to have to play from behind, just like game number 1.
Yeah, they're going to be just a little bit behind, probably about 5K overall after everything comes through, about 4K right now. But they got some towers to clean up. They might even look to defend one of these T2s, UCSB, that is. I don't know if this is exactly what you want to do. Maybe just a little soft defense. Looks like they're going to give this one up. But on this left side, I don't hate a soft defense. Don't burn any ults. Try to get some damage in there and try to slow them as best as you can. You just got to be careful. These Phoenix defenses are going to be critical.
Yeah, this is the point of the game where they did pick up the Fire Giant. In Game 1, University of Alabama did pick up the Fire Giant around the 27-minute marker, and it sounds like a repeat here in Game number 2 as they do as well, turning their eyes towards the right side T2. Will it be a Phoenix call? Maybe feeling it out a little bit. All 5 members against all 5 members here. Looks like it's just going to be a little bit of a dance here. I'd love to see some sort of initiate, but University of Alabama's play calling is more conservative at times, especially when it's focused around these towers and Phoenixes.
Yeah, Black Cat got up there on the Roughneck trying to get a little bit of damage out, and SMITE's trying to put some extra damage in as well, but they might go for this middle Phoenix to see what they got.
Yeah, they do have the wave that's coming through, but fortunately minions are pretty easy to clear 29 minutes into the game, so I don't think it'll matter. I would really just like them to see the pickup, the left tower here, then go for Gold Fury. But looks like they'll do the invert and go for the Gold Fury, and then hopefully the left side tower for the last 3 Phoenixes.
They might just reset after this and spend the gold that they have, because this gold lead that they had, we said it was 4K. Yeah. Now it's up to almost 8K. They probably have 4K in hand overall, which means each player probably has around 1,200 or so, and that's going to be a pretty big power spike. Yeah, everyone's at 1,500 or more, so they have a lot of power spikes here off this back, and then they're going to re-siege this tower most likely. And something that you were mentioned earlier, it's like they got this Fire Giant around the 27-minute mark last time. The shining hope for UCSB is they're not as far behind as last time, and everyone is level 20 or higher for them. Even Super Black Cat is still ahead of Mashy somehow. Not really sure how they're farming so much more efficiently for being so far behind the rest of the way gold-wise.
Yeah, a Bacchus from behind is just really tough because one of your initiates and your escape as well is the jump. So if you decide to initiate with your jump, you're going to get locked down pretty quick. But if you decide to escape with it, you're not going to have much initiate. So it's a tricky tail of Bacchus, and when you're behind and really squishy, it gets a lot tough. But looks like Alabama will decide to go towards this left side here, just walking up the minions, able to take down the last tower on the map. Lots of starter items finished for UCSB, though. They do have the Eye of the Jungle upgraded, so the Conduit Gem and the Death's Temper. Soft defense here from UCSB, but I think it is just too much damage onto these objectives. But finally, the moment you've been waiting for, Killjoy, the Phoenix defense on the left side.
This is going to be really big. They already got Bacchus jump down, though. That belly flop is going to be on a little bit of a cooldown now for a couple more seconds. They might want to look to engage before that comes back up, because that really limits what UCSB can do.
Looks like the fight will begin here as the minions do pour into the left side Phoenix. Nemesis ult does come out to the Black Cat. Huge damage onto the frontliners. Absolutely deleted as the Bacchus. Goodbye. Thunder has to run for his life here. Root is good. So is the Phantom. Will be able to escape within a sliver of his life. Heimult is good. Able to go away from Roughneck just for a little bit.
Beautiful.
Wonder is a quarter HP, though. Able to blink back in. Didn't need to do that, but is able to heal just a little bit. Left side of Phoenix does fall. A really good surprise attack there from Alabama.
Yeah, they got in there before really Super Black Cat could react. Couldn't get the ultimate off, so didn't get that Pridwin proc, which could have saved a little bit longer. The Minotaur not going to quite get in there. Kusriku not being friendly to Simo today. So he's going to have to maybe not catch those backs off, but Phoenix gone. Could have been worse. They could have lost the game.
Yeah, that's that's always the bright side. We didn't lose the game, guys. We're still in it. The clock is still ticking. There's still things to be done. We're not out of it just yet. It's only one Phoenix. At this stage of the game, they had 2 Phoenixes down, and then they had to defend fire. But I do think with 1 Phoenix down, I do think they have a chance to defend it, especially because it's the all-powerful enhanced Fire Giant.
The one downside for UCSB for defending this right now, their mage still doesn't have flat pen.
Yikes,
doesn't matter flat or percent. They need to get something on. Now finally 10% will come through on that T2 of the Obsidian Shard. And they need that online if Simo has any hope of doing a lot of damage to Roughneck or Mash. This Fire Giant slowly starting to burn, but it's kind of going quicker now.
Yeah, not the same objective burn we saw in game number 1, but it still might be good enough. Black Cat deciding to jump in maybe just a little bit early here. Fire Giant, quarter HP, but Black Cat gets automatically deleted. Odin Kid does come out onto Simo. No Phantom to save him now. He's have to jump out, but it's too late. Health bar is diminishing, and it looks like,
wow.
No! He gets the heal on the Soul Gem proc. Is he able to get the cooldown to time? No, the knockup isn't good. Almost gets away from Odin, but able to pick up Simo. Great survivability from the team out there. Wonder taking 3 members on the back line, but looks like a boxing match between Thunderpat. Tit for tat from Roughneck, and the jungler will jump up and down. Let's see if he gets a stun. Yes, he does. Will the shield be enough against Bastet? I think it will, but no, not going for the one-on-one there. Instead, going to turn his eyes to Fire Giant. The Solinger versus Jungler fight is not what's finished yet, but looks like Alabama will pick up the Fire Giant here. A 2-for-1 trade.
UFG going to go down. Fireball Ninja not going to be able to pick this one up. I don't know how Simo lived for that long. He should have died there. Huge play by Thunder to pick up Fireball Ninja there before he get that last auto off to kill the mid laner. That fight looked pretty good for UCSB at the start of it, and then Black Cat jumped right on into the back line of all of them and got instantly beat up. So UCSB was taking a 4v5 for the rest of it. Odin Cage, still disgusting as it ever was. That wall goes up, and it's really hard to fight into. And, UCSB did an okay job of it. They got out and they started running. They got a kill off of it, but U of A just playing those ultimates really, really well. The Terra ultimate was beautiful. The Odin ultimate, gorgeous. The Maw Hungers was a little bit off the mark just because it was so far behind. But on the other side, too, Dangshaw was putting in work. He got really good damage into 3 of those players before he ended up having to back off.
Yeah, he had great damage, especially with that kin size and the Executioner coming out on the Heimdall. At this stage of the game, no matter how far behind you are, it is very, very powerful. And I really think Black Cat needed to play that better. He didn't have enough vision on the Fire Giant to tell that it was still a little bit more HP than he wanted to before he jumped in. And as soon as he jumped in, I literally had just spoken about it before that happened. He jumped in and he didn't have an escape, but he initiated. But because he jumped in, he didn't have an escape, and unfortunately just gets completely logged down there. University of Alabama says, hello, this is our Fire Giants, and now your life is ours. And he falls and does unfortunately not get the Phantom onto the Tiamat, and it just kind of a domino effect there for UCSB.
Yeah, they really need Super Black Cat to play with his backline a little bit more, or the Blackline play with Super Black Cat. Black Cat's getting in there, and again, we talked about it. UCSB has a very dive-heavy comp. They want to get in there. They want to be doing all the damage at once. That way, the Phantom can hit everybody at one time. So I wouldn't hate if everyone started diving with them, because again, you can't dive a backline that's diving you. So they have to pay attention to where Black Cat is, so they can get that out, because they don't have a blink. So they're getting in there with that jump.
This is going to be a really interesting strategy here from the University of Alabama. On the left side, you have Fire Minions and Oni Fire Minions coming through, but also on the right side, you have Oni Minions, but it doesn't matter. They're just going to go for it right now. Who cares about strategy when you have Oni Page? Super Black Cat does fall from the Charybdis. That's one on UCSB. Unfortunately, Fireball Ninja is going to dash in without any follow-up. Thunder slowly getting his HP away, but unfortunately will survive there. Right side Phoenix does fall down. Keep your eye on the left side of the map, folks. That is the Fire Oni Minions coming down the left side. University of Alabama picking up the mid Phoenix for basically free here. Thunderfan jumping in, but unfortunately won't pick up anybody. Odin with the stun, half HP. It looks like Bad Out of Hell will have to come out on the cameras left as well. Won't find anybody there. Left side Phoenix is all but wrapped up in a bow for University of Alabama. That is 3 birds down and 1 player down for UCSB. Let's see if this is a Titan call here. Looks like Alabama will try to put this away with their W key button. They've held all game, including game number 1. It looks like they're going to try and play a little bit. Good crits coming out from Charybdis, but the Tiamat AoE damage is really good. You got Oni Minions from the right side coming into the Titan room. The Titan is in that tank. He's absolutely burned. That's game number 2 for Alabama. In a blink of an eye, Alabama takes game number 2 and establishes a lead, 1 game away from taking it all.
U of A eviscerated that Titan. It was gone faster than any of those Phoenixes were standing. Like that last left Phoenix, had like no health on it. And that Titan fell faster than that Phoenix did, which honestly blew my mind a little bit of how quickly it went. But again, UCSB was fighting a 4v5 that entire time that last Phoenixes, because Black Cat jumped in and then got melted. It got completely blown up right away. So game 3, Black Cat's either got to play something safer, or the rest of the team needs to go and they go.
The Minions won the game. It was literally Minions. That Oni Fury was so clutch. The Minions coming down the left side, eventually the right side and the mid lane. They were coming from everywhere, and all they could do was watch. Huge, great ending for Alabama there. Love that game 2 ending. We'll be right back. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to head to game number 3. This is the semifinals for the ABGL SMITE's Collegiate Championship. Welcome back, Smite fans, to the AVGL Smite's Collegiate Championship. We are in the semifinals. We have University of Alabama versus UCSB. Game number 3 coming up here, but game 2 just finished. Killjoy, why don't you walk us through it?
It was a lot better from USCB this time. They were pretty much in it up until the end. Caught themselves up from a deficit they had early game near the mid-game mark. Kept it really close for the next 10, 12 minutes or so. Fire Giant fight started not going too well. Support Super Black Cat jumped in a couple times, got themselves out of position, really made UCSB fight a 4v5 for the last 5 minutes or so on a lot of those team fights. U of A getting a big Oni Fury, was able to lock down all 3 Phoenixes and then completely melt the Titan in the last 2 of the game. And it was pretty clean once more from U of A. So going into game number 3, I expect to see a lot of the same things out of them. But UCSB, it's time to put up or shut up now. It's go time.
Yeah, their backs are against the wall. UCSB needs to show us what they're made of. There's a glimpse of it in game 2. You know, they established their identity a little bit. They had some aggression, especially around some objectives, but unfortunately they weren't able to sustain it throughout the mid and the late game. And that's what cost them. University of Alabama, if there's one way to describe them, it's them holding down the W key. I mean, they find one of your mistakes and they capitalize on it completely, and they make sure you know you made a mistake. I mean, they are absolutely dominant once they get on the roll.
It's clinical if they catch a team making a mistake. They punish it so hard. It looks so good for them when they find those times. And UCSB has cleaned up a lot of those mistakes in game number 2. But going into game number 3, I need to see Super Black Cat on something safer for them. They need to have something that can't get in there all the way, or the rest of the team needs to get on something that can go in there. I thought Dankshaw looked really good on the Heimdall. He made very impactful rotations. I thought Thunderfant looked really good on the Bastet. The Kamazats was kind of iffy for me. The Bacchus, I loved the idea of it, didn't do as much. If Simo wants to run back this Tiamat, got to get some more pen on early game. Yep. I would love to see a double flat pen build out of either of the mages in this game, because the penetration has just not been there so far this set, and it's shown in a lot of these team fights. They're just not doing as much damage as they really want to be. Credit to U of A being very far ahead, and they've been playing very well from ahead. But again, they also have not been having a lot of pen, but they're still doing the damage because they're ahead.
Yeah, a little bit of a strategy change for UCSB, and maybe a little bit of a minor tweak from Alabama. You know, they slipped up a little bit in the early to mid game there. But UCSB, Their backs are against the wall. They're down 2-0. It's a best of 5 set. This is the game that they need to turn it on, or they're turning their backs back to their home. They're going to be done for here if they don't win. And I really think it starts with the support role. You could have the Soul Laner dive, and the Camazotz is able to escape really well, able to sustain really good. Maybe he needs to focus on more peel with his backline. Simo, he can get the damage off if he builds the pen. The Heimdall looked really strong. If you just have that peel, maybe it's a little different. Maybe it's just a strategy change for UCSB.
I would love for them to first pick Khepri. As weird as that sounds, I would love to have them go to the first pick slot. Yeah. First pick that Khepri. A, so Mashy cannot have it. And B, so it's on something that Super Black Cat can stay aggressive with. Also, have really good peel for his boys, and he has a res. That res is going to be really big for his team because that allows the rest of the teams to do what they want to do, which their dive comp looked pretty good when they were running it correctly. When Dangshaw and Simo were in it to get in it, they were winning those fights. Thunder was in there, they were winning those fights. Solinger was getting in there as well. Wonder was just in there going up in the bat of hell. They were okay. They were they're getting in there, but they were also safe about getting in there. The other three kind of were just we're stuck on the ground realistically, so they're going to need a little bit more of that help. So I would love to see them pick it up. I want to see them come back to this Heimdall. If they can get the best stat again, that would be awesome. But I definitely don't want to see a Nemesis in Thunder's hand. I need something more utility.
I couldn't agree more. As we head into picks and bans here for game number 3 in the semifinals, the winner will take on Illini Orange in the finals. Let's see if Alabama is able to close it out here. And again, more standard bans coming from both sides here.
Yep, they're sticking with the same thing they've been going through. Yamoja, Odin game banned out by UCSB, which is, very, very smart. Geb also going out. The Odin looked really good last game. Zeus and Gilgamesh, both of those are out as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe take the Soul off the board again because they don't want UCSB to have that early aggression mage that doubles as an ADC as well. So I'd love to see them take that out. And again, I want to see the Khepri first pick. It's time for it, man. It's time for it. They can do it.
The Soul is banned away from, University of Alabama. UCSB does have the first pick here, and I do want to see the Khepri, but it is the Camazotz. A decent pick, did fall behind early, but still strong character, especially when it scales. How are you feeling about this one, Killjoy?
If they pick Khepri here, I think this game might be over just already. Really? Mashy looked so good on it, honestly, in that first game. I think the Camazotz can be good if it goes into the jungle hands. Maybe this time could look pretty good. They will have a chance, looks like, to potentially come back and get this Khepri, which I really want them to do because, again, if it doesn't go here, Mashy's most likely going to pick it up. They're going to go ahead and pick it up. I would love to see an Achilles here, actually. It is open, and I think that would be really awesome.
Yeah, a really strong pick from UCSB here in the form of the Khepri if it is locked in. Again, taken away from Mashy. Mashy is a masterclass on that character. But University of Alabama opting for the Bastet pick here. I mean, I think we saw this in almost every game of the last set, and especially these first 2 games, the Bastet has been present. Mm-hmm. Do you feel like it's making a game-changing impact, or do you feel like there could be stronger picks?
I think it's depending who piloting it is really what happens. I think Fireball looked pretty good on it. I don't think it was game-breaking just because they were so far ahead. So, yes, it looked good, but also, it was kind of forced to look good. I want to see them have their own unique plays in this game. I think Thunder looked really good on it last game. I think that was one of their shining spots as well. So I like taking this pick away and making him play something else because the Nemesis didn't look too hot in that first game that they had. I mean, they pretty much just got shut out by it. So I love having this Bastet go here because, UCSB would have 100% came around and went Camazotz, Bastet, Khepri, and that would have been disgusting.
Yeah, those are 3 names I never want to hear together on a team. Well, unfortunately, UCSB does not have that going with the Medusa as the ADC, Khepri the support, Camazotz in the solo lane, or maybe in a jungle here, you never know. But it looks like University of Alabama will insta-lock the Terra. Mashy had a very good performance on the ultimate as well in that character. Mm-hmm. And pretty standard so far. I think Alabama's going to stick true to their guns. It's been working for them. I mean, their drafts have been great. They've been playing too well with their strategy, and I think UCSB still struggling to find their identity as a team.
Which sounds weird to say, too, in the semifinals, to be finding their identity, but they really just look like they haven't played together very much recently, and it could be because of the new season, and they're really into it, and pretty much have forgotten what they wanted to do in last season. You'll see the build pass not having any pen might have been it. This Medusa pick, though, is weird to me. I'm not sure if I like this. I would have loved to see the Heimdall go back to Dangshaw, unless, of course, Simo is going to take this in the mid laner. Then, in that case, I'm in.
Yeah. The Heimdall was really strong for UCSB. But it looks like the Morgan Le Fay, a relatively new character in the game, will be hover to University of Alabama. The opting for the Disco last game was the mid laner, but looks like it might lock in Morgan Le Fay, and yes, it does, trying to get that CC immunity maybe away from the Capri just a little bit.
Yeah, I like this too. Disco being banned out, Charybdis being banned out by UCSB, really making sure U of A has to pick something different that isn't as safe in that dual lane, though. Heimdall is still up, so they could come back around and grab that, and it would just kind of be ironic at that point. Morgan Oleron going out. I'm not sure why they banned the Oleron. In my opinion, I would have been okay giving it back to Simo after the game 1 performance. Sure, he settled into that Tiamat a little bit later on in game number 2, so they could just be scared that his mechanics are back in. He's kicking butt. He's ready to go. So they just don't want him to have it. Or they could put it over into the hands of Danksha, and put that Medusa in the mid lane, which I think would be pretty sick. So it's still a pretty good ban to take out at this point in time. These last 2 picks here, maybe go back to the Tiamat and the Cerberus could be pretty good.
Interesting UCSB picks here, and especially the Poseidon. I love the look on your face. I feel like you got something to say, Killjoy.
For like half a second, I was like, oh yeah, that's a Poseidon jungle, because why not? And then I realized, they didn't have a mid laner up, and I saw the Cerberus, and I was really confused. This could go really well for UCSB, right? Because if you look at U of A, who did end up picking up the Heimdall, which is very funny, they have a lot of gods with CC immunity, and their ultimates, the only 2 that don't are the 2 tanks. So realistically, it's like Wonder's going to try to pick up the 2 tanks, put them in a Kraken, and hope they die, and then you kill the rest of their backline off, where Thunder's trying to get in back there, and maybe Dangshaw's diving with him. But just this Poseidon just feels like it's going to die a lot to me, to the Fireball Ninja Bastet.
Yeah, Bastet. Well, if Bastet has really good attack onto mid laners, especially just because she can jump in and out. But if Poseidon's able to times 3 onto the Bastet and get that cripple off,
that's true.
Maybe it'll lock it down. Maybe an insta Kraken. Maybe Super Black Cat does play the more peel role, just like we were talking about earlier, is able to get the Bastet off of him. UCSB, it's definitely a new look for them. That's for certain. UCSB is changing their strategy, and I hope it's going to be for the better, especially against the strong Crimson Tide team.
Yeah, the Crimson Tide have looked very, very strong, and the Crimsons, definitely for the amount of blood that they've spilled in this game, have looked absolutely clinical in the first 2 games. And I love also that UCSB has picked a different draft look all 3 games so far, right? First game didn't work. Chalk it, get a new one. They went with the Oleron AMC. It didn't work. You go to the next game, kind of play some more early aggression, incubate the mid laner. Didn't quite work out how they wanted to. Let's go to this draft. We're going to put our mid laner on something that's got a lot of damage to get off very, very quickly as soon as you hit level 5. Put the high pressure back in the dual lane, high pressure jungler as well. This could work for them. This could be their winning strategy. If they win this game, I'm going to say when, because this draft is strong. When they win this game, what are they going to do next game? Because there's no way U of A will give them the same draft back, right? Are they going to go back to one of those 2 drafts that didn't work, or are they going to try to lean into something new? Granted, they have to win this game, and U of A has a strong draft that they have to play into.
Yep. Yeah, both teams. This is tough, to say the least. I really think University of Alabama got every single character they wanted in their draft. I don't feel like they missed anything. We were talking about the Heim being such a powerful pick, especially on Alabama's ADC. RDO with a great solo lane pick, has the cripple, has the root, has the stun. Morgan Le Fay, really great damage, especially in the mid to late game. Best. I could go on and on. I feel like University of Alabama has their picks. I feel like they have all the confidence in the world to execute what they have.
I feel like the only thing they could have got differently was they could have got their Disco, they'd been happy, and they could have gotten the Capri. But again, that was picked away and banned away, so there's not much more you can do about it. But they go on Morgan Le Fay and Terra, and I'm sure they're just as happy because, again, Mashy looked pretty good on it last game. So I'm excited to see him back on that again this game. Zord playing another pick here, the Morgan Le Fay. Could look really, really good. Has a lot of good utility. I think the matchup might be pretty strong into Camazotz and Poseidon. So this early game mid fight is going to be something to watch out for.
Absolutely. And we're about to go to game 3 here shortly. But so far, both teams, really interesting draft. UCSB with their backs against the wall, down 2-0 in a best-of-5 set. Alabama looking to go towards the finals. What do we need to do here, Killjoy? What does Alabama need to do to shut it out?
They just need to keep playing. They just got to keep doing what they've been doing. They've been out-rotating, out-playing, out-skilling. Pretty much everything they can do right, they have been. The few times they've done something wrong, it was just UCSB playing better Smite at that point. But U of A has played the better Smite here today pretty much the entire time, besides like one ambush fight on a Gold Fury, and that was it. Other than that, U of A has looked clean and clinical.
We're not inside the minds of the UCSB players. We don't know what they're thinking right now. Are their mentals shattered? I mean, I feel like they haven't been able to find their footing in any of these games. They're down to their last game potentially. What are they thinking here?
I don't think anyone's mental's broken, right? Like I fully believe that they're fine, right? You go into this and you've seen reverse sweeps happen, right? And any team can reverse sweep, just have the mentals for it. They were still in that game up to the very last time. They were putting in the work. They were trying to get in there, trying to stop it. It wasn't really like tactically in team or anything like that. They were in there fighting for the game. So I think their mentals are going to be fine. They just have to get in there and play SMITE how they want to play SMITE.
It'll be put to the test here in game number 3 as we head in here. UCSB with their backs against the wall. Alabama looking to shut them out here as we head into game number 3, the potential clincher to go to the finals.
This is awesome. We talked about it previously that both these teams come in group stage undefeated, right? They have gone in and just smacked everybody around, cleaned everybody up, and they're coming in high horses, all high and mighty. And then one team goes up, and all of a sudden you're like, oh wow, we got beat. That's crazy. This is different. And now you're in your final game of, wow, we need one more game win to put out a team that was undefeated. And on the other side, you're like, wow, we're one more game from being put out by an undefeated team as well. So hey, it's good for us that we made it here. But these two teams have the calibers to win it all. I believe UCSB has done it before as well, as has U of A. So these guys are ready to fight and ready to win. And this game 3 is going to be incredible.
Absolutely. High pressure situations for both teams, looking to close it out here and looking to stay alive. Really interesting matchup between these two teams. We talked about the matchups. Poseidon is in the mid lane, not in the jungle, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick up an early lead here in the mid lane.
They definitely want to get as much as they can early on. There's that whirlpool you were talking about. I think that's really beneficial for this team because if they get past that jump in and that whirlpool underneath of her, that Kraken's going to go on her and she's going to die because there's no other way for her to get out of that point, and that might be the whole play.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to counter the best set here. We've seen it so often in this set, and especially the last set too. Really strong character, especially in the Season 8 gameplay. Looks like Super Black Cat might be looking for a play here. Unfortunately, not going to hit the pluck. Best looks like a double man stun onto the UCSB. The med does come out from the Kepri, maybe a little bit preemptively there, as there wasn't a lot of follow-up. Looks like there's going to be a brawl in mid lane. Fireball Ninja will just have to jump away, but it doesn't matter because Thunder is able to jump in. Simo getting the autos through, but it's Zord with the first blood. Alabama picking it up, and Simo just got the box for his life. Might pick up a double kill here. Gave it the beads is Fireball Ninja and jump away. Morgan Le Fay running for her life, and it will be a clean first blood for University of Alabama.
That was such a massive fear out of Zord. Literally the only reason that Fireball Ninja is still alive is because of his mid laner being able to hit that fear, put Thunder against the wall, and the last little bit of damage was able to come through and clean them up. Simo not being able to get that tidal wave to be able to hit. Now he's taken so much damage from Zord, who looks phenomenal on this pick already.
Yeah. Oh, huge fight here in the dual lane as Heim's able to crystal out of there. Good damage exchange on both sides. Going back to that fight in mid, Poseidon is just shaking his head right there. I mean, I feel like he was full HP, had his buttons up, but just is not able to finish out a specific kill there. It was really unfortunate. As he looks to the solo side here, maybe a little bit of an invade going on. Camazotz and Cerberus looking to defend it against the RDO and the Bastetts, but it looks like they might be too little late as the blue buff invade is successful. An unfortunate loss for the Cerberus there.
Yeah, this is really awesome for Roughneck too because 1, Guardians don't feel good without a blue buff, and 2, Guardians feel really good with the blue buff. So Roughneck's happy because he's got a blue buff, and he's also happy because Wonder now doesn't have a blue buff, which makes this lane a lot harder for that Cerberus.
The wonders of Smite, just one simple buff can make or break your day, and that's just how it goes sometimes.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Poseidon is able to hit level 5 here out of mana. Smite just have to back up and be able to crack in somebody later. But looks like there's nothing new happening on the battleground. Getting really good poke is U of A. Digshaw doesn't really realize he's alone, but able to slither away just in time.
You should be okay right now. Medusa's a little bit of good escape in the early game because that last right, if you're running away, you shouldn't be hitting anybody. It's more of these team fights. It's a lot harder for her to escape because there's always something there that you can bounce off of and clip because that dash is very wide and very easy to clip on things, which is why a lot of players don't enjoy this pick. But now it's just Petrified. They could look to go right here, especially if Super Black Cat hits this pole.
Super Black Cat does hit the root, but doesn't opt for the pull just yet. The Medusa ultimate is ready, and so is the rest of his squad. It looks like Medusa is just going to go and pick up. He's a lot of confidence. I mean, Dangshaw, especially on the Heimdall last game, he's been a star. He's been a star for UCSB here, able to just act with confidence. I mean, he was just 2v1ing there on the dual lane just a little bit ago, but it looks like Kepri might go with the flank here in the dual lane. Not going to be a lot of follow-up, though, as the root is good, but the pull is good on Super Black Cat. Maybe a little bit of a fight here, but it looks like just more posing around. 4 members lurking in the left jungle there. Always alerts on the dual lane side, as it looks like University of Alabama's players are unfortunately back in the base. Won't be able to do much about it because there isn't much to do there.
Yeah, really good recognition from U of A too. If Dankshaw's playing up in a 2v1, he's definitely going to have some help nearby. Black Cat coming around the corners. It came out a little bit too high up for that gank to work out really well. Now Fireball Ninjas turn over here on this side of things, and Dangshaw knows he's not getting this purple because there's still a support over here, and his is on the red buff with Simo, so he's got to relinquish this purple.
Yeah, Dangshaw.
Oh, we got hit.
Dangshaw is good, but not 3v1 good here, as Simo able to pick up the red buff, Kepri not be able to make up to the purple buff in time, and unlucky for the Medusa there, but fortunate for the Poseidon. I think that's what their focus is so far, is to keep this Poseidon alive and keep Simo fed. That's really important, especially during this early game.
Yeah, and Fireball Ninja hit that ultimate on a Dangshaw. He forced his beads out over that purple buff. That's what I got excited about. I saw that go through the wall. I was like, that was crazy, because I didn't expect him to even try it. It's like, oh, they're going to get this. And all of a sudden, nope, Cat picked him up and put him right back down really quickly off the beads. But that's a really big beads force, and I'm not going to be surprised if Fireball Ninja goes right back over there as soon as that ult is back up.
Yeah, I had no idea what you were freaking out about. But yeah, Bastet does hit the ult there, able to get the beads. Really good play. I'm sure the Heimdaller will be thankful for that. Really good play from the Bastet, with the rework, a different ultimate. It's a nice character. Everybody I've talked to seems to either love it or hate it, which usually means it's in a pretty good state here. But it looks like there's not going to be a lot going on, except for in the dual lane. Heim's just able to press 3 and walk away from Thunder, however.
Yeah, that's really awesome, too. And the one nice thing for U of A is that Camazotz doesn't have a lot of hard CC, right? Like, you're not having to beads anything on him, so anytime he ganks, you're probably not going to have to use a relic. Unless you have Aegis, of course. It's probably your best relic to have against a Camazotz, so you're not really worried about losing your beads. So that gank, it's like you're going to send Fireball Ninja over there. You're going to peel beads probably 80 to 90% of the time if you hit your ultimate.
Yeah,
if Thunder goes over the gank, you're probably never hitting those beads.
Oh, through the wall, but not going to connect onto the Kepler there. Unfortunately, gets the sidestep. Not able to do it that time is Fireball Ninja, but the Kraken comes out from Simo, barely picks up Zord. The core HP still lives. Bastet jump won't do much. And it looks like just kind of a clean disengage there from both sides.
Yeah, Zord took all of that Kraken. Also lost his bees in that fight, so now it could be what they look for. Super Black Cat could get in here and try to grab Mashy's local. As is Dangshaw, though, this is going to be a big fight.
Kepri and the Camazotz both jump in. The Fearless is good from the Morgan Le Fay. We'll have to disengage an unlucky ultimate there. Did not need to use that. A little bit of a scare tactic there from UCSB, and it worked onto mid laner. So far, Morgan Le Fay doesn't have her beads or her ultimate. May pressure into, as the Poseidon does have the ultimate coming back up soon.
Yeah, and they need this Kraken to secure objectives too, right? Because this is the first time either team's really had good objective secure. Sure, you had Supernova in game 1 for U of A, but Supernova is not going to outbeat a Kraken, which is probably the best secure for most of the mages. And in this game, it is the best secure on the map. So they really are relying on Simo to help them get these objectives.
I really like how UCSB is playing. We haven't seen this from them in game 1 or game 2, but they've been really aggressive in the early game. In the mid lane, they lost the first blood, but they almost got it. Like it wasn't just a gimme as a first blood for Alabama. They had the potential to get it themselves. But they've had aggression all over the map. They've tried to get those red buffs invade. They've tried to defend their blue buff, but unfortunately unable to. But they've really been stepping up here. They're realizing that now is the time to do something about how they're losing.
Yeah, and I love it too, getting a little bit more aggressive. Looks like they're going to try to go in here and get the Kraken
off
right away.
Kraken from the Poseidon. Kepri with a great setup onto the Morgan Le Fay, but it looks like the healing will be good, but maybe not good enough as that. The hell is good. So is Poseidon's Whirlpool, and Morgan Le Fay finally does fall. Simo picks up the kill. A great play from UCSB to group up there, but the Bastet is lurking, doesn't land the root. Maybe Mashy's caught out a little bit here as the Kipper root does connect, and so does the pole. Goodbye, Mashy. Thunderpat picks up 1. So does the Poseidon. It is a 2-for-0 trade.
this is awesome for UCSB. You know, this is exactly what you wanted to see. Sure, they're still down in gold, but they're getting a little bit of pep in their step now. They've found some things together. They're starting to chain it together. They're waking up here. Really good Kraken. You can see damage check. Took a little while to kill Zord, which didn't help them very much. But they got the picks that they needed. They didn't lose anybody in that fight, and it's starting to look better for them. They're going to keep Zella under tower because Dankshaw's is on Medusa, which has a lot of high aggression, high pressure. They can look for this Gold Fury as soon as SMITE feels confident.
Absolutely, especially Kraken does come
got his
out,
beats
and
again.
so do the beats from Morgan Le Fay. That is just a lethal combo. I mean, the Khepri Poseidon combo there. If you get rooted, you're sure as heck about to get Kraken just immediately after. And a really great team play from UCSB so far. Even if it doesn't mean death, even if it just means the beats. But it looks like Medusa and Heim getting a little bit of a poke onto each other, trying to establish who's the alpha in that lane so far.
Yeah, and again, Medusa's going to have this advantage 9 times out of 10 over a Heimdall. And especially how Dankshaw and Zell both been playing. They're both great players. Dankshaw was really putting the work in last game, doing a lot of work on that Heimdall, so he knows how that god wants to play those fights. So he wants to take those little small, cheeky little engagements, get maybe a steroided one onto you, take a little bit of extra damage, you come around the corner, get you with another one, and then spits on you a little bit, and then they can finally look to all in you once their full kit's back up. Whereas Heim is just going to be like, okay, I'm going to dip out under tower. I'll peace out right now.
Classic Heimdall players here. But it looks like Alabama will be grouped here in the mid side of the map. But unfortunately, the Khepri does get caught out. Let's see if there's any follow-up. It doesn't look like it. I do think they're just terrified of this Kraken. I mean, so much damage early on.
It's up now.
Especially as Poseidon has the Chronos Pendant online and the tier 2 of the flat pen.
Here.
Looks like the Soul Laners are here to join the fight. So you know what that means. It looks like it's going to be a Gold Fury call for both sides here.
Oh, wow, that was so much damage just put straight into Fireball right away. SMITE tried to get a Whirlpool out, not quite to get a big root, and this could be a Kraken.
Huge Kraken as well, coming from UCSB, but the Cerberus all as well. As soon as the Terror, nobody from Alabama has fallen yet. That out of hell is good, but won't pick it up. Wait, the Cerberus does? No. Nobody's died yet, just a lot of ultimates and a lot of relics. So does the med come out. Alabama may have to retreat here, as it looks like the healing is going to be too much from UCSB. That was a really interesting engagement there.
And the one important ultimate that's still up too is Super Black Cat. They still have that Scarab's Blessing. They can still put a res out. And that's one thing that worries me now. We did see a lot of low health bars. Granted, it was SMITE only for USC that got low. So it's kind of really hard to get that ultimate onto somebody that's in a different dimension at that point in time. But if they die with that ultimate or somebody dies with that ultimate up, it's going to be scary for UCSB.
Really interesting Gold Fury pull here as UCSB does able to confirm it. Dankshot does not connect on the last rate, but it doesn't matter. UCSB completes their objective, gets the Gold Fury. And I think if Bastet was just a step coming out of base, just a step faster coming out of base, I think that was definitely contestable. I did not think Medusa had the damage to pick that up the way she did, but fortunately it does go the way of UCSB. Did not have the luck of the 50-50 objective in the past, but unfortunately it goes their way then.
Yeah, that was close. I think Bastet might have been close enough, but I think Medusa just has a little bit more damage at that point. But on the flip side of things, if that Medusa had been a half step back before that jump, that last rate was hitting, and that might have been a dead cat.
Yeah, absolutely. A lucky break there for Alabama. They're down, but not out of it. Of course, it's only 12 minutes into the game. Still a lot of SMITE to play, and still a lot of objectives to take off the board. But SMITE looking very confident on this Poseidon here.
He's got a flat pen on for this game already, so he's already doing better in my eyes than last game, which is really awesome. And he's up 2 levels, speeding around on that little Poseidon. A little quick guy there with that passive. They're going to knock down this fire square. But this is the best UCSB's look today, and I think they're going to look really good with these high artillery mages. Put SMITE on something that's high mobile and does a lot of damage really quickly.
Yeah, this is going to spell success for UCSB if Alabama does not have an answer. We can't count Alabama out of this just yet. They're really good, especially as they transition to the late game, and they play like they're good into the late game too. Mm-hmm. They're able to pick up the objectives when they need to. They're able to get the picks when they need to. Their key is to just not fall behind too much too soon.
And I think Super Black Hat on this Khepri has looked really good too right away. You know, he's peeled off some really good beats and set up a lot of really good Krakens. He can't quite get in there as far as he wants to, which is kind of a blessing for his team, but they're able to do a lot of work now.
Looks like Alabama doesn't want this red buff to go for free as a huge Terror All does come out, but so does the Medusa All. Heim having to ult away here, but a huge Kraken. Scarab's Blessing does confirm onto himself, but it won't be enough because the Fireball Ninja picks up the kill onto the Khepri thanks to the damage from the Morgan Le Fay ult. 1-for-0 trade. Alabama be able to pick one up there.
That red buff is a little sketchy to go for if UCSB sure you have a massive lead on your mid laner. but you have to be careful of who you guys are going to target here. As the rest of U of A is just going to run down this left side of the map and try to find as much as they can.
I love that call. It's like, hey, we're all just in left lane. Do you guys just want to run to the left side tower real quick? It's just like a random 13-minute grouping. That's a good play by Alabama there, getting a tower off the board, getting some gold. Poseidon not able to solo the Pyromancer there, so it's no trade or anything like that. But Alabama finding their confidence just a little bit more.
Yeah, the confidence is good to have, too, for both teams. You know, U of A faltered just a little bit. Really good fight for them to bring them right back up into this game. UCSB falter a little bit, but again, still ahead in this game right now. This is the best they've played all day, and it's looking really good. Wonder came in, had a really good ultimate right before that Gold Fury was pulled anyway, so really good look for them, too. I like this identity that they've drafted.
Super Black Cat not able to connect onto the pole, but the Poseidon does connect into Fireball Ninja, able to pick up the beads there. Oh, never mind. DeBasta is able to just walk away. You know, who cares about a Kraken? I'll take it, no problem. So nothing there from UCSB. Unfortunately, Kepri not able to connect on the pole there. Maybe it made the difference, maybe not. But it looks like both teams will walk away with no kills.
And something I noticed too, we were going to mention it in the early game, but we had a lot of other things that we were trying to get through and look at. But Simo's build is unique in itself own right already, just because he does have that Eye of the Jungle starter item. He really just wants to get some of that attack speed early on, get a little bit more of that jungle damage, because he wants to probably go Protector of the Jungle to really get that online as they get the Pyromancer as well. Going into one of those rings, I imagine it's going to be Telekines, but I'm not really sure. I could go Hastened, I guess, as well.
Yeah, it could be a flex ring pick here for the Poseidon. You know, it's really interesting. A hybrid player with the attack speed, always a good combo, especially if you're trying to sustain, say, against a Heimdall, or maybe you have a best set in your face. Could be good healing. It looks like Medusa might not want to give up his Jogger for free, but he might have to here. His time is not immune. In the 2, I really want to see duel here from the Medusa. He knows he has the advantage. He's zoning him out here, but I'm just going to Crystal away. What an OP character. Doesn't want the fight, so he just leaves.
It's really tough for Dangshaw there, too. There's not much more you can play that. You can stand on the same side as the Bifrost Crystal, but then, you know, Zella just starts his back, and if he gets his back off, and it's like, oh, well, he's got his back off, or if you try to play the other side, then you just Bifrost out. So it's kind of pick your poison or how you want him to escape.
Yeah, unfortunate for Dangshaw here. I know he's been one of the shining stars here from UCSB. Has gotten involved a lot in these fights. Unfortunately, not able to connect so much to secure his team a win. But that could change here. You know, University of Alabama is up 2-0 as the Oni Fury spawns here. Poseidon so confident, 2ing into that fight. They're trying to look for some setup in the Kraken. Fortunately, won't find it so far, but the Oni Fury does spawn here, so it might make a difference. Oh, yeah.
They're going to try to blow this guy up.
Yeah, and
Later,
he gets
gamer.
completely blown up here, but he's surviving just a little bit. Sima will have to beat as the best Tet is diving him. Fireball Ninja does get the poke out, but a huge Cerberus all onto Zella. Super Black Cat does fall. His ultimate was up when he fell. Thunderfont does have a walk away here. Alabama suddenly with the pressure. Poseidon still has the Kraken waiting for the right time to use it. We can't use it now, though. No mana. And it looks like a free Fire Giant for Alabama, or free Gold Fury for Alabama.
Yeah, they dropped Kraken on that Ardio, and Ardio got half health, and then nothing else did damage, and it was such good medical killing. They have 2 of them out. Now the chase is coming down. Fireball Ninja taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to pounce right back out. Thunder's close enough, does have bad out of health, has a little bit of potential to try to get back in here and steal something, maybe look for a kill on Fireball Ninja, but it's going to be hard if Roughneck's up in his face.
Yeah, Roughneck might have to sacrifice his life here for the Oni Fury.
Oh,
no, they did not get the Oni Fury. They were scared of Roughneck falling too fast, and it looks like they're going to leave it alone, but looks like this might be opportunity for UCSB here. They do have the Kraken on secure, but unfortunately I don't think their tanks are going to be high enough health, and maybe the Medusa does. I would love to see a pull here, but Fireball Ninja with the beats and jump of a lifetime, able to escape death by the hair of his chinny chin chin. My goodness, great play from Fireball Ninja there. Unfortunate break for Simo.
He quite literally saves Gold Fury with that beats play, because now they don't have secure, so this is all 50-50 on who thinks they have better secure. Granted, there's only 3 players from U of A, and the best that ult misses, so this gets a lot harder for him.
Blink in from Thunder, bad out of hell is good. Dangshaw able to free cast in the backline. Mashi falls because of the Cerberus. Double kill for Wonder, and oh my goodness, 4 for nothing.
Massive play there for UCSB. Huge play in the Gold Fury to step it up. This is exactly how you want to play objectives, as well as they all leash the Gold Fury there on accident. Somebody walks in, you go fight them. If you have numbers advantage, go fight them. There was 3 players from U of A right there, and UCSB said, okay, we're going to just get off this, not 50-50 it, and come fight you. Really good objective call by them, and really good job of getting the kill. I don't know how Thunder lived there for about 10 seconds. Once he got up into Bat Out of Hell, he was taken down very, very lowly, managed to live, and then jumped right back in onto Fireball Ninja like a mad lad. So good play from them, but now they're going straight over to Fire Giant.
I love this call. I mean, they're about 4,000 gold up. They have Poseidon secure. They do have the haste in the ring. You were correct in that point. And I don't think Alabama is all the wiser, except that Arya is going to rush in here, just trying to do anything to disrupt. I think the secure won't be enough, though. UCSB able to pick up the Fire Giant, picking up Roughneck again. He dies, comes to Fire Giant, then dies again. Unfortunate break for the Arya there, and will fall behind as a result as UCSB extends their lead.
SMITE's playing so much better this game, man.
Yeah.
It's just, he looks completely different. He's on a god that has a big bursty ultimate. The other ones he's played haven't really had that. Tiamat doesn't really have an ultimate, if you want to go that far as to say. And the older run, sure, Sanctified Fields is a big ultimate, but it's not a big damage ultimate like this Poseidon. He looks good on gods like this. His Scylla, if anybody remembers his Scylla, it's pretty nasty. He's very consistent with it, very good at these high artillery mages, and this is what UCSB needed to draft to get themselves in a fighting chance to take this game to game number 4 and potentially game number 5 if they can get themselves there. Right, Phoenix falling very, very quickly, and I don't think U of A has an answer.
I don't think they do, as the Poseidon ult does come out, but it's
big
not
petrify.
much. Phoenix is still alive. There goes it falls. Zilla, 1 HP. Ardia with the huge
Bastet.
root, and Bastet in the back line. The damage is good, and Super Black Cat does fall again with the ultimate ready, and the chase is on for Alabama. Wonder showing us in the fight just a little bit late, but great damage in a 4-man pull.
Massive.
3 have to go down, but 1 is able to beach. Fireball Ninja able to pick up Dankshaw all alone in the backline. Simo gonna have to duel for his life against this RDO, but it looks like they're gonna be able to get away here thanks to that movement speed. Now it's just up to Wonder and Thunder, the dynamic duo in the right side lane there, trying to run away from all 5 members of Alabama here.
He is Bat Out of Hell, should be okay for the moment in time. Looks like Simo doesn't want to come back in, but is lurking in case that Kraken does come off through and they kind of try to run it down. Phoenix is good for UCSB, but now that's all U of A gets is that one tower on the right side of the map. Huge, great, big shout out to Wonder, by the way, for continuing to have it. There's the Kraken coming right back in, and Simo's got one.
Ooh, Simo with huge damage on the 1. Doesn't quite connect on the Kraken, but the 3, the Whirlpool is good. Fireball Ninja taking a lot of damage, but unfortunately, unfortunate pathing. No, the Scarab's busting the... He is zooming across the map right now. Simo able to escape just by walking away there, and able to turn it around a little bit is UCSB.
That's slow. Big slow from Thunder, trying to pull Roughneck back in just a little bit quicker. Wonder trying to push up on it, jumps for the 4, but now they're not going to get anything else up. They just reset, use the fire jump that they have left for another minute and a half, and go try to knock down these last 2 towers and maybe look for a Phoenix.
I love that call from UCSB there, just to hold down the WP. They had the Oni Fury, they had the Oni minions in right lane, able to pick up the T2. They noticed that University of Alabama wasn't grouped as much. They're like, hey, let's go for this Phoenix. What's the worst that could happen? 2 of them did fall, but they got a lot in return. I mean, they picked up the Phoenix at 20 minutes. They got a couple kills off, and they're extending their lead by quite a hefty amount.
Yeah, they're about 9K now, almost 10K, and that's really awesome for UCSB. This is the best that they've looked. We've said it before already today. This is the best they've looked today. U of A, it's not even that they're playing bad, it's just that UCSB is playing Smite that's working for them, and U of A just don't have an answer for it right now because it's such a different look than what they've seen so far. This Poseidon is being a troublesome for U of A. Sure, early on, it was kind of hard to be like, yeah, it's a Poseidon, it's not doing too much. Kraken, RDO, and she lived, and then nobody else got any value off it. But now that this damage is online, brought it to Hootie's online, they've got percent pen. Simo's Kraken is hitting very, very hard. And Dankshaw's piloting this Petrify very well. And I say Petrify and not Medusa because it quite literally is turning people to stone. It's not even a god anymore. They're just turning people to stone.
UCSB is being so aggressive right now. I feel like the roles are switched. I feel like Alabama's been playing like UCSB has for game 1 and 2. And it's like you were saying, it's just because their strategy is so different. It's like they found this newfound confidence, and when their backs are against the wall, they're like, oh, hold on, this is my secret weapon. You guys have led me right to it, you know? Looks like the Gold Fury is going to be on the menu for them as well.
Yeah, they're going to knock down this Gold Fury. Fire Giant spawn in just under a minute. We'll be able to get this, reset, spend any gold they have, head back over this Fire Giant. And you said earlier, U of A, they're the team that was holding W key down. So UCSB said, okay, well, we see your W key, and we'll raise you our own W key now at this point. And they've taken themselves a little bit of a lead. Granted, U of A can still come back, in this, but at this point, it's pretty hard. 10K up, this Fire Giant, it's going to be big valuable. And you got to not do this, though, for UCSB. Sure, you're ahead. You've got the time to play with. But they've released 2 objectives like that. They dropped the Gold Fury when everyone walked off. It had like 2 health. Sure, they got it, and again, they picked it back up. Scorpion now do the same. They can't do this on a Fire Giant. If they do that on a Fire Giant, U of A is coming right back into this game, and they're going to win it.
Yeah, they really need to make sure that their objective play is refined here, especially going into the late stage of this game. A good amount of level leads coming out from UCSB, though. 3 levels from the mid lane, 2 on the jungle, and 3 on the soul lane here. That could spell the difference here. The right side Phoenix does respond, and the last bit of Fire Minions will eventually be taken down by Alabama as the dance around the Fire Giant begins here, and they are wasting no time starting it up.
Yeah, they have Kraken, man. All they have to do is just get it low enough that they can crack it really quick, and then they run away. They don't even have to fight after the end of this. Wonder's got to do a really good job filling it. The Kraken's coming out pretty quickly. They're going to go ahead and get the Fire Giant, and it's time to run away, but Wonder is going to get that Scarab's Blessing and might be able to get out.
Wonder with the med and the Scarab's Blessing may have to get out here. Fireball Ninja in the backline has to use the beads and the ultimate. Picks up Simo, but it doesn't matter because he's going to beads. Fireball Ninja jumping back. No death just yet, but Mashy might be the first one. No, able to live through. Wonder trying to look for the kill. No, still alive is Mashy as Dankshaw is the one in trouble with Thunder right around the corner. Picks up the Terror and the chase is on. Zella with watch a sliver of HP and now it's gone. Thunder with the double. Simo with the double. 1 left for Alabama, and it might be a curtain call here for UCSB.
Yeah, that's going to be game here, Justin. There's no way RDO can defend against 5 members of UCSB with Fire Giant. They've put it together, UCSB does. They've been able to bring it back, getting pretty much shut out game number 1. U of A looking so clean and clinical. This is the first game they've faltered. Gonna have to see if they're able to do it in the last game. Kraken's gonna come up and do no damage because it's still on the ground, but Roughneck gonna fall down into that fountain and try to hang out while the rest of the Titan goes down.
UCSB picking up the W in game number 3, staying alive, and it looks like it's gonna be a 2-1 set so far. We got a best of 5 series. Alabama not able to secure the win just yet, and USB staying alive.
No brooms today, ladies and gentlemen. We saw one earlier, but that's not how SMITE works. We can never have one of those, though the reverse sweep could start now for UCSB. I'm excited to see how U of A goes into picks and bans for this next game and what they like to pick out, because they're going to have to look at this comp and see what they want to do, that is UCSB, when they draft again, because I'm sure they're not going to get back the same exact comp. And if they want to do the same comp again, I'm sure U of A is going to have a different look for it.
Absolutely. Some adjustments do need to be made for U of A, but that's for game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this quick break. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship. My name is Justin. I'm here with my good friend Killjoy. It looks like we're going to head into game number 4 here, Killjoy. What's going on here?
So what's happened so far is we saw a 3-0 sweep earlier from Illini Orange, and U of A said, okay, cool, let's do that for home. They went up 2-0. They're going to game number 3. Like, let's do this. We got this. 3-0 should be easy. Clean this up. Head on to the finals. We'll take on U of I. Well, UCSB had something else to say about that. They got pretty much blown out game number 1. I'm going to not sugarcoat it all. Game 2 was competitive, and it was pretty close. Game number 3, UCSB looked like a different team. Took them 3 games to get online. The SEMO Poseidon was the key to success for that one. Able to close it out pretty quickly, honestly. They looked very good and very dominant, able to find that high artillery mage and really run it through U of A. So I'm really excited to see what U of A kind of puts together in this game, because there's no way UCSB tries to go back to either of the first 2 comps that didn't really work for them. They're going to want to put something together that was similar to this game 3 comp, and I want to know what U of A has for it.
Yeah, they definitely need an answer. This is something Alabama hasn't had to deal with in the first 2 games. I felt like they had steamrolled them just about through. UCSB hadn't found their identity in the first 2 games. They really hadn't found that god that was the game changer for them. So maybe a Poseidon ban, maybe a strategy shift for U of A. They still showed some signs of hope, some signs of their famous W key that they've had in the first 2 games. And so they definitely want to stick to their guns here, but it'll be interesting to see their response as we head into picks and bans here for game number 4, Killjoy. Should we see anything interesting here?
I think you will see a Kepri ban by UCSB, because we're not giving that to Mashi, and they could potentially first pick it because Mashi looked really good on it, granted, though that will give back maybe a Bastet over to a Thunder fan. It could give out something else that they really want, maybe the Cerberus again, which I don't think is a high pick, high ban, but it really depends what they look at for these next bans. Zeus, Gilgamesh, they're gone. We've seen it all game.
Yep.
Odin, Yamoja, gone. We almost saw that every game, except Odin got through one game, and we see why it's banned now.
Yeah, University of Alabama really loves that 1-2 combo ban. Gilgamesh and
Camazotz
Zeus, 2
ban.
really strong gods. And rounding it out with the Camazotz, UCSB with the Soul. Kepri's still on the board. What could be the first pick here for U of A?
I wouldn't hate the Kepri again, though Achilles is up, so that might be what they immediately come back for UCSB. But I love this Camazotz ban because that really looked good in the hands of Thunder, and I'm glad that it went to Thunder instead of Wonder in that last game. That dynamic duo that we've talked about on this cast just a little bit. Cerberus looked phenomenal out of the solo laner. Camazotz looked phenomenal out of the jungler. And Camazotz, I just never want to play against it anyway. It's very hard to kill, especially if it gets going. So this first pick is really going to set the tone of the draft. Which team is getting Kepri is basically what this is coming down to.
Yeah, absolutely. If it looks like the Geb left on the board, if U of A gladly picks it up, the cleanse is elite. And so is the knockup, and so is the CC control. But UCSB has 2 really strong opportunities here. You could give SEMO with the Poseidon again, or you could go a different route.
I think they look to take out either Bastet right here alongside of like Achilles or Artio, get themselves some really strong solo lane presence. I don't think they look for the Poseidon right here. They're going to get that pick in the bottom half, I think, because there's a lot of artillery mages they can do that with. I expect the Kepri to be in that 3rd pick slot. I'm assuming Dangshaw's going to pick that up to put that in the hands of Super Black Cat, because Geb's already locked in. You don't have to worry about that support. This is just how you think through it, Bastet's open. Thunder looked good on it. I think you pick that up. I don't think there's a reason you don't. Honestly, you might want to pick up the Medusa again. I thought that Dangshaw looked phenomenal on that as well. But the Kepri has to go in this 3rd pick slot. Otherwise, UCSB is throwing this draft.
That I wholeheartedly agree here, and I do really think you might have to pick it second here. I think you pick up the Bastet and the Kepri if you're UCSB. But I mean, there's just so many strong characters that we've seen throughout the set that you really just have to steal it away from the opponent, or you have to ban it out. But unfortunately, you only get 3 bans for the first 3 picks here, and it's really interesting to see. I'm in suspense. They haven't even hovered anybody yet. They're evading me on here.
Yeah, they don't need to pick this Kepri yet, just because Geb's already locked in, so they don't have to worry about it. There's the Achilles that's going to give them really good at that solo lane pressure, and this helps into Geb too because he's very strong. And then the Medusa comes right back around, and they pick that out. So Thunder doesn't really want to play that Bastet, would be my guess, which is why they haven't picked it. Again, Medusa looked really good in the hands of Dangshaw. I'm not surprised that he gets that back.
University of Alabama opting for the Discordia. We did see that in one of their games so far. Was successful. It looks like the Charybdis is the 3rd pick for U of A here. UCSB has the Kepri opportunity or has the Bastet opportunity. And I think that is the decision we're trying to make.
Yeah, that's definitely probably what they're going to look for. Do we want to have a Kepri? Do we want to have a Bastet? I thought the Kepri looked good. Missed a couple of those, but they're going to go ahead and look at this Poseidon and try to run this right back. And I do like this because that means Kepri is probably going to get banned out, or they're just not going to play it because the Geb's already been locked in. And this means Bastet's probably going as well. So the junglers are both going to be playing something probably brand new. I don't really think a Nemesis is going to go very well here for either team. I mean, maybe Thunder can reprise it again against the Geb, but I would much rather see like a Hoombats or something go really hard here.
Yeah, that the University of Alabama does ban out the Kepri. Successful prediction yet again, Killjoy. But it looks like UCSB will have to round out their draft. The big missing piece here is the jungler. The Achilles could go the way of the jungle, but still a flex pick is available on the board.
I want to see UCSB ban out Artio here because that really will give Achilles a hard time in that laning phase. And getting Achilles ahead in that laning phase to come into these team fights is going to be massive for them. It doesn't matter what U of A puts over there. And you'll see the Bastet go out now as well. And I think that's a really good pick because UCSB probably doesn't want to play it and they don't want the other side to have it. You know, Fireball looked good on it every game that he's played it. I don't want him to have it again. So this draft banning strategy has gone very well. And I know I said they're going to throw if they don't pick that Kepri in the third spot, but they picked up a side and then got it banned out. So, hey, that works for me. Let's give them something else.
That's good. That's good. University of Alabama rounding out the bans with the Kepri and the Terra. UCSB with the Robin and the Bastet. I think there's a lot of options here for U of A. You know, they're missing their jungler. They're missing their soul laner. But on the side of UCSB, the Ganesh. Now, I think that is a really interesting pick, but I would love to hear your thoughts on it first.
I love this pick. I think Ganesh is so underrated. He's very good into Geb as well because rollout's not going to get as much value. So you're already pretty much limiting an entire ability of his. You're going to make it so Charybdis can't get into her 3, and that's really, really big because if she can't get into that 3, she's not very safe. I want to see them come back with maybe a Hoombats to round this out, but also Ganesh can lock down an area very well with Dharmic Pillars. Any grab that he's going to hit is going to guarantee a Kraken right underneath it as well. Petrify is going to work really well with it too. They just have a lot of good setup on top of this Ganesh.
UCSB's pickup of the Ganesh, I think, is interesting. A Super Black Cat looked a little bit rough on the Bacchus, and I think in game number 2. And in game number 1, it didn't seem like he was comfortable on his pick either. Game number 3 is a different story, though, with the Kepri. He had the initiate on the pull, and the combo with the Poseidon was good. But once you initiate, you don't have the escape. The Ganesh 3, the knockup, lethal when used correctly. Mm-hmm. When used correctly is the key term there. I have full faith in Super Black Cat. I want him to execute this to the best of his ability, and I hope he does. But I think it's a little bit of a risky pick here, especially with the comp that U of A has.
This is kind of troll of U of A as well if they lock in the Tsukiyomi because Ganesh is already in. This Tsukiyomi doesn't get as much value out with this Ganesh in here. I want to see them go probably something else. Honestly, I think a Hoombats goes really hard for either team right now. That Fear No Evil disrupts Medusa, Poseidon very well, Ganesha as well. It's just so strong for them to pick up, and it's just really good damage too. But this Ganesha, this Dharmic Pillars, I think is going to go so massive for this team because it's going to slow everybody, and Poseidon speeds himself up. So he's able to get in there really, really quickly now, and that Kraken's going to be almost easier to hit even if Ganesha doesn't dash in. If Super Black Cat doesn't dash in, just drops Dharmic Pillars, it's going to be like, okay, cool, they're still slow. Good luck with the Kraken. And honestly, they probably will.
The Erlong Shen for UCSB is the last pick. I do like that pick a lot. Very strong character, especially in competitive play, rounding out the draft there for UCSB.
That's a god where if you forget about it, it's out of sight, out of mind until somebody picks it up. And then you look at it, you're like, why did we not ban that god, man? Because it does so much damage. This god can run games, and it's really good into pretty much that entire U of A comp, minus really Geb, because Geb's just kind of Geb and really hard to beat up into. But Erlong Shen can destroy Charybdis. It can destroy Discordia. It dumpsters on Tsukiyomi. It looks really good unless Tsukiyomi gets a really good disarm first off. But this is a good draft for UCSB.
They are changing the tides of the game. That is for sure.
Literally.
Hopefully, University of Alabama proves this wrong here. Trying to shut the door before it's too late. They don't want a game number 5, but UCSB, I guess, is their strongest when their backs are against the wall here, Killjoy.
I guess so, man. They look pretty good. They got the side, and they're turning the tides quite literally with him into this game right now. Maybe that's their secret weapon. You said it last game. Maybe that's what they got to ban out. Maybe U of A's got to look at this next game if it goes to another game, of course, and they go, okay, yeah, that's got to go. Doesn't matter what it is. If they have Poseidon, they're winning. So if they don't have Poseidon, they're not winning. I'm banning that out anyway and just be like, all right, cool, curse over. We're done, moving on to finals.
Yeah, it could be the wild card, or it could just be a fluke game. That's what the great thing about Game 4 is that you don't know until the game happens, This is interesting. We haven't touched on this yet, but the chalk locked in for U of A here. How are we feeling about that matchup in the solo lane?
This god's sick. I love this god in the solo lane matchup. He's so strong. I hate playing against him. I hate playing him as well if I'm in competitive scene. But if I'm in an arena, I'm running it down. This god is so fun because he just does an absurd amount of damage. And this is a good god to get ahead with for U of A in that solo lane. You can put down Achilles pretty easily. You have really good healing. You can out-sustain him a lot of the time. And this is one of the good matchups for him. But I hate playing against this guy, man. He's fun. I hate playing against him.
Yeah, so one side will be having a lot of fun, and the other side will be having no fun at all. Got it. Just classic Smite for you there. Love that. I'm glad it's still live and well in the collegiate scene.
Oh, of course, man. If someone's running at me with a chalk and they're going up and getting a bunch of protections, I'm just looking at that like, this isn't fun anymore. This is just not enjoyable. But of course, he could land on top of a Kraken or into an execute, and then he's just going to be done for it. It's not going to feel good for him. Again, Erlong does pretty well into him if that's 3 down. And Erlong will just stick and eviscerate him off the map as well. There's a lot of burn on UCSB side, and they have a good crack, and they have the confirm again. And U of A doesn't have that confirm once more. I think this is going to come down to who has the better confirmment right now is UCSB.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed that because U of A does not have the best objective damage. They have really good frontline zoning ability and peel. But if you look at UCSB against a Fire Giant, you have the Erlong auto attack damage, the Medusa Stim in the 1, and the Poseidon Kraken, and maybe the Ganesh Burn with the ultimate. It's really objective focused, and I think that's what worked well for them in Game 3. And I think that's what's going to work well for them in Game 4.
Yeah, it definitely could. If they got on those objectives, they're going to be gone very quickly. So U of A's got to be on their timers. Granted, they have been almost this entire set so far. Game 1 and 2, it was clinical how on point their timers were. They were there on cooldown, taking them away. They got some steals off as well because they knew those timers. They looked really, really good. So they got to do it here in this game to make sure they don't lose any of those big objectives. Sure, you may lose a Gold Fury. Okay, fine. You lose the first one, not a big deal. If those Fire Giants are starting to take on timers and you're not there on them, it's going to spell disaster for U of A. But U of A's just got to play like they did in the first 2 games, and this is going to be a 4-game set for them.
The name of the game is objectives, and UCSB has a clear advantage. But it only is an advantage if they are ahead. U of A has gotten ahead in most of the games in the early stage very frequently, especially in games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
But again, it's also connected. If you fall behind in the early game, you don't do well against the objectives. If you do good in the early game, you could fall in the mid game or not do well in the objectives. It's all about the team play. It's all about whether or not the soul laners rotate on time. It's about how they build. It's about how they interact with the ultimates. If you have to sit up on the Kraken, it is such a game of cat and mouse. It's so intertwined. It is like, it's the most interesting thing ever.
Yeah, and U of A's had a lead pretty much in every single game, I believe, that they've won. And even last game, I'm pretty sure they had a significant lead. I think about 2K at one point. They were up pretty good, but they had a really good fight UCSB did around a Gold Fury and started to change their tides again with their Poseidon to really look to lock it all down. A couple really good Krakens, started to do a little bit more damage, some multi-man Krakens. That Whirlpool went massive for them on those cripple fields. That was really big for them. Early game, we saw one where the cripple field was coming out and Bastet got away. And I was like, that should happen. And then we saw another one, the Kraken literally came up and Bastet beads jumped away. And as soon as that unluckiness stopped happening and the game pretty much played out A, B, C, D, this Poseidon did a lot of work and they've got to shut this down right away. U of A does.
Yeah, absolutely. No Bastet for either team here. I think that's the first time we've seen that in any of the 3 games or the last set for that matter. I think Bastet's been played for every single one of them. So maybe a little bit of a different style here for both teams, but Poseidon Ultimate is really just, I feel like, is the game chair. I feel like we talked about it a lot so far, but Simo in game 1 didn't look comfortable on the Ola run. Game 2 had a little bit of comeback, but not too much on the team at. And game 3 is, I think, when it finally clicked, and I think the team is realizing that.
Yeah, they definitely are playing around this high artillery mage of this Poseidon, letting them get in, get out very, very quickly, get off a lot of damage at once, really burst heavy. And this team, like we said, that game 3, they liked diving, or game 2, they liked diving quite a bit and had a good dive comp. Last game, they had a pretty good dive comp. They went in with the Poseidon, they exploded with the Poseidon, and then they left with the Poseidon. If they could do that again here in this game, it looks good for them, and they could take this to a game number 5. But again, if Yode can shut down this Poseidon early on and really lock it down, keep their sidelines from falling behind, keep their mid laner even, this is U of A's game.
Part of me wants a game 5, These teams are really good. University of Alabama has, shown really great flashes of who they are and who they've been practicing with. You just gotta love the underdog, the reverse sweep of UCSB. It's a great storyline here so far. So I do hope it goes to 5, but I also love seeing a good old-fashioned smackdown from one team to another. So I really hope it goes both ways.
I feel like everybody wants Game 5, right? As soon as there's an option for a Game 5, everyone's like, "Yo, let's do a Game 5." That's really entertaining Smite. Caster, sometimes it's like, "Okay, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I want to go home." Yeah. We have the luxury of being from our homes. I'm basically here with popcorn, just chilling, eating. I'm good with either. It's exciting. U of A can lock it up right here, go home with a 3-1 victory, can solidify themselves to getting that 1,500 and above prize pool. UCSB can look to start up this best of 5 comeback. They've already got one under their belt. Can they add the second one? Can they confirm that third one? The storylines right now, as you said, beautiful. They're ready to go. The underdog story, this reverse sweep, the let's lock it up, smackdown, go home. It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting indeed, as we are ready for game number 4, University of Alabama versus UCSB. This could be the game to send the California team home, or it could be the game where we all get to see the lovely number 5. So let's see what happens here as we head into the match.
SMITE's starting off with that Eye of the Jungle build once more. Just wants to get a bit of that movement speed, a little bit of that attack speed, a little bit more extra jungle damage. Very interesting. It's a very SMITE pick, I'm going to say. I'm a coin that is the SMITE thing, right? This is very odd. You don't see it very often, and it's definitely on him. Pick I do want to talk about, though, is this Erlang Shen. This pick has feast or famine potential. If it gets behind, it's going to be really difficult to get back into the game. But if it gets ahead, this game is going to be quick.
Yeah, I think that is going to be really important. The jungle role is important as ever, especially in the Season 8 gameplay. With Erlang Shen going for the Eye of the Jungle here, getting that attack speed online, but Tsukiyomi opting for the Boom Biz, maybe for a little bit of better clear.
Yeah, it's all the clear and the attack speed for these guys. Fireball Ninja wants to get that clear on a little bit quicker, and Thunder wants that attack speed, because if he gets that attack speed online, he's feeling really, really good. First dash over will force those beads out of Zella, and that's a great start for UCSB.
Yeah, great knockout from Super Black Cat there, but Dank Shaw is having to pop a lot of pots here. He's already half HP, going to have to use some of his healing ability. Unfortunately, both supports have meds, so I don't think he's worried about it just too much now. But it looks like there's going to be a gank onto the right side of the map here. The Erlang Shen onto the chalk, picking up the first blood, and that is massive.
That's really big, because first of all, chalk from behind doesn't feel very good. Achilles from ahead feels pretty hard to beat ever. And again, Erlang Shen getting off to an early start. That's really big. The one thing I have to say for U of A, though, is Fireball Ninja on the Tsukiyomi. This pick needs to get going quickly.
Yeah, get going indeed. It looks like he's going to respond here with the gank on the left side, but I think UCSB might be aware, maybe stepped up for a ward. It looks like they're going to be able to dash away, and nothing for Fireball Ninja. An unfortunate turn that's there for U of A.
Yeah, that's really tough if you're U of A, because that gank looks really good on paper too, because he's still level 2, the Ganesha is. You're going to get your stun off if you get close enough, but Dangshaw and Black Cat just have enough visibility, just have enough momentum to dash themselves out of the area, and he won't be able to get anything, which puts him just a little bit farther behind, because he's not farming when he's ganking.
Wards are the most underrated part of this game. I feel like you could talk all about objective clear and how good Bastet is and how OP Geb Cleanse is. But if you have enough wards on the map, I just feel like you could just never lose. If you have half a brain in wards, I feel like you could just win any Smite game.
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely. Just because you're able to see everything that's going around you, you can't get ganked, and if you do get ganked, you know how to outplay it because you have that time to think about it and set up. It's just a chess game, and if you have the right chess pieces, you can win.
Absolutely. It looks like Disco's going to be able to solve the red buff here. I think he got a little scared when he stepped up to it, but I think he's able to secure it there. And so far, just more farming. Each team, I think they want to go for the late game here. I feel like they're going to be more powerful if they do. And it looks like UCSB is going to go for the invade on the purple here. And it looks like U of A wants to contest. Going to be a 2v2 on the left side here. But a little bit of dueling in the soul lane as well.
Yeah, this dual lane fight is going to go really big if somebody gets a kill. And now Simo's over here, and he's got a Kraken, so this is going to hurt.
Huge Kraken coming from Simo there. It is going to pick up the shock. An unfortunate 0-2 start in the solo lane for U of A. On the other side, though, Mashi able to pick up a kill, and Tsukiyomi able to pick up another clean 2-for-1 trade there for U of A, and they're still in it.
Yeah, that's really good pickup for U of A. You're ganking the right side of the map with the mid laner, so you got to send your rest of your team to go find that left side. Now Thunder could be the one into rest. He's able to juke out the apple for the moment, and turtles himself right away and lives.
Oh, I would have loved to see two things. One, for the Disco to hit that ultimate. Two, for Tsukiyomi to be 5, because there is no way Erlung lives there if either Tsukiyomi hits 5 or Disco hits the ult. An unfortunate turn of events there for Alabama, but they'll move on.
Yeah, they'll be okay with that. They're not sweating too much. The apple doesn't hit. You're like, okay, cool. It's going to hit later on in the game. Not too worried about it quite yet. And now Tsukiyomi 5, both Erlong now as well. And that's really big because once you hit 5, a lot of these picks get a lot better. Tsukiyomi really wants to fight around that level 5 mark. And once he has that online, he makes all these ganks so much easier to pull off. They already got a good kill in the dual lane, so they're putting them behind. And that's going to be a big key to success, too, is to put Medusa down.
Absolutely not hitting level 5 just yet is the Medusa. Still looking for that extra bit of farm. Suffering that death early on, but still able to bounce back. The Ganesh had to use the med. Still on cooldown. Really OP relic, especially in the early game. But it looks like so far, both junglers have been getting evolved. We didn't see that in game number 1 and a little bit of game number 2, but games 3 and 4, they've really turned it on.
Yeah, and they definitely need to make an impact too. These two junglers are fantastic players. Like you see them, we talked about it all the time in your high-level ranked players. These guys have potential to go on and do great things after their collegiate time is done. And this just shows that if they can get involved, they can really command the pace of these games and really put it out how their team needs them to.
Looks like a fight around the purple buff here, but Simo's coming in hot, and so is Petrified. The Whirlpool is out in the crack and doesn't connect it to much, but Charybdis with the double stun. Dankshaw able to walk away with 1 HP, but the other side, though, Simo's caught out all by himself. Disco able to pick up the kill. Does the Tsukiyomi reach? Yes, it does. Fireball Ninja getting the silence from the Ganesh, but it won't be enough. Picking up the kill. 2-0 for Alabama.
Big defense for them on that purple buff. Really well played as well. Simo gotten out of position very quickly, and the rest of UCSB recognizing it. Wonder going to pick up a solo kill in that solo lane. Really awesome pickup for them, though, to help UCSB kind of stay in this deficit that they've started to get themselves, but they actually are ahead now somehow overall after everything's said and done.
Yeah, if you're U of A there, you're happy that you just got a 2 on left side, but then you look on the map and you realize your solo laner is down and he's 0-3. And it's just like, I was like, oh, yay, and I'm 3 levels down. So it's unfortunate. They'll have to keep an eye on that, especially as they move to objective gameplay. But Simo has been looking really confident on the Poseidon here so far.
Yeah, this Achilles is about to be a raid boss very quickly. And this is exactly what UCSB wants. They want this Achilles to get up, get big, get tanky as fast as they can. Because if they rotate in, it doesn't matter what kind of damage you got in Zord and Zilla, man. They're going to be ran at by this Achilles. He's going to do so much damage to them. He's going to be able to execute pretty much anybody on this team whenever he wants to, because he's going to have so much damage just by himself staying in that damage stance. The only thing U of A can do right now is they need to keep this dual lane put way down. And those 4 kills, realistically, on that left side of the map is helping a lot.
Absolutely, and it looks like there's going to be a bit of a fight around the blue buff. I don't think the Achilles realizes there are a couple members on the team there, but it looks like UCSB will come and support him as much as he can. Actually, he does come out. Wonder will fall from the Tsukiyomi ult. Kraken is no good. Big giant duck in the air, doesn't matter. Chalk able to ult Simo, and he is all alone in the backline. Fireball Ninja able to walk away with 1 HP. Chalk literally holding down the W key, but Simo's damage is just too good, able to heal, but I don't think it'll be enough here as Chalk will barely escape with his life. No, Erlong will be able to pick up the kill. An unfortunate turn of events there.
Big Ganesha one right there for the boy, and Simo's probably going to fall, but just get out of the way just from the unruly magic. Really lucky for him to have that backstep there, but Ganesh does damage, man. Ganesh, he hits. Yeah. That was a gifted kill over to his junglers, so I'm sure Thunder's thanking him for that. They ended up getting a blue buff invade at the end of things there, and poor Wonder, man, they got smacked by those ultimates.
Yeah, UCSB did a really good job there of realizing that their solo laner was walking into a trap and able to rotate over it. I felt like the Achilles was all but certain to die there, but then the Ganesh came and the Poseidon came, and it just felt like the whole team was there to support him. It was really good team play there from the California team.
Yeah, the one downside for USCB right now is all 4 of their kills are onto this Chalk. Granted, he's 3 levels down, and he is feeling it. But if you're U of A, you're just like, okay, cool, you're going to be on your own the rest of the game then, Chief. We tried to rotate there, couldn't really get too much out of it. We're going to get the rest of the map in our favor, and we're going to feel really good about it, and you'll just catch up when you can.
Yeah, just kind of taking one for the team there is the Chalk. Just going to farm for a little bit, Hopefully he'll be there for the first objective spawn. I think if I'm U of A, I make sure I defend the Scorpion so it doesn't get done. I don't want to do it in my favor maybe, just because that'll spawn the Gold Fury. Maybe I just want to defend it, make sure it doesn't get done just for a little bit for the Chalk to start farming here. And it looks like the Achilles can just do whatever he wants. He's literally just croxing on the other side. It looks like U of A will take down the Greater Scorpion, get some enhanced buffs online, and that starts the Gold Fury respawn. Now, this is interesting. If I'm Wonder, I'm level 10, and I'm 3 levels up on the Soul Laner. I think as soon as the Gold Fury spawns, I walk over here. But in the meantime, looks like there's going to be a fight over here on the left side of the duo lane. Ganesh ult, huge Jarmic Pillars, able to block out the Tsukiyomi. And it does have to ultimate, but I think it's just a suicide mission, able to get enough damage off. A lot of damage it is. Unfortunately, left behind is Fireball Ninja. Charybdis ult doesn't connect. Gold Fury spawning, and guess who's on his way over? It's the Achilles.
Yeah, and Simo still has Kraken here. This is looking really good now for UCSB. I was going to say, I don't hate them pulling down that Gold Furies now. This Apple is going to do a little bit for the moment in time, but it won't be enough. They're going to knock down Zord as well. They're going to go back, pick up this Gold Fury. I don't think Mashy and Zilla really want to step up here. They're surely going to die if they do.
Yeah, UCSB had a really good pick onto the Disco there. Maybe Alabama tries to steal this away, but I don't think it'll be enough. Able to get away is the Erlong. The med does come through. And if I'm Zell, I'm kind of scared here because as soon as the Gold Fury gets destroyed, the team's going to turn around and come towards me. But they're just going to walk away and take the victory.
Great zoning from Wonder again. Up 10-9 over this Chalk. Pretty much a raid boss that we talked about. Simo's getting really big. And as I mentioned, I didn't hate U of A taking down that Scorpion because, the rest of the map, besides Solo Lane, was pretty even up until that point. Now it's kind of spiraled a little bit more out of control in favor of UCSB. Now about 2.5K lead for them. The level differences is starting to grow as well. A lot more on this right side, though, than anything else.
Yeah, it's kind of a skewed metric, but it's an important one. Soul Laners are a very, very valuable part of this game, especially in the way the set has gone. It's been very team focused, very objective centered, and that's going to play a big difference if Chalk doesn't start getting some farms and start getting online.
Chalk's got to get up and going, and we talked about it earlier. He's down bad at this point. He's down 2 levels. He's feeling rough. He's got to get himself into this game. His tower doesn't really exist anymore. Roughneck is having a rough time, that's for sure.
Yes. Erlong Shen lurking in the right lane here. Maybe a gank at the Achilles is able to come over. Chalk has no idea. I think this is all but a guaranteed kill. He's going to go under his tower. Oh no, Erlong. Not deciding to do anything there. I really would have liked to see a gank. I feel like you have enough numbers to do it. But fortunately, they're just going to turn their eyes towards the Pyromancer. I don't think University of Alabama could do anything about this.
Yeah, they're just going to blink straight forward, though, and get a big 9 turns blessing. The Kraken right on top of Mashy. He's falling really low, and he's going to go straight down.
Huge Kraken from Simo, but Geb is able to get the ultimate off, and so is Suki able to pick it up. Fireball Ninja picking up Wonder. Huge kill onto the Achilles. Thunder also falls as well, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Alabama there.
Zord's got to be careful, though. He's going to be able to jump away after getting outside of that whirlpool. Massive piercing moonlight out of Fireball Ninja. But Dankshaw's going straight forward. He's got a lot of damage in. He's got one, and he's got the second one. Double kill for him. And Zella's nowhere to be found as they're on the other side of the map, still farming up.
Huge Petrify coming from the Medusa there. That Crusher damage is actually insane at this point of the game. A huge bounce back from UCSB there. Unfortunately, Charybdis still in left, didn't realize and get the memo that they were going to go for the objective there. Is able to pick up the tower, but a huge play from the Medusa.
If you're just tuning into this set, you're looking at this, and I told you this game was 2-1, you might think it was in favor of UCSB right now. They're playing ahead pretty well, and you'd be like, okay, I could see U of A getting this set. This is pretty competitive. Now, this is 2-1 for U of A, and it was a commanding 2-0 to start. Finally, UCSB starting to tie it up. And this game, again, they look really good with this Poseidon. This Poseidon is starting to glue this team together and exactly what they want to do. This high artillery burst mage is really helping out. He's 4-1, 4-1-3. He's been a part of 7 kills already, and there's only 9 on the board for UCSB.
Yeah, that is a really big deal. Looks like Ganesh does realize the red buff is off, trying to take it down before they get it, realize it. But Geb's just going to scare him away here. Big Rock versus Elephant. Get away from me. Looks like both teams are going to fight around the Gold Fury again. Doesn't going to spawn for about a minute 44 here. But still, we've been preaching this all day long. This game is objective-centered, and the set especially shows that.
Oh yeah, it really is. And UCSB has been doing a lot better in these past 2 games of being on time for their objectives. U of A have looked clinical on their objective timers, and they've been there for the objectives. They just haven't really been able to win these fights. One thing I do want to see out of Super Black Cat is going into a spectral armor next, just because Zella already has that Shadow Steel Shuriken. They went for that early crit chance, and they're going for a Wind Demon next. And if they get a spectral armor online for anybody on the side of UCSB, Zella's not going to feel great.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you don't get that Deathbringer online, and it's such a costly item. I think it's about like 3,000 gold. I think, and that is really tough to get just straight away like that. Especially when your team is grouping around your purple and stealing some of your farm away, and it's just really tough. So spectral armor would definitely slam here.
Yeah, it would feel really good. Is level 14 still in it, and not out of it by any stretch. 0-4, been a part of 4 of the 7 kills for U of A. So they're putting in their work and they're putting in their damage. You gotta imagine if they had maybe that crusher, they'd be feeling just a little bit better in this early game. Once they get this Wind Demon online, this double crit might feel a lot better for them. But for right now, this Shadow Steel Shuriken early on, it needs a little bit of help.
I feel like this game has gone a little bit faster than previous games. So it looks like the Tsukiyomi will try and get some damage done. But it looks like the Erlang wants all the smoke. Huge Aegis and beads from Tsukiyomi. Fireball Ninja running away from the fight. Piercing Moonlight does come out. He decides to go in here. Chalk is here to fight, and so is all the rest of the team. But doesn't look like they're going to engage here. Kribis still in the left lane. Medusa lurking in the left jungle, but looks like a gold Fury call. Let's see if University of Alabama realizes it. I don't think the Tsukiyomi does is head towards the speed buff.
Yeah, this might be more of a shift this way and Feint and look for it. Maybe look for it again, because they did lose the Kraken, so their secure isn't as good anymore, especially now that Roughneck is over. He's caught back up to Wonder, who was up pretty hefty. He's back in this game, so he's feeling really, really good now. I don't think UCSB can really pull this Gold Fury unless everybody walks away like they just did.
Yeah, Cryptus not realizing what's going on here, and UCSB has a decent objective burn with the Medusa stim, and it is going to be for free. Now with a 4,000 gold lead, is UCSB absolutely detrimental to Alabama so far?
Yeah, that was probably the worst objective that U of A's had all night. They kind of just walked away from it and let it go. Definitely were still able in a contestable position. They had the Maw Hungers. They had Mashy's ultimate. Big Cataclysm could have gone huge for them. And they all just walked away from it, which is very odd for this UA team because they've been on their timers. And they've looked clinical, like we said, all night so far on this. And for them to drop off a Gold Fury like that, it's very concerning, honestly, in this game number 4 that maybe they're going to walk away for something else.
I think that has to do in part with how they felt about the solo lane side of the map. As right now, Chalk and the Achilles are even, but earlier he was down about 2 or 3 levels, and I felt like that might have carried over in those team fights. You know, it was like, oh, our Chalk's down, maybe we don't want to get in here, maybe we don't want to fight. We know the Achilles is really strong. But Fireball Ninja picked up the Achilles early on. I mean, he had the fight. He realized, it was like, hey, this guy isn't that tanky. We can take him down. So maybe just a bit of a miscommunication or a little bit of lapse in the mental there for U of A.
Yeah, especially because we talked about earlier, outside of that 3-level difference that Wonder had at one point, the rest of the map was effectively even. Like, their entire lead was on Wonder. So the fact that they were still just like, yeah, our Chalk's behind, or the Achilles is ahead, we probably shouldn't fight this, even though they're not, neither of them are here, it was really questionable and very different. So maybe they just didn't recognize it, and they'll have to recognize it going forward. This UA team can do it. This Crimson Tide team has looked so good, and we know they can keep looking good. The Tsukiyomi is looking phenomenal so far, even against some of these picks that really shouldn't be doing bad against it.
Yeah, U of A just isn't really playing like they want to. It's only 17 minutes in the game, and I feel like they're down like 10k. But here comes the big fight. Petrify is good onto 2. Fireball Ninja will die from the Dharma Pillars. Dies with ultimates. Here comes the Disco ult, and the Curtis ult is ult as well. Huge 3-man shock ult, but no follow-up means not a lot of damage. Mashy going back and ulting, and that's going to cost him his life there. A bit of a lapse as Dangshaw picks up the double kill.
That helped get out his backliners. Zord and Zella were able to escape out. Maw Hungers was able to use his escape tool, couldn't really find a lot of damage on top of it. But it looks like Roughneck is still in a questionable spot. Dangshaw stepping forward with this Medusa damage. It's been pretty good for them so far. And now it's just looking really good. 17, almost 18 minutes in now. Simo Black Cat wanted to farm with this left side of the map. I want to see them group up, grit the rest of this farm with whatever they're going for, back and go to Fire Giant. They can get this Kraken back up and they can party with it.
Yeah, I actually would have liked to see a Fire Giant call there sooner. I felt like they had the damage for it. I know they didn't have Kraken, but instead they're just going to go for the buff invades there. Still a really good play. I think they picked up the blue buff, red buff, and maybe the purple buff here, and the left side tower. So maybe it's a good play for him. A little bit of a different play call than I would have gone. But UCSB undeniably has a lead, and they are going to expand on it here as they move into the mid game.
Yeah, the only thing they had to be careful is you're right, they didn't have the Kraken. SEMO also had effectively 0 mana at the end of that fight, so they just kind of went over this side, tried to farm a little bit more up, try to get a couple more abilities into those items so they're able to rotate over. They had a 6k gold lead at this point, so they're not really worried about having to lose a Fire Giant right now. Sure, U of A could try to go over and sneak it, but they had Wonder nearby the entire time. Dankshaw was also local. They can shred it now that everybody's ultimates are back up, but that first play call, you just got to be a little bit more patient. You don't want to lose this lead.
Poseidon opting for the same build he did in game number 3 with the Chronos Spear of Deso and the Hasten Ring, and it looks like the Fire Giant will be the call here, and University of Alabama just 2 steps behind here as the Fire Giant reaches a quarter HP. Only the Chalk is in the vicinity, but the Secure is good for UCSB, the 19-minute Fire Giant, and they are on the run.
They still have Kraken here. This could be really good for UCSB if they want to get in there. Roughneck was local enough for that Fire Giant. Really good call for him not to go in there, because if he gets in there and ends this game, it is pretty much over. I don't think they can win a 5v4 for U of A, but they could definitely win a 5v5 as long as they get everything played right and Fireball Ninja finds a good flank.
Yeah, Fireball Ninja is lurking in the jungle here. Piercing Moonlight can do a lot of damage, especially if you just go like the atomic bomb, It's like, I'm going to use all my buttons and I'm going to die for it, but at least I got the damage off. And they're going to defend this T2 here, but a huge Erlang Blink is good. So the Dark Pillars do come out, but the damage from the Disco ult is good. The heal is good. Also, looks like nobody's falling yet, but Wonder will be first on the menu as Mashy secures that kill. Charybdis ult does not connect, but guess who's around the corner? It's Fireball Ninja. Let's see if he gets involved here, but the Kraken on the Mashy is good. Takes him to half HP. Piercing Moonlight is good. Onto Thunderfont is also good. Belt of Frenzy comes out, but they are on the retreat.
Black Cat's down.
Super Black Cat is knocked up, and that is a 2-0, and they're not done yet.
They're definitely not done. Still keeping it up. Roughneck trying to get in there alongside Mash. The rest of the boys have to get out. SEMO Thunder running out the same way. Now going to be able to group back up with Dankshaw. The rest of U of A doesn't want to give up quite yet. Honestly, they really should. They need to put this pressure back onto UCSB while they're on the back foot. You finally have a second to breathe, and this is their time. UCSB dove way too far in that fight, and U of A did a really good job of punishing it. They said, okay, we see you, Thunder and Wonder. You guys want to be this dynamic duo all night, and we're going to go ahead and turn it right around and smack you guys down. They took down Wonder right away. Thunder was in a bad spot. He had to try to run himself back out. Fireball Ninja had a phenomenal flank. He bought his time so well, being so patient up by those double back harpies, and he finally was able to get in there, got a pretty good Piercing Moonlight off, could have gotten a couple more with it, and it would have gone really hard. But he got in there, and they were able to get another kill off it, and now turn it into a Gold Fury, and they're closing this gap slowly but surely.
I loved the play from Alabama there. They defended their T2. They had that confidence they had in game 1 and 2. They were like, this is our tower. You are not taking this. Unfortunately, it did fall. But in return, they got a lot of gold off the map. They got a lot of farm in their pockets. And they are looking to go bounce back here in game number 4.
Yeah, and they still definitely can. The only downside for them is that Dankshaw still has that Fire Giant on it, but Roughneck can't get caught out here, otherwise he's in a really bad spot.
Unfortunately, he is playing Chalk, so he's able to walk away just a little bit after eating the Kraken. The ult does come out from Roughneck, but I think Alabama might have a response here, a little bit of a random 5-on-5 in the left lane. I know for sure that Alabama will try and defend this left T2, but I don't think UCSB wants to take it here.
Yeah, they don't have Kraken, they don't have Dharmic Pillars. This isn't looking great for UCSB. Beautiful double stripe there from Zord will push them back out a little bit farther. And it looks like they're going to have to back off right now. I don't think they're going to be able to try to siege this tower, especially with Mashy having that Cataclysm. That makes these sieges so much harder to accomplish.
Yeah, huge AoE CC control coming out from the Geb, and it really just plays off nicely with the rest of their team, especially with the Disco setup. Like you just mentioned, the double strike can do lethal amount of damage, especially with the taunt that it has.
It's just so much damage. It's just hard to like look at these fights and be like, yeah, these guys have a good siege because this, and this. Well, if they don't have one of those pieces, this siege doesn't look that good. And same thing for U of A. It's like, this defense looks really good, but if Mashy doesn't have a Cataclysm, it doesn't look as good anymore. You got a big storm call. that's about all you got. Maybe the Maw Hungers gets off and gets a really big stun for Zella, but outside of that, you have a Golden Apple and a Piercing Moonlight. Much, much better on the offensive.
I would have liked to see the Disco here go for a bit more percent pen a little bit early on. It looks like he's going to go for the Soul Reaver here. But fortunately, only has the flat pen from the Spear of Deso and the Divine Ruin. And my Simo is just speeding around the map right now. My goodness.
He's so fast.
Yeah, was Poseidon, am I right? But the Disco is going to finish the Soul Reaver eventually. I would like to see maybe an Ob Shard come through for some of that percent pen, because tanks are really hard to kill when you don't have that pen.
Yeah, that Ob Shard needs to get online as fast as he can. Really, Zord effectively is going to tickle these tanks with these abilities. Granted, he hits Simo, Dank Shot, or Thunder, and they're gonna feel it. But Thunder's got some magical defense in it. This is gonna feel pretty good, and this is a really good play call from U of A. They're gonna get this tower over here, and UCSB is not gonna be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really good play from U of A because they know their timers. They know Fire Giant's going to spawn in 6 seconds, but they know they can back and defend it just in time after getting this tier 2. Really good call from U of A. That is some good coaching and good practice here. But it looks like UCSB is going to chase him down here. Let's see if there might be a fight afterwards.
Yeah, really sick call for them because they force UCSB to either back or get Fire Giant and then lose their Phoenix. But Fireball Ninja, if he gets caught out here, this isn't going to be good. He's lost almost his entire health bar right away.
Geb's shield is so clutch there. It saves the life of Fireball Ninja. Doesn't have to use his ultimate or his beads. That is huge. U of A just really wants a reset here after stealing the T2 from the nose. But look where UCSB is going. Straight line to Fire Giant. U of A better hurry up and get over there because they have a Kraken waiting for them.
Yeah, the UCSB should be able to get this pretty quickly. As fast as U of A can get there, this is going to shred phenomenally quickly.
I'm begging this Cryptus to realize that they're doing Fire Giant. No, it's not even going to be close. 25-minute Fire Giant for free for UCSB, and that just hurts if you're Alabama.
I mean, Alabama had such a good play call, and I will never be able to give them enough credit. I want to know who called that because that was beautiful. Them going to that left tower tells UCSB, hey, you have two choices. You can A, back so we don't get this Phoenix, or B, you can stay on Fire Giant and we're going to get this Phoenix, and if you don't clear that fast enough, we could end the game off it. So really big play for them to buy themselves some more time to farm themselves into this game.
Yeah, really, really good play, but UCSB had a perfect response, able to pick up that Fire Giant and extending the gold lead just about to 8k now. It looks like the Achilles has finished the Spectral Armor. I do expect the Ganesh to do the same. Cryptus does not have Deathbringer. And no matter what your crit chance is, even with the execution or penetration, it's still not going to be enough to take down those tanks in the way you want to. And the Achilles not being able to fall really quickly is lethal.
The problem with going this Shadow Skill early is it really limits the rest of your build path. Because at this point, you would be really happy putting a Kins on this, slapping it, and being like, okay, I got Wind Demon, I'm happy, right? You just have one crit item. Well, now you have 2 crit items, so you feel awkward if you don't spec into it any farther. But you kind of need the Kin size, because otherwise you're not going to be able to kill these guys with the Spectral Armor. So it's just a catch-22 for Zella. And at this point, he hasn't spec'd in anything else yet, right? He doesn't have a T1, doesn't have a T2. He is straight at the bottom. And it's really going to come down to what his next item is, if he can get there.
Absolutely. That's going to be something to keep an eye on here in this team fights. As the siege of the Tier 2 does begin, Erlang has a huge blink taunt into the Dharmic Pillars, but so far Zella's able to stay alive. But the cleanse of Fireball Ninja immediately gets blown up by the Kraken. Simo picking up the kill. It's now a 4v5. 4 ultimates expended from UCSB, though. University of Alabama has all 5 ultimate available. I would really like them to see the defend. Disco has a lot of damage. Della able to get the crit. Oh, huge petrify from Dankshaw. Absolutely deleted to Zella. Mashy's going to fall next. Zord able to pick up Black Cat, but it doesn't matter as the middle Phoenix falls. My goodness, what a play.
Oh, that was massive from Dankshaw. That petrify just completely erased. Yeah, just completely right off the edge of the map. It was like, yeah, he was there, and then just nope, you're a stone soldier now. Later gamer, you were stuck in that, and that gives them a second Phoenix, another crack in there. The Simo, just because of that Deso cooldown, been able to pull him back out, and Roughneck's in a bad spot.
Yeah, I think Shock is able to blink, but it's not going to be enough as the Erlang is able to get the damage off. Achilles does land to execute. Disco does not have enough damage to pick anybody else up. That's 2 Phoenixes down. It cannot end just quite yet. But UCSB is in a perfect position to do so soon.
Yeah, they're in a shot to take this to game number 5. Game number 4 here. really looking good for UCSB. They finally woke up after those first 2 games, making sure a very dominant Game 3 went their way. Now Game 4, a little rough in the early game. It was pretty back and forth, but they're starting to take themselves a lead. This Poseidon, again, we're going to talk about it again. It's looking good. This is something that they have looked clean on. It's this cooldown, this Kraken going up and doing all this damage. And it's just so hard for them to fight into because a lot of their gods really rely on their movement, and this Whirlpool Cripple is stopping them from doing so.
Yeah, absolutely. Poseidon opting for 2 attack speed rings here, has the Hasten, has the Ring of Akate. I would have liked to see a bit more like true mage items, maybe some more pen to compare with that Rod Up Tahuti. But still, I mean, I'm not SMITE, okay? I'm not great on Poseidon like he is as he's shown in the set so far, so I'm going to go ahead and trust the guy here. And it looks like they're going to turn their eyes towards the left side tower.
Yeah, we talked about it for both these mages, and we said it in the early games too, and in the first games 1, 2, and 3. There's not a lot of percent pen for either of these players, and there still isn't. I mean, Zord's got 10%. He's got flat pen, which is better than what Simo had on the Tiamat, but it's only 10%. He's not going to be hitting the tanks very hard. Again, Poseidon, he's got 10% on the Rada Tahuti. He's not going to hit tanks very hard. Granted, I don't think he really wants to hit the tanks with this Kraken. He's trying to hit Fireball and blow him up, or Zella and Zord, and get them gone right away. But these 2 mages are hoping their ADCs can destroy the tanks before the tanks can destroy them.
Absolutely, and it looks like these minions are going to be a huge problem for the next Fire Giant respawn here in the next 30 seconds or so. Do you expect U of A to be able to defend this Fire Giant? Do you think they'll have to give up the EFG?
So the Phoenixes that UCSB got were the mid and right Phoenixes, were the ones closest to Fire Giants. So what's nice for U of A is they can clear these waves and stay local. You don't have to send somebody just a couple feet to go clear one of these lanes. And now if they have gotten that left Phoenix, it would be much harder for U of A to try to make a decision to be like, okay, do we defend this lane and lose a lot of health on our Titan? Do we have to all in this Fire Giant? They can still step up pretty effectively and be fine.
Unfortunately, Disco is caught out in the middle of the jungle. Dankshot will fall, though. Huge piercing Moonlight. Wonder will pick up the Disco, though, and finish it off. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Wow, that was almost really bad if you were Alabama.
That favors U of A, though, very, very hardly. Because Dankshot is doing the damage on these objectives. He is the ADC. Zella is still alive. Sure, you don't have your big damaging mage, but Zella's doing damage, and he's got the potential to be able to put this game on his back.
Looks like UCSB won't confirm the Fire Giant just yet. They forgot about the Chalk. He's going to throw the hammer on top, but doesn't teleport to it. No, UCSB picks up the Fire Giant. It is enhanced, and the damage comes along with it. As it looks like Zella will have the Gep Shield, but won't be enough because a huge Kraken lands onto Mashi and Roughneck. Simo picks up 1, but will fall from Mashi, gets the shutdown and the damage is sustained, but here comes the piercing Moonlight, lands onto all 3, but the damage is not enough. The sustain from Fire Giant is too good. The middle Phoenix has respawned. Chalk is trying for his life to survive. I think Fireball Ninja's just going to try and run away from this one.
He's going to have to try to live. Thunder is going to be able to root out Roughneck. Doesn't have enough damage to get it quite yet. Going to turtle form instead of mink forming. He's going to be able to catch up near the end. Gets another auto in. But I don't think he's going to have enough. Just a little bit faster than Roughneck. He'll be able to live. Really, really big value out of the Soul Eater to keep himself alive. Goes into the Storm Call to try to get themselves back off that Phoenix, and it's not going to be enough. Titan taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, the minions did a lot of work while that fight was happening. Yeah, and they're just going to go ahead and end. I mean, they have the damage for it and the Dharmic Pillars, most importantly. And I really think this Petrify coming up from Dankshot could be huge, but I don't think he needs it. UCSB, we're going to a Game 5.
They just walked in and ended. I wasn't ready for that. I was like, okay, they're going to reset here, group up, go back in. No, they had enough kills. I didn't realize the timers were that long at that point. They were just like, yeah, let's just go in and end. And I was like, yeah, Dharmic Pillars is back up. Dankshot just trots himself down mid lane. It's like, oh, hey, guys, I'm here now. I'm here to kill the Titan. And they're able to end it and take us to game number 5.
I'm blown away. This Alabama team was phenomenal first 2 games. SPL level gameplay. Games 3 and 4, not a sign of them. I have no idea what has gone into UCSB, but they are about to pull off a reverse sweep. We are headed to a game number 5, Killjoy.
I'm excited, man. This is going to be great. And you're right. U of A looked clinical games 1 and 2. UCSB looked clinical these past 2 games. It's like these teams like completely switched. They account shared for each other. It was like, oh, let's make this close. Hang on. Let me give you your accounts. I'll give you mine. We'll play the same way that each other's been playing all game. And it's really odd. But this game number 5, U of A's got to keep their mentals together. They looked a little defeated near the end of that one, having a little bit of a scattered fight, but they can still win this. They are still very much so in this game. They just have to put together a draft like they had in games 1 or 2 and play themselves out. They have to get rid of this Poseidon, though.
We'll see in game number 5. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be right back. Welcome back, SMITE fans, to the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship semifinals. Boy, is that a mouthful. Killjoy, heading into game number 5 here. Walk us through what happened in the last one.
Game 5, Justin. I gotta just set on that for a second. We made it here. Those first 2 games, U of A, I thought had that in 3. I thought it was going to be a very quick and easy night for us here on the casting desk. 2 3-0s, call it nice and quick. Then UCSB got a game 3 in there. They got in there, and I was like, okay, they're in there. And then last game, big plays again out of the other side, massive Krakens. The team put it together. Erlong Shen looked really good. The rest of the team following up. The Ganesh looked really good as well. Dankshot piloting the Medusa once more. Clinical from them. UCSB found themselves a draft that they liked. They found the picks that are working for them, and they were able to string it together. They got themselves some Fire Giants. They pulled a couple of sneaky objectives away from the U of A. And now they're going into game number 5 on top of their high. Of course, we did get word that somebody's headset might have broken, and I'm going to blame Dankshot, of course, because what else? Who else are you blaming on that UCSB team, of course? But for the U of A team, they got to come right in. They got to lock it up. Mental's got to stay strong, and they can win it out.
One game to take it all here as we head into picks and bans. Killjoy, I want us to do this on the count of 3, okay? What god? Oh, it's already banned. Never mind. Already broken. Poseidon has been banned, so we can't do the little game. University of Alabama bans out the Poseidon. Thank goodness.
It's gone. It is gone. That means Simo's got to play something else. I'd love to see a Silicomp from UCSB, though. I would love to see that because that's a guy that he pilots well. I mentioned it a little bit last game. It could go really hard. Kamizats, though, is what made it through for the U of A. Switch up means Geb could go in for UCSB, but yeah, I feel like you got to take away the Skepri because I would imagine it comes right back around.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Bastet's still on the board as well. We've seen that as a strong pick throughout each set, but it doesn't look like UCSB or U of A really needs it at this point. The Medusa has been so strong in Dankshot with or without the headset. The Achilles also got on to a really strong start as well. I there's a lot of picks open. I'm really excited to see what happens. I really hope that the Scylla goes the way of Simo just because of what you're talking about, the high artillery mage. I think that is absolutely perfect setup here.
I agree. I think it would look really good with them. And true, this comp that they have, the Medusa and the Achilles, staples of that game last game, and they look really good on it right now. I don't think you stray away from that at all. And that's the one nice thing about best of fives too, is it makes it entertaining because mini metas develop. Medusa wasn't really picked to ban game 1. All of a sudden it started getting a little bit more viability going at later and later in the set. So it's a top pick now because of how good it looked in Dankshot's hand. Feed the hot hand, man. Give him the pick right back. Back to the other side of U of A, I want to see Mashy on a Kepri. Sure, there's an Achilles in this game, but the man looks good on it.
Yeah, the Achilles makes it a little bit tough at the Oleron and the Terra combo. I think I'm going to have to go in favor of this Terra here. I really think the execute is way too strong, especially with the team fights with the way they've been playing. And I really like how Mashy's played her on the Terra, but the Oleron is a really interesting pick here.
I like this kind of for U of A. This gives them the Sanctified Fields. They haven't gotten a chance to play with it. It was in the hands of Simo game 1, and that was pretty much all we've seen of it for this set, and it didn't look very good. Now it's going to go to the hands. Potentially Zella could go to Zord because, of course, Simo played it in the mid lane that game number 1. I'd like to see it in Zella's hands, but Medusa is one of those picks. Or if I see Oleron on the other team, I'm like, yo, give me Medusa. That's one of my favorite picks into it. And the fact that it's already locked in, this could be a tough lane for Zella if he elects to go with it. But again, this is Sanctified Fields we're talking about. Who cares how laning phase goes? This is coming into the late game team fights and going to change the course of the game.
Just press 4 and win. And it looks like UCSB will do just that. Locking in the Kepri. That is a formidable front line. And I am in love with this UCSB draft.
Me too. And this also sets up really well for a high artillery mage. Doesn't really matter which one. You could pick Yanis, you could pick Ra, you could pick the Scylla, anything like that. Kepri sets up well for it. Achilles sets up well for it. Petrify slows to sets up very, very well for it. It could do a lot of work if they like to go for any of those types of picks. And I really hope they do because that's what looked good so far. He hasn't looked good on those a little bit more DOT mages, right? You're going to get that damage over time, such as that Oleron, more of those auto attacks. Same thing for that Tiamat. It's kind of, you have burst, but it's more like aimed burst kind of a thing, not like a one and done type look. So something I'd like to see them ban out, though, would be AMC. I need UCSB to ban that out.
Yeah, that would be a great pick. We've seen that really succeed well in past competitive scenes, and I think in the last set as well, it succeeded pretty well. I just want to touch on the mages again. The Scylla combo would be really good, but I think the way Simo is just kind of zooming around the map, he would really benefit with a Raw, especially if he had to run away from the Camazots or get away from the Terra 8cc. It could be really lethal, but you only get one snipe, but it is on a fast cooldown, so it could be kind of up in the air for him.
It's just going to be how he wants to play. If he wants an ultimate ability that he can move and shoot, Ra's probably not the way to go. Might want that Scylla, might want that Yanis. But if he's okay sitting himself in one spot and looking for that, Ra could go very massive for him, as well as the rest of the team does quite a bit of damage. They take off the Discordia and the Ardio, so they can't get that at all. It does leave open that AMC, and I would not be surprised if they elect to run that comp. Camazotz, Oleron, Terra, AMC, and then just put it in there. Why not? Give them the Erlong Shen even. That comp is going to be very hard to fight.
Yeah. I'm running through so many different things in my head that U of A can do. This is literally the game 5 of the semifinals. This is one of the most important picks and bans that they'll ever do in their collegiate careers right now. This is for a ton of prize money and a ton of bragging rights and to go to the finals here. This is a really important last ban for U of A. I don't want to say like the game rested on it or anything, but taking away Morgan from SEMO is a pretty big deal.
That's really good ban. That god is just so good because it can give you anything you want. You could have a second revive, you could have a second execute, you could have a second petrify, you could get yourselves your own bat of hell, you can dive a backline by yourself, you could get yourself a sanctified fields. Granted, it hasn't looked too good in the early part of the set, but hey, maybe the game you turn into it could look really good. So taking this pick away is really smart and really well done by the U of A team. It's now up to these picks on what these guys can synergize with these top 3 of their drafts. Medusa, Achilles, Khepri. Again, we talked about the high-burst mage. I wouldn't hate to see Erlong Shen back in the hands of Thunder. It looked good in that game, and that could be what they really rounded out. On the other side of things, though, for U of A, they need some high damaging ADC. I would like a Chiron probably for them if they're going to put the Oleron in the mid lane, or give themselves the Charybdis for the mid lane.
I don't like the Morgan pick. I don't think it's worked for them. I think they tried to replicate that in game 1 and 2, and I don't think it worked out for them. And I think the big crack in ultimate was what got them through games 3 and 4. And Morgan doesn't have that really high damage, really good CC at times, and good survivability. Just not Semo's type of player to thrive in this type of team comp, especially with the Khepri setup.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a much more high artillery mage, especially now that they lock this AMC and U of A's draft is so good, man. This is such a sick draft. Camazot's jungle, Nike in the solo lane, all the slows, coupling that with the Olo AMC backline, putting Terra in that allow plenty of things to proc that ultimate. It's going to be so difficult for them to fight this.
Morgan Le Fay does have a lot of damage, but it's really touch on this Bologna pick. If it is locked in, some good absorb stacks, some good disarm ability against 2 ADCs. But again, that is just, where you start with Alabama's team comp. They have the damage, the setup, the healing. It is absolutely lethal, especially the objective play as well.
I'm curious to see what the UCSB team is doing here, man. This Bologna is going to the jungle for Thunder. So it's going to be a jungle Bologna. Achilles back in the solo lane. I like that to start with. I don't like this Bologna pick, man. It just feels really odd to me. It might get to the back line. She could shut down Oler on AMC, but you got to kill them fast. And I don't know if Bologna is going to be able to do this. I just really don't like UCSB's comp here. And I think U of A have run away with steal of a comp, and they might run away with game number 5 right after it.
We're not calling the game right now, but I think we're almost calling the game right now. I think UCSB has a secret strategy that we don't know about because we've been saying it so much. The game literally changed when they locked in Poseidon, when they had that Kraken and they had that setup. Even when you steal away Khepri from Nashi, you don't lock in a Scylla or a Raw or somebody with that huge damage. I just don't like the Morgan pick here. I think that's going to bite him, and I really would love to see Simo prove me wrong. But so far with Roughneck solo lane, with the Nike able to get that sustainability and not die a couple times early on, Mashi has looked fantastic on the Terra, hasn't missed too much. Camazotz with the sustain, I feel like it just might be too much.
Yeah, it's just going to be a hard draft to kill, the U of A team is. Oleron's going to be hard to dive. Thunder's going to have to dump pretty much back there by himself. Sure, Wonder might be able to blink back there on this Achilles, wiggle their way back there. But Nike and Camazotz in the face of Medusa, Morgan Le Fay, it's really hard for this team to really want to fight into U of A anyway. Dankshaw's going to have to be able to shred this Nike so fast.
Yeah, especially scaling into the late game too. AMC's damage, if he chooses to go crit, or if he just goes pen, or maybe ability based with the bees, it could spell trouble, especially against that Bologna with the stinger, the Achilles. I mean, it could shred a front line. The double AC comp is nothing to mess around with. And Zella hasn't had a chance to play with the Sanctified Fields. We saw it in SEMO earlier on. It hasn't been as successful. Maybe Zella could turn it around in the dual lane.
This is also going to be one of the first picks that Zella is not going to be safe on. We saw the Heimdall, we saw the Charybdis, very safe picks, right? This Oleron isn't that safe. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious to see how UCSB is going to play into that aspect of this U of A team now. Medusa, like I said, I really like this matchup into Oleron. I think this is one of the better ones for people trying to fight into it. Freya is another good one. You can just ult out of the ult and you're feeling pretty good. But if they can put this Oleron down early and put it really far behind, maybe Dankshaw just runs this game and UCSB is not going to have to worry about it.
It's definitely going to come down to execution for UCSB. It doesn't feel like they're going to play as they have in games 3 and 4, which is what I think is concerning us. I feel like they're kind of reverting back to their comfort picks, or maybe to what they feel like they should do in game 1 and 2. But their strategy worked to its heat in games 3 and 4. And I don't understand why you would deviate anything from that. And I think Alabama recognized that they did, and is going to take advantage of it here in Game 5.
I hope they do take advantage of it too, man. They want to look good on it, and U of A has a shot to solidify themselves. They've got the draft to do it. They have all the pieces to fit. On the flip side, UCSB might just be like, hey, we broke their mentals that game. We can run what we want to run here and close this out. We are on the verge of the reverse sweep. We can do this. Let's lock in. Give Dankshot back his Medusa. Lock it up. Give Super Black Cat back the Capri. Get some ultimates off. Get some people back alive. And then let the other half of the map do their own thing. Simo's got his confidence back. Put him on any pick he wants. He looked really good on those Poseidon games. Maybe that's all he needed. Give him anything. Give him the all-around back. He's going to hit everything. I'm not worried about it at that point for the UCSB team. Maybe that's the whole thought process. But U of A, man, it's hard to bet against this team after that draft.
Look, it's the playoffs, and they're about to pull up for a reverse sweep. Never count out UCSB, especially in this game. It could work out for the better, and I really hope it does. I go to Auburn, and I always love seeing Alabama lose, but I just want a good, fair team between both teams here. So we'll see how this goes so far. But just going back to UCSB's draft, I really, really think that Bologna is such an interesting pick because it has the absorb stacks and it has the huge disarm. But could it spell trouble if it gets locked down, especially in the late game?
If you can't lock it down, it's going to be a problem. But if they do lock everything down, it's going to be really, really quick. And this game could be swift. This AMC and this Oleron aren't that hard to kill if you get in there quickly. Bologna can get onto them pretty effectively with Eagles Rally. But it's really going to be up what happens right after that. It's going to be more of okay, if you jump on me and then we get peel off, you're dead. Like, Thunder's just going to die immediately as soon as he gets in there. But if he gets in there and the other team doesn't have help and Lord goes down, this is going to be a really good game for UCSB to play out too.
So breaking news here from the desk. Dankshaw has broken he's broken his headset, which means his audio is gone. He broke his headset and his mic. So it's about a 2-minute delay until they unpause while he finds a new one. That just shows the passion of Dankshaw and how badly he wants to win this game. But I would love to do an interview with him afterwards and see what his thought process is behind that. But maybe see if there's been. You're like, no,
because his headset's broken. He just broke his mic too. I don't want that up here. That's gonna be so terrible for us to have. Give me Mashy. Put Mashy up here, the UA boys, when they close it out. They'll be up here and be like, hey, did you hear somebody broke their mic? They're gonna be like, what? And that will be a comedic interview. It's just going to be, no matter what, at the end of this, it's going to be a really good interview for either of these teams because there's going to be laughs. There's probably going to be a little bit of, hey, this is game 5. You guys couldn't get it done for either team, whoever wins it. It's going to be entertaining. But it's Dankshaw, man. Of course, he broke his mic and his headset.
I'm good with the earbuds. I don't need to break anything too much or anything. But Dankshaw showing a lot of passion so far, showing a lot of passion. Game number 5 is really big stakes. I mean, if we just talk about the prize pool, each team is already guaranteed $500 for how far they've come. A huge congratulations to all 4 teams.
That's exciting.
but there's a lot more on the line, especially the bragging rights that come along with getting to the finals and possibly winning it afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's just exciting, man. How good does it feel to play SMITE in college? Probably one of the games you enjoy playing in the past time, and then all of a sudden being like, hey, you're one of the last 4 teams alive. Guess what? You've guaranteed yourself $500. That is so cool to have that feeling and to feel like, look, I made money on a game that I enjoy playing throughout my college career. Really cool. Take that into the workforce, be able to build that off of a resume. Sure, you can't just be like, I played video games and made things. You can't do that, but you can take it to the workforce, play it out with the team, and game 5, always exciting.
Unfortunately, I'm too washed, so instead I am casting, and here we go. It's a game number 5. We got the SMITE Collegiate Championship presented by AVGL. We got the semifinals, game number 5.
This is it. This is where all the marbles come down to. This is how you get yourselves into that big money prize pool. Get yourself at least guaranteed $1,500 or go home with the $500. UCSB on the verge of the reverse sweep. And wouldn't that be the story to tell going into finals? Make it fantastic lineup. But U of A can close this one out still and solidify themselves in that final spot.
Absolutely. And just taking a look at the builds here, Simo opting for the Conduit Gem Star, did go Eye of the Jungle for the attack speed and a little bit of the movement on the Poseidon previously, but so far, going to go with a different bit of a start here on the Morgan Le Fay.
He's going for high damage here. That Poseidon build is very unique of how it plays. I'm getting in, I'm getting out very, very quickly. Simo does have to be careful, though, because AMC is an ADC, hits damage. But an AMC is a mid laner, he hits really hard because you can get a couple different items that you don't normally want to build in that ADC role. You can get that Transcendence online, probably a Crusher and a Brawlers. Your Stinger probably half hits.
Absolutely. I mean, AMC with all the hive surrounding around him with that movement speed and the extra damage, it is actually lethal. Especially if you have room to move in the mid lane, it is just a disaster, or a recipe for disaster, rather, if you're going against it. But it looks like both teams here, not much. They're kind of feeling each other out here, kind of just testing the damage on both sides. They really don't want to be able to throw the game in the early game, especially with how late the games have gotten so far.
Yeah, these games have gone 28, 29 minutes almost every single time. Saw a couple EFGs as well. The one thing that is really on my radar is Thunderfan on this Bologna jungle. This is one of those picks that I'm not sure if U of A has probably scrimmed against a pick like that before. They've probably not seen this. And if they have, it's probably not been a lot of. I don't think any teams out here running Bologna jungle every single game. So the damage checks that Thunder's going to be able to do on some of these players might catch them off guard, and it could spell over to a couple kills.
Absolutely. Looks like Fireball Ninja will be caught in the jungle. The lacerate won't connect, is able to escape in time. So no ganks so far 2 minutes into the game. In the previous 2 games, we've seen a lot of action from the junglers. We noted that was one of the things we wanted to see from both teams, was to get involved and get involved early. But so far, it looks like both teams are content with taking this into the late game.
Yeah, it definitely feels good. Forcing the beads out of Super Black Cat does from Zella. Mashy had a beautiful wall there to keep him from being pulled at all, but unfortunately, Zella just didn't have the confidence in his support to put those up and keep him alive for the moment.
Classic case of not trusting your support there. Every support player is looking, I told you so. You didn't have the beads. You deserve this. So maybe Zella will learn his lesson next time, actually making a great play. But it might be in danger here. Super Black Cat opts to pull him, but I don't think he does. Dankshaw opting to go for the pressure on the purple buff instead.
This is how this started off for USCB last time, is they went for this purple buff, and then they died for it. They did end up getting it, but last time, of course, you remember Fireball Ninja shows up with Tsukiyomi and then just put him into the dirt. Didn't happen this time, so this is a really good start now for UCSB getting off an invade.
Absolutely. Looks like U of A might have some damage on here as the Terror Root does connect, but so does the stun onto the Khepri. But fortunately, there is just too much healing. But on the other side of the map, the Bologna did invade the blue, so Nike does not have her blue buff and might suffer as a result of that.
That's 2 really good invades for UCSB. They took the purple down, they took the blue buff down. Now let's see what Fireball Ninja does on the return. Is he going to be able to get up here and get a purple invade with his boys, or are they going to lose this out as well?
I don't think Fireball Ninja has the damage or the sustain for this, but he does have both of his teams. As Medusa ult or beads does come out, Khepri does connect, and it looks like Khepri is out of mana and out of time, as it's only a matter of who gets the first blood. It is the Zella, the Oleron picking up the first blood. A good start for U of A.
Massive person to put that first split on. Could have been good on Fireball Ninja since he is level 4 and Thunder's ticked over to 5. But Oleron, you need to get this god online and ahead very, very quickly. If you can scale this god fast, it doesn't matter what the rest of the teams are. He's going to walk in, drop a Sanctified Fields, and just kill everybody by himself. Sure, you'd be like, oh, he might need some help. Nah, he's just going to beads while he's in his ult. Nothing's touching him. He's just going to kill everyone.
Yeah, Sanctified Field is definitely one of the most powerful ultimates in the game when used correctly, and especially in certain team comps. And I think in this team comp specifically, it can very much thrive, especially if you have the Terra set up, and especially if you have the sustainability with the First Blood, Gold, and XP on your side.
Something else that taking a look at, both the supports went for Benevolence this game. Neither of them probably looking for a blink into this, so they're both going to have that compassion when it comes to late game. I highly doubt anybody's getting animosity today, so this compassion could be really good. It might keep it alive. Their backliners longer. This might be a new look from both these supports that we haven't really gotten to see.
Looks like the classic 4-man shove the duo side here as the Khepri, Bologna, Medusa, and the Morgan all try and pick up this purple buff, and they do with no disturbance from U of A.
U of A confirmed out their blue side, though. They sent Fireball over there and make sure that Roughneck was able to get his blue buff back and keep him catching up in that farm department. So really good play by UCSB when they had those first buff rotations. Split up the map, split the timers up, and then know where you want to go next time.
Well, do you expect the objective Scorpions to be dropped really quickly? Around this time, we saw them kind of looking towards it and starting some vision around it, but I would expect that they wait a little bit longer. We always like seeing these soul layers rotating early, especially around the first Gold Fury. But I would like to see maybe the Nike farm up a little bit more, get that breastplate online, maybe get a Blackthorn, get some damage online before you start rotating over.
Yeah, I'm not really sure when these teams are going to want to pull these Scorpions. I'm sure U of A is okay fighting it at any time. They have Oleron and AMC. They're happy taking a gold free fight at any point, even if they're down a player. But the question for me is UCSB, when do they want to take objective fights, if they want to take objective fights? I don't know how this Bologna jungle really wants to play. If it wants to fight around these objectives, then everyone jumps in on an Eagles rally person, or if they're more, I'm going to try to find a pick in the side jungles.
Looks like Medusa wants the 1v1 on the Oleron, able to get him to a quarter HP, but able to escape with his Sanctified Field, so that will be down if there happen to be an upcoming team fight. Looks like Camazotz might be caught in the jungle here. Fireball Ninja kind of running away, but Bologna ult is good, but so is the Camazotz ultimate, able to escape just in time. And now it looks like he might be Mashing in trouble here.
Mash is going to get locked down a little bit. He's going to be able to dash out. Simo drops his ultimate on top of it now as well. So quite a few ultimates expended at this point for nothing to gain besides the Gold Fury Scorpion going for UCSB.
Absolutely, and I think it's really clutch that the all-around ult comes out there. That thing is on a huge cooldown timer, but really, really important. Maybe they look for an early gold here now, Achilles is already proxying, has the Blackthorn online, and they have double med. It could be a good fight if they are trying to get aggressive here.
Well, he's got to be careful in this proxy. Super Black Cat is local, does have the Skipper's Blessing to make sure he can get out. But Fireball Ninja picked up Dank Shock, put a gank down on that left side of the map. Really big play for U of A.
Yeah, that is huge. And University of Alabama does confirm their own blue as well. But the med does come out, so there won't be any kills so far. It might just be a Fire Giant Scorpion here.
Yeah, that's a really big pick for U of A, putting down Dank Shock, because Medusa can run down an Oleron. Because you talked about earlier, Sanctified Fields is going to be down for a long time. That Petrify will be up pretty quickly, so they can just go right back in, try to find that ultimate, stun out Oleron, and go for a kill. So now Dankshell getting put down on this pick that he's looked so good on by Fireball is just massive for U of A.
Yeah, Medusa has really good bounce back potential, especially with the Petrify being up so soon, and especially with the recent rise of ADCs using Crusher. That flat pen is actually just so good early on. It can make or break a quarter of an HP, and it's just so good, especially on characters like Medusa, who can be auto-attack focused or ability focused.
The Crusher is just such a fun item for ADCs too, because it gives you everything you want, man. You get flat pen early on, you get some attack speed, you get a little bit of damage off any of your abilities that do that damage, which makes it just so much more fun for them. So we're just got to be careful, though. I'm pretty sure he spotted out Super Black Cat in that corner. Right side of the map there, Ruin's pretty low.
Absolutely. It looks like the UCSB will be able to pick up vision onto the Gold Fury. I would kind of expect a gank here. Sanctified Fields is up, but Bologna does have the ultimate available. No poke just yet onto Zella, but it looks like they're just trying to put the all-around into the dirt. I mean, that usually happens in my SMITE games, is you pick one lane and you run at them so they're behind most of the time, and I feel like that's what UCSB might be doing here.
So for what you want to do, Thunder Fans in a really bad spot, taking a lot of damage. You're going to go right straight on top of Mashy. Super Black Cat is in the area, though. Should be able to get a good res off.
Oh, great Scarab's Blessing, though. It was all for nothing. Khepri has to press 4, and he wins the game off of it. Great play by the support there. Super Black Cat has been really increasing his playtime recently. I feel like game 1 and 2, he didn't feel too comfortable on his supports, but he has been really showing out here in games 3 and 4. It looks like game number 5 as well.
Yeah, it's been looking really good in the back half of this set now, getting this Khepri back once more. Really good Scarab's Blessing right there to keep his jungler alive. He was getting in there pretty aggressive and really trying to find himself some sort of pick potential maybe. But he got himself out of there. Thanking his support there, for sure.
Absolutely. And I would love to see a objective be pulled here. I would love to see Gold Fury be pulled here. I mean, I feel like Achilles has a big enough lead, especially when it finishes off that breastplate. That's a lot of protections to shred through, and that is something that not even a double ADC comp can get through too quickly, and especially because the AMC is opting for the Bluestone Trans build here.
It definitely looks like Zord wants to get in into some of that high pressure, high damage builds and really kind of play it more so like a mage, since Zilla is going into a second ring early on. Now, there's a lot of debate about which is the better build. If you want to just go the 4 rings and then maybe route a 2 at the end, or if you want to get that a little bit more lifesteal, that Typhon's Fang has percent pen on it early on. But honestly here, Justin, I'm pretty sure both these teams are just scared of percent pen. Like, I'm just going to flat out say it. Because they don't really seem to like getting it. I think they're scared of it.
Yeah, I think there's like a curse on it. Like, they both agreed. It was like, okay, flat pen only. We're still in season 9, all right? Forget season 8. We're in the past, okay? But no, they really needed to get percent pen online. Killing tanks is OP. I keep saying it over and over again. You take out a frontliner, your chance increase of winning a fight is exponentially increased.
Can you guys tell it's late? You and I are having a hard time with some of our words. It's getting late. It's best of 5. It's been going on for a long time. It's pretty exciting. Don't get me wrong, but it's late, so kind of a little bit of slack, if we trip over a couple of words. We're doing our best for you guys to bring us the best exciting SMITE that we possibly can. And I'm surprised this Gold 3 hasn't been looked at yet. Zella has that Sanctified Fields. They have that double ADC comp. They have Terra to really zone everybody away. That should really be all you need for U of A to get down on this Gold of Fury.
Yeah, and Achilles might be spelling trouble here as the Camazotz is looking for the gank. If he had rotated earlier, he wouldn't have been killed, but it looks like Wonder will fall. And now the advantage for the Gold Fury does rest for U of A if the Nike chooses to rotate over.
Doesn't look like they want to rotate quite yet. Seemo's got to be careful they don't get caught out here by Fireball Ninja. And they're just, instead just going to smack down the damage really, really hard. Fireball Ninja going to be able to get out for a second, but Thunder Fan's the one on the backside of things taking a lot of damage.
Mashy had a great med there to secure his life, but the Scarab's Blessing is used. And I feel like that is just going to spell so much trouble. Super Black Cat is great on this Khepri. It's not that hard to hit Khepri ult, but still it is really good when it is used and is absolutely game-changing. Having to kill somebody twice is just the most annoying thing ever, especially if you revive someone as powerful as a Bologna jungle.
Something really big that happened there too is they lost Stinger. Zord didn't get his Stinger back after putting it into Thunder, so he was able to run away, get that Khepri res off, and then make it out with his life anyway. So they lost the Stinger. Fireball Ninja didn't have bad out of hell there. I assume they had used it on that gank for Wonder, and that was really close kill that was almost dropped by both these teams.
Absolutely, and we keep saying it, but I feel like now is the time for the objectives. Earlier we saw both teams group up around this time, and as longer the soul laners stay over there, the more gank potential they have on themselves. It looks like the Bologna might make a move on the Alpha Harpy, maybe had a little bit of brawl with the Nike, but I don't expect them to be many kills here just because Nike does have the ultimate and there really isn't much huge damage follow-up with it.
Oh, look at the rest of U of A. They are sprinting that Gold Fury once they knew Thunder was on that side of the map, and they're going to go straight on top of this.
Looks like Super Black Cat and Simo are aware. I think they should just 50-50 it. They do have the Sanctified Fields, but the Petrify is huge. UCSB stealing the Gold Fury away and picking up Mashy in the process. Unfortunate break for University of Alabama there, and a huge increase in gold of UCSB. And the Bologna wants more, ulting over the wall. Aegis is good from the AMC. Doesn't matter. UCSB, a huge momentum shift.
That was a really big play for UCSB. U of A had a beautiful call, by the way. Great idea. Exactly what you want to do. As soon as you see that junk on the other side of the map, you go straight to that objective. Zella held on to Sanctified Fields, and I think that was a misplay, man. They kept it up the entire time. They didn't use it on the Gold Fairy. They didn't use it on the Disengage. They pretty much just lose their other player because of that. Mashi couldn't get his ult off because he was, ineffectively dead after tanking that Gold Fairy the entire time. And it just came in. Dankshaw had a massive Petrify. Got 3 people with it. Probably why Zella didn't drop that ultimate down. But you just got to drop it down when it gets under a quarter health, man. That's the best play you have with that Oleron. And if you're not using it effectively, then there's no reason to pick it.
Yeah, I would have loved to seen him step up there. You can't save the ultimate for the next game. It's game number 5. You got to use it. You have to use your abilities in this game, for crying out loud. It looks like All Roughneck might be caught out here. It did already jump away. Achilles Execute does not connect. Mashi able to heal him up just a little bit and get the root to save his life. Oleron is here to join the party, but I don't think the party has just started yet, as maybe a Pyromancer will be called here for U of A.
Yeah, Dangshaw's on his way too. This is going to be a full 5-on-5 early on in this game. Looks like a 4-on-5. Thunder's behind, and they don't have their soul in it. This Pyromancer could get stolen away as well, but no, U of A is going to be able to confirm that, but Wonder's got the first kill.
Mashi with a great secure onto Pyromancer, and Sanctified Fields is good. Zord will pick up the Soul Laner. Dankshaw does have to run away. Roughneck is a little bit low, does have the Nike Shield though, but it looks like Alabama will take their 1-for-1 trade plus the Pyromancer and walk away.
And that values U of A as well. Again, Mashi's like, hey, I'm the support man. I'm happy to die there. We got the objective, and we got a pick that wasn't their support player. That's value. You take down this Achilles, who, by the way, got ganked earlier and then still had a level lead. Still has level lead now at this point in time. So putting them down once more feels really good for them. It's just really good play for U of A on that Pyro.
And this is what's showing good teams between great teams here. They just lost the Pyromancer and they got a kill onto one of their carries, but they're still there with the timers onto the red buff to pick it up. They do get the Stinger onto Dankshaw, but unfortunately it won't be enough damage. And I think UCSB did pick up the red buff there. Just really good play from them all around.
I even think that Zord got that Stinger. It might have been right at the last second, though. It doesn't look like his timer's gone down, so he might have missed it. It was like half a centimeter from picking that Stinger back up, which is really unlucky for him if he didn't grab that, because that's a long cooldown. That'll be down for a while.
Yeah, it might be down enough for the next Oni Fury spawn, but it looks like both teams are just going to take their losses and a little bit of win so far, farm up, get some items online, and do the whole dance right over again.
Looking at Mashi's build, he's got Spirit Robe early on in this game. He doesn't want to get pulled down by any of that CC. As soon as that Abdeck comes through, he's saying, okay, cool, give me that little bit of a protection buff, and then get me off it really quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, UCSB has so much CC, whether it be the Achilles Shield Bash, the Lone Ultimate, the Khepri Pluck, the Petrify that has been absolutely dominating this set so far. There is a ton of CC available on the board. I really like the Spirit Robe pickup from Mashi. And it looks like the duo lane, Oleron and Medusa are really going at it. And it looks like Dankshaw may be able to escape with just an inch of his life. Maybe Fireball catches up with him with that new enhanced speed buff.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get over quite yet. Dankshaw's get himself out of there. Another thing to look at, Roughneck stopped going into that T1 of the Talesman tree. Instead, now looking to go maybe into his own Spirit Robe at this point in time. Looks like that might have been the call. Been like, hey, look, Spirit Robe's going to go massive here. Make sure you get it right now.
Yeah, I mean, crowd control is good, and less crowd control is better if you're playing into it. So, good pickup from the Spirit Robe. I hope to see Mashi go into a Lotus Crown here. She has done it on this past hero game. A really powerful item. Has been debuffed lately. Not a lot of protections in its passive, but still very good, especially how it pairs with Terra's 3.
Oh, yeah, and any extra protections feel pretty good anyway. Thunder running around on this left side of the map waiting for Dankshaw to maybe make his way back over here. But all 5 for UCSB are grouped up around this Oni Fury, as you mentioned. The rest of U of A still trying to make their way in and get themselves some vision.
Absolutely, and it looks like I love this so much. Smite is so fun because it's always grouped around the objective, and there's a different outcome every time. University of Alabama, UCSB going after this Oni Fury. Game number 5 of the semifinals here. Gonna have the little dancey dance here. Got Morgan Le Fay lurking around in the mid lane, deciding to join the team here. It's gonna be a clean 5-on-5. All the relics available for University of Alabama except for Terra's second ward, It looks like it doesn't have the second relic just yet, but wards are out and the dance has begun.
That's a big thing to mention too. Is Terra doesn't have that second relic, so they're not going to be able to put up a lot of stuff. Zella having to beads out early on in this fight. Ankh and Med both available for Super Black Cat here.
Absolutely, and both teams are trying to get
good.
enough poke on, but Lamona with huge ultimates onto Fireball Ninja, able to jump away without expending any relics, but that leaves the way for more damage onto the rest of the team. UCSB sensing an opportunity. That's a really early Sanctified Fields. Will be enough to pick up Wonder. Yes, it will. Mashy securing the kill onto the solo laner and jumping in as the Nike. Great pushback onto Thunder. Scare's Blessing is good. Super Black Cat saving the life. Thanks for the revive, but it looks like University of Alabama will pick up the Oni Fury here.
That didn't start too hot for UCSB. Ult's not connecting. The only one that did connect was the Eagles rally. Petrified not finding its mark. And then Zella turns around and hits a nice Sanctified Fields, lock down a couple of players, slow them up, make the rest of the team able to get right on in there. Now Super Black Cat is the one under duress, and he is going to fall to Fireball Ninja, who's putting on a clinic here in game number 5.
If Simo falls here, it is actually catastrophic for UCSB, and it is Dangshaw falls as well. That is not what you want if you're UCSB. You really want it to disengage after that Oni Fury, because anything after that is a snowball. Now you're about down 1k, and guess what? They have Med, and now they're full HP. Maybe it's a Fire Giant call here. Yes, it is.
They're hopping on this Fire Giant, but I don't know if they know that Thunder's down in this corner. He might be able to just walk in and take this away, stop some of the ADC damage. Now he's going to be able to juke himself around. Hopefully, Wonderkina is going to be able to get in here, but Fireball Ninja puts Thunder down into the dirt. He'll take his turn on the grayscale. Now it's up to Wonder to be the only one in the area.
Yeah, I am so disappointed in UCSB there. They really just needed to create a clean disengage after Oni Fury. Realize that the game still has 20 more minutes left. Instead, they hand the Oni Fury to him. They almost hand a Deicide. They get the Pyromancer and they get the Fire Giant. It is a huge swing in favor of Alabama, and they're finally finding their stride that they had in games 1 and 2.
They're looking so good again too, Justin. This U of A team found their footsteps again. They took out the Poseidon and said, "Hey, we see your win con. We're taking your win con away, and we're gonna be able to go back to playing the Smite that we want to play." And they're looking really good so far here in game number 5, gotten themselves up to about a 3k gold lead. It's spelling disaster for UCSB, who's worked so hard to put themselves in this potential game 5 win, and now they're slowly falling behind.
We don't want to count them out just yet. They've won 2 in a row so far. Their reverse sweep is still on. The button is still switched up. But fortunately, the University of Alabama has a really strong team. They've been here before. They have some really good pros. I mean, they have a lot of competitive advantages here. It looks like they're going to head towards the left lane here. And I think they just knock off all the towers here on the map, and we call it a day after this Fire Giant.
That's exactly what you want your first Fire Giant for as well. Just take down all the towers. You don't need to get a Phoenix on it. You take the towers down, reset, get your second Fire Giant. That's the one that you want to use for those Phoenix defense. Lotus Crown is online. You can see the little auras around everybody's waist. Yeah, like little extra protections never feel too bad, especially when you're having an Achilles and a Bellona diving you.
It'll be really interesting to see here if UCSB decides to defend the Tier 2, if U of A decides to attack it. I also just noticed there are so many acronyms from both teams. U of A, UCSB, there are a lot of letters. Hope you guys can keep up. As University of Alabama deciding to run it down the mid lane here, they do have a minion wave being escorted. Looks like the California team will maybe play a soft defense here. I do think they have a good defense heading into this fight.
They definitely want to be able to defend this, is what it looks like. They got to make sure they force out some ultimates, though, if they want any other things to go well in the rest of these defense. Tower's pretty much gone at this point. It looks like they're trying to step forward, maybe force them back out. They're really just buying time for themselves and waste the Fire Giant of U of A.
It is such a good burn, especially with that double ADC comp. AMC with the Trans Crusher Brawlers is absolutely lethal, paired with the Titan's Bane. Really, really strong coming out. Of course, the all-around damage is always good, especially on these objectives as well.
This all-around is going to be putting in so much work. 1-0-7 so far for Zilla. Found himself really good Sanctified Fields. A little worried early on when he held it on that first gold feud, but after that has looked pretty much clean on it. I have not had a complaint since then. Build's looking good. It's got that Typhon's Fangs, got that percent pen. Looking to go into the next ring, potentially Demonic, maybe a Hasten, prefer to see the Demonic for that extra pen. And they're just catapulting this lead forward.
literally catapulting is Mashi as they take down this right tier 2 here. But Bologna doesn't want to hear as she ults in, but the Sanctified Fields is good as well. Gonna finish off the right side tower. Nobody falls just yet. Alabama is satisfied. They take off, I think it was at least 6 towers on the map, or maybe 5?
Yeah, I think there was 5 towers on the map that they were to wipe off with that Fire Giant. Really effective first FG for the Crimson Tide. Now they're able to reset, get ready for this next Fire Giant. It's probably up in about 1.5 minutes or so. And they'll be able to play for this and then really look to close out this game number 5 and send the Cali boys back in.
That's right. It's the Southern team versus the Western team here so far. Really, really great set. I hope you guys have went through us through all 5 games. Replay will be available on the channel. I really, really encourage y'all to come watch it. It's a great, great show we've had so far. Gold Fury spawning very, very soon here, and it looks like UCSB will be ambushing somebody in the jungle, but it looks like it's not going to be today, as both teams lurking in the right jungle and just kind of figure out what they're doing there, but I don't think there's much going on.
I think they got warded on the back end of this, which is why they're getting. Yeah, it looks like there's a blue ward that got dropped in there. So whoever walked up from U of A and dropped it in there found 5 members and just said, "Oh, no, and then ran right back the other way." And for UCSB, that's not a bad strategy. I mean, you're down, you need a pick. That's one way to get one, is just try to pull a surprise ambush tactics, really lock it up, get something sneaky in there, turn a fight your way, make them fight on the back foot. Now this is going to look to be a more straight up 5-on-5 around this Fire Giant, and I got to favor U of A with these Sanctified Fields.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier during picks and bans. They have really good objective burn, and UCSB just doesn't have the ability to step up right now. Once you have the blown up ult on the initiate, she'll get blown up automatically, whether it be with the Sanctified Fields, whether it be with the Terra combos. There are so many options available for U of A to counter and initiate, and I just feel like UCSB has to pull something out of their back pocket for this.
What they have pulled out is some percent pen, and they have that online, so they'll be able to hit their tanks pretty hard, which is really good for UCSB. Same thing on the other side for U of A as well. Titan's Bane online for swords, so all the damage that we'll be doing will be hitting very, very hard because they have this percent pen. But Super Black Cat now not in a good spot.
Camazon speeds do come out from earlier, but so does the Sanctified Fields. Super Black Cat deleted, has the ultimate available. Achilles having to run out. Oh my goodness. Dankshaw falls eventually. Fireball Ninja able to dive the backline. There goes Simo. Goodbye. 3 down for UCSB. U of A maybe running it down the mid laner here. They're going to go for the Phoenix and maybe the Titan.
They're definitely trying to end here. 40 seconds on both backliners. UCSB, it's only Thunder and Wonder to go ahead and try to dynamic duel this one out and save their hopes for the finals. This could be it, though, Justin. This might be game number 5.
Can Thunder and Wonder hold down the Titan? It is a 5v2. UCSB Titan is under attack. The double AC comp is good. Terra Wall is able to stun them both. The Roll Tide roll, baby. Alabama is headed to the finals.
Congratulations, University of Alabama Crimson, putting on a show right here at the end, going the distance all 5 games. Had a little bit of a falter in game 3 and 4, but game 5 here got a good team fighter on the Fire Giant. Said, hey, we don't need that. We can end it right here.
Fantastic showing from Alabama. They finally found their stride in games 1 and 2, played like they meant it, had the confidence, had the damage, had the teamwork. Masterclass from Alabama. Games 1 and 2 showed who they were. Games 5 reinforced that. And finally, our finals matchup is set, Killjoy.
We sure do have that final set up. U of I Illini Orange taking on University of Alabama Crimson. It's going to be a masterful event. That's going to be for sure. Going to be a sick finals. They guys have solidified themselves $1,500 in their pockets now.
Absolutely. A great play from both sides. I'm very excited to see what both teams do in the finals. I believe that is February 5th or so. We do have an interview coming up with the University of Alabama support in Mashi. What do you want to ask him, Killjoy? We got a lot of options here.
There's so many questions for these guys. You know, it's kind of hard to figure out what you want to ask them until you really in here and looking at you and what they see. But they're excited, man. You get them something really exciting to talk about. It's going to be a really fun interview. I'm excited to see how they feel about going into this matchup against the UIUC Orange.
I really want to know why Dankshaw broke his headset and his mic. I think we should DM him that later. We need the full story. The people want to know.
Yeah, I'll post it on Twitter at some point. I'll figure it out, message draft, just be like, what did you do? Like, why did you do it? And you guys will be able to see it on the Twitter if you guys want to follow me there. It'll be a good place to follow them. Make sure you guys are following AVGL as well so you guys get updates on the spring split when that does happen. Hopefully we get some announcements out soon for you guys who are able to run this all up.
Yeah, that is great news for U of A. I haven't seen them in the finals in a while, but they finally refound their footing here in the AVGL SMITE semifinals, taking down UCSB. Unfortunately, California team won't be able to pull it out, but Killjoy, what went wrong for that game there?
For UCSB, they got behind and they didn't run a draft that had been working for them. They went back to that pretty much second game draft. They had a little bit of a dive comp, a little bit more of a team fighting one, and it wasn't kind of what they did to win. In games 3 and 4, they really rocked this Poseidon high burst ability mage. That's what won it for them. But for U of A, they went back into it and they said, wait, they just gave us an Oleron and an AMC. Surely we just run that then.
Yeah, the picks and bans were very, very telling. Games 3 and 4, they had Poseidon. Games 5 and 1 and 2, they did not. It's as simple as that. University of Alabama succeeded in picks and bans and were able to thrive, especially as the game transitions to late game. We didn't even get to 30 minutes. I think the game ended around 24, 25 minutes or so. There was still plenty of opportunity for U of A here. But now we do have our interview ready with Mashie, the support from the University of Alabama. Mashie, are you here with us?
Yep, I'm right here, and we got Fireball Ninja here too. He's my brother. We're brothers, so.
Hey, Fireball, how are you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great.
So we just wanted to ask you, we just want to congratulate you first on going to the finals. It's a huge accomplishment for you and your university. What was that like to fend off UCSB and take it to Game 5?
It was really good because we've played UCSB a lot. So in every game it goes the distance every time, and every time we've fallen flat. So just being able to do it and then do it through all the adversity we had and couldn't go into that Game 5, almost getting reverse swept. But just keeping everybody locked in, that was really big for us. And we've had a really long season. We played in 3 leagues, all with the same team, and we're all from the same school too. And that really helps us. So just staying it locked in, playing all those games is really good for us.
That's really awesome, guys. Yeah, congratulations. Once again, of course, see the Bengals in the back. Houday, congratulations to those guys as well. You guys are probably really excited all about that game, probably catching that near the beginning of this one. I'm curious how you guys felt going to this game number 5, going to that picks and bans. You realized at some point that they were giving you Oleron AMC. When you guys got that, were you kind of just what just happened? Why are they doing this? Because that picks and bans for game 5 was a little bit different.
Yeah, we recognized that we needed to switch things up because we lost 2 in a row to their heavy secure comp. And we recognized that we were having most of our success off of that double hunter kind of, one magical and physical burning objectives. And it gave us more pressure on the map. We kind of got out pressured early. So when we went back to that, it was a little different than the way we did it the first time. But the AMC all around, obviously, people know is successful and we know how to run it. So going back to that and then taking their secure off of the board kind of got us back into playing our game instead of us playing their game, which we were doing for a lot of the 2 games that we lost.
And Mashie, I have to comment, first of all, I love the global emotes throughout the game on the Geb and the Terra. I thought it was pretty funny. I always emote during my games too. So from one support player to another, pretty good. But second of all, Zemo in game 3 and 4 really thrived on the Poseidon. But game 5, you were able to shut him down, that Morgan Le Fay, and keep him to a minimum. What were you leading your team to do in that situation? How did you box him out in that situation?
Well, we really knew our team thrives playing with our backline. I always play peel stuff and our carries. I can play with my carries really well. And then Fireball and Roughneck dive really well. So that game I knew that if they didn't have the Poseidon and we had the Oleron, then we'd be able to play the game at our pace. We had to play the game at our pace. And we knew that he'd go Morgan. We predicted that he'd go Morgan. We banned our bans. We were trying to force him into the Morgan. So when he did that, we were able to. I knew that the Kepri would have to play with him because he'd do the majority of their damage, and that's so good with our Oleron ult and our dive. That Oleron ult with our dive just help the pace of the game immensely. So that was really our strat. Just not get him off the cripple. That really is hurting me and our team in those drafts. And just the pacing that he had with the Poseidon was too good. So just getting him off the momentum into that game 5 was just huge for our team.
Yeah, once again, congratulations, you guys. I have one more question before Justin can wrap this up. How do you guys feel knowing you're going to that first and second place match, already solidifying yourself $1,500?
It's exciting, but just like the Bengals, we are not done. We got one more coming.
I love that. That's a fantastic answer. They want to go for it all. Justin, that's all I have. Anything else you got for them?
No, Mashi, congratulations to you and the University of Alabama for moving on to the finals. We are very excited to see you guys this season. Hopefully it comes to a good ending. You guys got a tough opponent coming up, and we wish you all the best moving forward.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Thank you for the cast.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys. Have a great night. Justin, it's been a long day here for us on the desk. I've been here for quite a while. I'm going to have you, bring us to a close and send our viewers home.
After a wild night here at the AVGL SMITE Collegiate Championship, my name is Justin. I'm here with my good friend Killjoy. We thank you for joining us. Have a good night, and we hope to see you soon for the finals.
Bye.